All right, we are live. We are here. Welcome, everybody. Hope you all are having a blessed day. We are going to go over 10 years on decade remix of the Cognos 2013 free energy lectures by both Dan Winters as well as Wilian Donovan. Which is the second half, and that Dan actually references several times, at least 10, if not more, in his presentation, and that we played about 45 minutes of it in my last stream there before it got interrupted and ended. But it's a 2-hour stream or 1 hour, 40-minute stream there. So I'll play it again in full and actually also pause it, and especially at the start here, as Dan Winters specifically references several places in around Calgary, Alberta, where I live and have lived and grown up my entire life. Thus, it's always fascinated me. I want to specifically mention this. And Gerald, good day, brother. Anytime a good time to join in. Simon as well. If either of you are available, I'll email you the links here right now. Well, Gerald, I already did email, but Simon, I'll forward it to you too. And so here, just before we get started on that, some updates with my electrolysis, the Alchemy, the ColdFusion, the hydrogen fuel production, the monoatomics, Ormus, GANs. It's all of that all in one. Good day, Gerald. Welcome, brother.
Good morning, BurnEye. How are
Good
you?
morning, good day, good morning. Wherever everybody is tuning in, wherever you are, welcome. And so we have in 3 jars that are in front of us between Bert and Ernie there. The big one, it hasn't been plugged into anything, 0 voltage, 0 connection for at least 3 or 4 days now. And what I believe from my understanding of hearing Bob Grenier describing this Lion reactor, that essentially I've created something similar, only a couple more layers, but that it's got the copper solenoid coils going through it, the aluminum layer of aluminum foils, zinc, iron, ferrite core, and that repeating a couple times through it. And that's ever since I unplugged the electricity, it's now been bubbling this atomic hydrogen up nonstop. And like right there, now all of a sudden we've got a cloud of that monoatomic stuff just randomly moving upwards.
That looks cool.
I'll focus in quickly just to show the bubbles that have still been coming off of this reactor here, and that it's a constant little stream, but constant stream of this hydrogen nonstop, and that I predict, like, if it's running the same length as the one I've had outside, that's been producing nonstop for over 9 months straight now, that right, it's like, well, if you get a whole bunch of them and up it, obviously that's a long life and a lot of hydrogen out of just water with 0 input.
So basically, it's like the metabolism of the human body. You spin it up and you let it do its work.
Yeah, exactly.
Same effect. That's pretty cool.
Yes, exactly, Simon. And that's the next step. And I've actually got a whole bunch of different gallon, multi-gallon, also liter, and just pop bottles and giant water jugs and everything that I'm going to be cutting up and using and submerging into the electrodes, into the reactions, to start capturing and collecting the different gases, the hydrogen or HHO, the different ones that we're going to figure out, so that we can start doing samples. And I'll also show on this camera here quickly some samples of different materials that I've started to get together. I'm going to put a big package together and send it off to Bob Grenier so that he can hopefully take a look at it under some equipment.
when it comes to gas capture, once you get your system set up so that you can actually capture it, a suggestion would be a balloon. You get to see what kind of pressure or how much gas will accumulate, so to speak.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. With putting it into the water on the electrodes, it's like as the gas collects, the jugs will rise from the water level and collect up and up, right?
Right, right. That's kind of like an anaerobic gas collector kind of thing. Like,
I believe so.
that looks like some mad scientist stuff right there, Bernie. That's awesome.
Right? I gotta get all the jars, all the parts right first, and in order before you try to put the homunculus in.
The homunculus, that'll be awesome.
Right? But like on a serious note, like the first time I actually heard of the ingredients of a homunculus, I was like, I can't even show my jars anymore out of like just the fact that the self-arranging different like monoatomics and like gooey mixtures that it makes actually literally looks like a giant glob of exoplasm. I don't know. It's ridiculous. But
yeah, it kind of does. Kind of looks like an unconscious Slimer out of Ghostbusters.
Right, but then it's like the clouds and like the there we go. So I over the last day I rehung these two coils into the jar. They're not connected to anything, right? No current going in, just to see if it made a difference at all, and literally no difference whatsoever in the reaction rate of how much this guy is bubbling, and if it focuses in right. You get all the right angles set up before going live, and then when you go live, it just never wants to capture for some reason. I don't know if you can see it, but there's a constant stream of very small, tiny bubbles coming out of the core of that, not just the random sporadic big ones bursting up, both from the ground and from the nail, but from the top head of the nail, there's should be visible a constant stream of the little ones.
Nope, you can see it. It's just like a little cloud that comes off the whole top of the flat part of the nail.
Exactly, right? And that's what I suspect being the atomic hydrogen isotope. Hydrogens being formed out of this electrolysis process and reaction. So I'm going to, just to experiment and retest it, see, connect the coils there that are hanging back up to the negative end of the 5-volt connection, and then I'm going to insert another piece of pure zinc metal foil on the opposite side there as the anode, and then plug it back in to see what sort of reaction rate this little Lion reactor core thing here has in regards to that, if it like pauses production or whether it increases. We will see.
When I built my first hydrogen cell, I kind of wrapped them like a solenoid, except I did it bifilar, and I wrapped one I'd wrap one, and then I would give a nice solid gap, and then I would wrap the other one on the opposite direction, and then I'd do that successfully until there was 12 lines in each way, like opposite direction, so to speak. And I'll tell you, the hydrogen production I got was amazing. Like, so much. When I would light the water on fire, my windows would shake from the implosion. It was just awesome.
Really?
So maybe it's a suggestion you should try building a cell similar to that. 2 different types of metal.
Yeah, if you got an image or can draw up a little full
I could draw
diagram of
something
what
up
I should
for you.
do, I would love that. And sorry, Simon, finally emailing you right now completes the link to join if you're available or wish to, good sir. And all right, what else I was going to quickly show was I brought in a couple of other copper coil windings from outside that I had submerged that are currently now in this crystalline, pink crystalline state. I didn't see it. And now I just put it in with some just below boiling water and some extra new salt, regular table salt, to see what sort of reaction, if I can keep it going in the pink states and prevent them from fully oxidizing into the different outer nano layers. And when they're preserved in this active pink red state, they'll actually grow and continue to grow out crystals, these nanocrystal layers on the outside of all of the metal, which then start reflecting light and sparkling and glimmering. It's quite beautiful to see in sunlight, especially. I'm showing the bottom of this jar where you can see some little nanoplasmid clusters, and that they're all just suspended and suspended
anime
about 1.5 inches from the bottom, and it's still a 2-ounce silver anode, 2-ounce silver cathode connection going in, and it's created a little bit of an oxidized diatomic layer, so this would never be used for consumption and most likely highly toxic, but it will be added into some of the diatomic agricultural experiments usage.
I'm going to be attempting at making a forge sometime this summer. I don't know. I got a few things I have to finish, but when I get my forge done, I'd love to take some of your monoatomics and put it into an iron. It's an idea I have for mixing certain metals in order to see if I can crystallize it all in one direction. I'd love to add your monatomics to it. That would be just awesome.
100%, and I am 100% also on board with shipping you a bunch of them. I also have to ship, before I show those, I'm showing, this was the second setup I have that has a 1-ounce silver coin on the anode side, but I added just a tiny piece of pure zinc onto it, and the zinc is what formed. I also, at the same time, added a couple drops of my blood in with it simultaneously, and then it spontaneously started growing these nanotube layers, and that they only grew halfway down and it's like an exclusion zone of water throughout that layer that the nanotubes now are resting, and then that it stopped, and then there was another exclusion zone, but that the monoatomic material now floats and forms in its own second layer of both suspension and like active self arrangement. Also, the copper triple solenoid Magrav coil is still producing very small amounts of the atomic hydrogen. Every so often you can see the little bubbles coming up off of it as well. But it's like actually less, and probably exponentially less, like 10%, 5%, the amount that the Lion reactor with no electricity going into it currently is producing 80 to 100 or 90% more hydrogen off of it with no electricity going in, as opposed to the reactor here that does still have electricity going into it, but it's the silver coin anode that is delaying the reaction, and that I've kept them running and plugged in throughout the month to keep checking with like the moon cycle as it finally begins to become a full moon here in the next week, and then I'm going to restart the experiment, and it should, if keeps reproducing the exact same effects as before, produce way more of the monoatomics and be way more active, and that coil should also be way more active than when I replug it in on the full moon.
So you've noticed the difference? Oh, I got to dip out for just a sec. I'm just going to mute me, and I'll be back in, say, a few minutes. I got to go wake up my daughter.
Yeah, no worries, brother.
Thanks, man.
Thanks for hopping on, Gerald. And so what I'm sharing on screen now are some of the pictures of past experiments I've done where the monoatomics have done this spiraling vortex self-organization all on their own in different layers in different ways. And then in the bottom here, it's a couple of the pictures of the silver as it produces in different amounts throughout the cycle of a month of the moon cycle itself. And let's see. Show a few more. So as the month goes on, here also I'm showing this what the alchemists call the sulfur state, and when the anode side corrodes away, and then actually it's when you, there it's still the negative going in. Sorry, yeah. So the cathode's still going in, the anode has disconnected. All of a sudden, all the white and blue mono and diatomic materials instantly all turn to this yellow colored state, whatever combination it actually is. One of the reasons why I need to be able to get a mass spectrometer to like just test some of the materials, and that if indeed it does spontaneously react to become a sulfide, some sort of sulfoxide or sulfur hydroxide or something like that, that the sulfur would have magically transmutated from another element, whether it's the metal or the salt or the water, but some sort of cold fusion matter transmutation of one element to another to produce it into sulfur all of a sudden. And if that is the case, then potentially the red matter that I also produce and accumulate, that the ancient alchemists, as Isaac Newton describes as mercurial or mercury state of metal transmutations, potentially could be a mass transmutation of the salts, the water, or the metal into a half mercury, half whatever the monoatomics were, which, well, that would just change all of science, wouldn't it? And put a whole new perspective into the lost, suppressed mega science of super science of alchemy. All-encompassing metaphysical science, metaphysics science of alchemy. All right, so let's try to get this back onto showing the amount of hydrogen pumping up. I guess show. Okay. Also, so here you see the bigger clouds of coming off of this silver coin here throughout the month, and that there was this oxidized copper all around it, but there was the straight cloud of silver, monatomic silver, constantly being produced off of the anode here, and that as the month progressed, it waned and waxed with the actual moon itself, the amount that it was producing. You can see here, like drying up, but and then to nothing down there, and then all of a sudden there became a super moon, and boom, it completely filled up the bucket of the monoatomic silver, and that is when I realized that it was indeed attached to the moon cycle, and that it was a super moon that then, it just went from nothing to boom, filled up the bucket. And that is how she goes. There was no current going into this at this time, where it decides to do this self-organization swirling. And what does happen is I was adding extra water into it after a bunch of water had evaporated into these buckets, saltwater battery experiments, metal battery experiments, and that when you add the water in, it stirs everything up, and then after the stuff is stirred and it begins to settle, that is when this vortexing self-organization arrangements happen, and that it's all on its own accord that it does that. Here I'm also showing in this picture specifically the pure blue oxidized copper oxide in the syringe, and that as I put it into the jar, it instantly becomes this yellow reactive sulfur, what they call sulfur state of transmutation, even though it comes out blue and it goes in yellow. Here is a what I call a B battery, but it's essentially a type of or B reactor, something like that. The winding that I've come up with, it's based off of the Keshe-Magrev pain pen capacitor technology, and that was on an anode side, and that it's in those 4 or 5 different colored states of transmutational elements that Sir Isaac Newton describes. More of the sulfur states, the active states, that always there's this alternating, here it's the blue-green, usually it's blue-red, and that is the exact same copper winding in the exact same solution, and that all on its own it creates this alternating oxidization or hydroxidization reaction and layering, nano coating, lattice structuring, I guess, as well. And yes, I need to desperately get myself a power supply, a couple of variacs, a signal generator, as well as a bunch of different. I need more different gauges of copper wire, as well as other pure metal wires of different gauges to advance my different experiments, as well as sheets of different metals and metal alloys as well. All right, what else do we have here? Right, the different, and as soon as, so here's the thing, is that the silver monoatomic anode, it's evolved into, as the moon went to a complete waning and it's like, or waxing, whatever it is, where there was nothing, an empty moon, new moon, there we go, new moon. It created the shell, and then as soon as I disturbed it and punctured the self-organized layers of the different oxidized and hydroxidized monatomic materials there, or plasmid clusters, this yellowy bleeding essentially came out of it. What they're called, again, the sulfur state. And it happens when there's the live currents going in, and then as soon as the nanotubes that have built, such as the ones that are in the second jar here off the anode, these self-organized structures, when there's actual live current going through the reaction, switching over, I think you can finally see it, that it, and you disturb it, the tubes or the layers, it will instantly start producing this sulfur yellow layer instead. It's like how it bleeds, or it's interesting, but it's the sixth or fifth state that Isaac Newton states, the Alchemist states, the yellow sulfur state, and that it happens when these reactions or these self-organized layers get broken or disturbed, and then it just turns everything into the yellow, and any of the regular material, whether it was oxidized blue or white monoatomic, it instantly becomes the sulfur or the mercurial, these different states. So this is the reaction being, there's no actual electricity going into that. I just have these wires going over to other buckets that are next to it. But yeah, I added water that it mixes that up. It creates these different exclusion zone layers, and then it will usually go into the vortex spiraled self-organizing layers and structures as it then settles. Lots of these different jars and little cells and reactors that I have pictured here in their initial stages, like a lot of these pictures 5-6 years ago. When I made a lot of them, I still have them today, and that it can show the different states, developments that have happened of them. So these bottom two right here, the one orangish red reactive and the other blue fully reactive ones. When they started out, in fact, you're looking at them in these pictures 5 years ago, and they were the pure white monoatomic, but then between the different circuitry of the differentials of the solenoids and the connections that I make with them, they produced a whole bunch of hydrogen and reactions for many years and created the different transmutated states that they're in today. All right, so my droning voice is probably putting everybody to sleep right now. We are 32 minutes and 33 seconds in with 23 people watching, supposedly. It says it is 6:17 a.m. in Alberta Mountain Time. Good morning, good day to everybody here. I am not sure how I sound, but on that note, let's get back to playing the main feature. This is the start, and there's at least a second video of Wilian Donovan, and then, oh my goodness, he probably lists at least 200 different epic sounding free energy patents, designs, and builds, and explains how they work. It's just amazing. So I'll be playing that one immediately after this one. And depending how long I can keep on going, as it's now 33 minutes and 33 seconds exactly in.
Awesome.
It might be even a 6-hour stream, at which point I will also play the third video that is the Cognos 2013 question period session that is a panel including Dan Winters, Wilian Donovan, as well as several others that were a part of that lecture series.
So, Bernie, I'd love to go over some of the key points Dan Winter brings up through certain... Once you get to it in the video and stuff. I'm going to have to dip out and dip in, though, if you don't mind, just because I have a few things to do.
100%, brother. Like, absolutely.
Awesome.
That's what it's all about. And exactly, Simon Clement out there was like, oh, I'm still in bed. I'm like, oh, don't worry. This is at least 4 hours and probably going to be 6 or 7 by the time it's done. So you've got the link. Feel free to hop in at any point and hop out, and
awesome.
Right?
Awesome.
Can rewind, can pause it, and that's what it's all about. That's why it's the BurnEye Decade in Remix, and well, we've got Gelled, another, even more epic.
I can do some updates a little bit here and there, and on the alternator generator, I'm finally at the point now where it's going to be finished. So I've got one alternator that runs 110. It runs all my power tools, and then I've got the other alternator that is a welder, and then the third alternator on the system will charge a huge battery bank, and it does it all at the same time. So that's the complete generator now. I've finally at the point where I'm finishing it and putting it in the box and getting it done. So
I love that, and I can't wait to see more. Even and we'll have to talk more about that even after stream at some point as well, because I was just over at my mechanic friends, and he's got a whole bunch of extra alternators and stuff for me to start using, taking apart, and
Well, when I come out there, I'll either help you build one or I'll bring you one, whichever comes first.
Well, exactly. Both. We're gonna have both.
For sure.
You're gonna help me build one ahead of time and then bring another one out so we can have a couple going at the same time and make it even more epic.
And one thing I'll go over with you, or with everybody here, the alternator generator isn't to run your house completely. It's part of a formula that when you build a grow room in your house and you add the different parts that I have for it, will run your house for free.
It's a complete green energy, green room solution that is a hybrid, right? It's like disruptive technology, that it's not too disruptive. In fact, if anything, it's actually fully embracing their like ridiculous green climate change agenda and putting it in their face with the ultimate solution of here's your portion free, green, self-sufficient solution in the situation, and
Absolutely.
for everybody.
And I'll tell you this though, the system or the formula has a solar panel in it. But as most people would get, like, say, 1,000 watts or 2,000 watts for solar panels, this formula, you only need a 300-watt solar panel to run your full house, because there's other parts that are involved, like the alternator generator. There's a windmill component, windmill generator, but it's actually in your grow room. It's not being spun by the wind. It's being spun by the forced air that you exhaust out of your room through negative pressure.
See, and that's what Bob Greenyer especially has been stressing a lot lately. Well, actually forever in the systems, and that like everybody has to start understanding is like there's actually a lot of evidence in these EVO, in these cold fusion reactions, especially of this over unity energy situation, and then also understanding how inefficient our current combustion and electrical systems, motors and generation, transmission, all of it really is. And
it's very inefficient. Very. And we're going to change that, Bernie. We already are. We all are.
That's the
absolutely.
That's why it's 10 years on and revisiting some of these ideas and adding it to where we are, right?
And the next thing we're going to work on is ourselves. We'll get into that later.
Well, everybody should already be doing that every day, because that's where you start being the change you want to see by being that change you want.
It goes to one of the things that Dan Winter said in one of his lives when he was talking about a specific way of your chakra systems and how your body works and what you eat and how monatomics comes into play and all the elements and minerals in your body, and that it's awesome. We can get into that in the future for sure.
Yes, we always will. And actually, it's about all of it. And I think the health things we will do on Rumble and OdySee and Twitch specifically, which we are live on all of them right now as it is, and I'll post the links here in a minute. But before I start the Dan Winters video here, I just quickly want to go back outside and show for the agricultural experiments with this Ormus or GANs or monoatomics, colloidal waters. Essentially, it's all of those four that I just listed, but that some of the purple and white states of the gold, silver monoatomics, as they sat out in the sun and the moon over the last week, have changed their outer layers. And the funny thing is, it's not the water each time I rinse it that causes this reaction. Oh no, that just stirs everything back up. It's actually the outer layer that's exposed to the outside light of the sun and the moon that then is creating this change of colors that
like a shell?
show.
Kind of like a shell?
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just going to quickly log in and show this outside before playing the next video.
That sounds super cool. All this technology, everyone, it all goes back to, I guess, in the long form of things, what we eat. I mean, the electroculture, we're imparting electricity into the plants that are growing. And then, you add on the monatomic elements that originally come from deep within the soil. And the plants draw those into themselves. And as we harvest those plants and eat them, we get those monatomics naturally. But there are other methods in order to obtain those monatomics, which is what Bernie's working on. So awesome, just awesome connections.
as well as a lot of evidence and studies that show the human body and just cells and life do a lot of the transmutation inside the bodies and the cells of elements, just like when they're in this Ormus state or whatnot. And so this one, right, it's like this crazy brownish gold, and this one is a combination of gold and silver, and regularly it's purple. It started out purple, and all there's, that's why I do videos of it. That we go back a couple days in my live streams, or a week when I first started, you could see that it was like at least this purple, and now as I actually, sorry, I'm not going to stir it up later on. I'm going to pour the waters out as I do another rinse. But now I've rinsed all the salt out, that I'm starting to collect it to actually use them in watering the different planters and seeds and whatnot. But this one, it used to be all gold, and it was like straight up a gold tinge. That there's still a little bit at the bottom, you can almost see, but a layer now and a purple layer. The pure white has stayed pure white, blue teal pretty much, but the second blue teal gold, a lot more of the gold color coming out. Pink still pink, that purple still purple, this purple still purple, this purple getting a maroon layer on top, and that I can show that, you stir it up and boom, there's the purple back.
So that's all different stages of monatomics, basically.
Yeah, and yeah, exactly. And all of these are exact mixtures of gold, silver, and then also the big ones contain copper and zinc, as well as the gold and silver, all equal, or not equal, but different proportions and ratios. That the different states of the transmutation of metal elements described by Sir Isaac Newton in his alchemy writings, as well as several other ancient alchemists' writings.
That's awesome. Have you ever tried an experiment where you've taken one system of, the beginning process of monatomics and then meditated on it to see if it did any difference? I know it's kind of a bit of woo, but in alchemy,
so I have a witness. Well, there was a witness. I haven't talked to him in many years. Hopefully he's still around. Great guy. What the heck was his name? It will come back to me. But I was in my garage, the first garage alchemy lab that I turned into. It was silk screening lab, as well as where I started this alchemy electrolysis stuff. And that I had a setup running of like one of these buckets in the garage with the Magrav coils on the anode, and then like Magrav coils also on the cathode. And it was a couple of AA batteries that were powering it, and that it was like bubbling off the cathode like they always do, just like this one does, only this is connected to like the USB plug-in instead of a battery. And that it runs for about 3 days before the battery completely dies and it stops. And it had just done that like the night before, and this was like the second time that it had run out exactly after like the 3 days or whatever. My buddy came back. He's like, "Oh, I bet it's done, isn't it?" I'm like, "Yeah, it is." And we go inside, and I'm like, he's like, "How cool would it be?" Or no, I was like, "How cool would it be if I set my mind to make it go?" And I like went like me, and he's like laughing, and then all of a sudden it started bubbling again. It was just like,
that's awesome,
right?
Because monatomics are apparently connected to the inner energy that we have, right? Like our chakras or spirit, or call it what you will, prana, whatever. It's
plasma. It's a plasma state, and plasma state has consciousness within it.
Yeah, which I equate to spirit, but not everybody does.
Exactly,
I get it.
right? Certain amount. Ooh, also I've got a whole bunch of oh, that one's spring water. In the house I got distilled water now.
Yeah, I do a lot of my experiments with distilled water.
Aluminum jelly still growing. The crystal jelly.
Aluminum jelly.
Yeah,
You know
aluminum
what I
crystal
wondered?
jelly still going. See, now that's the thing, right? Well, it was like I I will frickin' murder someone if they ever try to like get me canceled claiming that these are all failed homunculus experiments, but like how bad does that look? Like
Well, I kind of wonder if you took that aluminum jelly and took it out of the jar, collected it, stuck your fingerprint in it, and then let it dry. Would it turn into some form of a solid state of aluminum with your fingerprint in it? It's just
oh
a thought.
yeah, a lot of times and that's what I've started taking a whole bunch of samples of and putting them in little small containers and stuff. Yeah, not urine containers. No, they're monoatomics, and then also jars full of different samples of the different stuff, starting to dry it out, letting them dry out. And it's all going to be going into a nice package to Bob Greenier to test and try out. Um, for instance, there's also like, look at this guy, copper coil, and these black nanocrystals growing layer on it.
What?
Yeah, no electricity going in, just the 3 jars connected to themselves, and that one of them has these massive black nanocrystals growing layer.
That's awesome. That's a new one on me. I'll tell you. I could see your copper already being like where your green is. That's your copper solution from your solid copper that's already been transmuted. But the black, that's amazing.
Right? So here's coils also. So it's like same salt water hooked up to itself, and then these straight copper coils instead are in this red pink state, just suspended and active, and that there's these new breakthroughs and claims in meta materials and material science of this red state meta material of metal elements, and that essentially that stuff is, and that this is it in a suspended animation cold state of it. And then here's a full reactive black nano coated Keshi coil through the caustic solution, and then you can show that this, you always have to make sure that the wire you're using is not coated in plastic, or even caustic will not eat through it and coat it, showing the little wires in there that didn't get have the reaction happen to them.
Can you replicate that pink solution with your copper anode in that?
Which
The one you just showed, or not pink, but red?
the red?
Yeah.
So this red state stuff, I have so much of it, my man. Like the red and the pink state stuff, like it's all over. And it stays in the suspended pink red state in the jars in a little bit of like the salt water, but it also like creates a layer of crystallization to stay active.
Wow. That's interesting.
It doesn't oxidize.
I wonder if that could be used in material sciences.
All of this stuff definitely can. It's huge developments, and I suspect that a lot of it is held in like different industrial or corporate or even states, classification, and yeah, exactly, and patents and whatnot.
Yeah, you're probably right about that, Bernie. That's some amazing work right there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So constantly working away and making different. Always just turning water into hydrogen and oxygen. Keshi says, it's all putting out fields and that, you're creating this good plasmatic field. And so it is alchemy. It's like the alchemist, it makes more sense of a lot of what the ancient alchemists described. And then the hilarious part is that you can't take everything the alchemist stated as literal, especially, I believe, like with for instance, the homunculus description, that I suspect that you don't have to go beat these animals to death and then like take their appendages or whatnot. It most likely has to do with talking about current or electricity or energy specifically, stuff like that.
Yeah, that and the monatomics in the blood that they were using, if that's what they were using.
Oh, exactly. And that when they're taking the oils, the essence, the spirit of plants or like animals, whatever, they're literally just taking the amino acids, the DNA, and the different life chemicals.
The core of it. Yeah.
Real science, the chemistry, the electrobiochemistry of it all.
When I first got into chemistry, I was learning how to make 100% pure THC. And it's a bit of a process, takes about 12 to 16 hours to do. But when you get to the essence before making pure THC, it comes out as a golden, thick oil. So you're absolutely right. It's like the essence of the plant.
See, look, there's the gold on the bottom, yet the white, purple layers. And there's the white monoatomic layer again. See, and like that's the reaction that happened from the sun and the moon being.
That's significant.
Yeah, and like nothing else changed, and like that one was still purple. Like oh man, it's like magic stuff, and like Harry Potter like dream or memory pools and whatnot, like witch cauldron frickin' things or oracle bulbs. I suspect this stuff might have something to do with it.
You could be correct. I don't know. That's a interesting thought. Do you document or keep notes?
No, I don't have like 10 frickin' full journals full of all my decades of science notes. Definitely not. No idea what you're talking about, Gerald.
Good. Right. I'm glad you don't have any
interaction.
I'll be right back. You have no idea what I'm talking about. That's awesome. That's great.
Oh, that's a bad light angle, eh?
Oh, it kind of looks neat. It's glowing.
It does. It does. And like, look at the yellow-orange layer that's forming there too. It's just fascinating
what
stuff.
Is that? Of course, it's monatomics to some degree or at a different stage.
Plasmid, yeah.
That's crazy cool.
More reasons why I need access to the mass spectrometers, and also why I will be sending several samples over to Mr. Wonderful Bob Greenier.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see what kind of results he gets testing.
Right?
Considering how much product you have, yeah, that'll be awesome. Because there'll be a whole range, I'm sure, of different elements that come out.
Exactly, right? All right, yes. This is epic. I'm going to let it play for about 5 or 10 minutes and stop it when he talks about the Calgary stuff and the plasma worm and like the what and the Bon Po and all this stuff. Like, do you know what I'm talking about?
Plasma worm. I have a theory on that. That's awesome. We'll talk about it once we get to it.
Right. And like, I wonder now about all of these, like, the forest fires and like the just massive fires, and it's like, are those like plasma dragon worms or something, flame worms eating stuff up? And then you see all like the flame nados now, like the actual like flame fire tornadoes.
Yeah, flame
nados.
Yeah.
It's like, is that a worm portaling in?
Ooh, interesting thought. I wonder if it's underground volcanoes that are being activated as well. I don't know. Just a thought, right?
That sense and
Yep. Go for it, Bernie.
How's the sound?
To understand.
It's good.
It's wonderful to feel so much appreciated and loved when we come here. Thank you to the Spanish heart. Thank you to the spirit and gentleness that is the Spanish culture. It's a beautiful thing. So the title of today's lecture is called The Flame in the Mind. The Flame in the Mind. The concept here is that if we understand how you make a fire, how you make a flame with your mind, that we will also understand the solution to zero-point energy, free energy, implosion energy, and fusion. So if we understand how you make a fire with your mind, if we really understand the physics of consciousness, the flame in the mind, we'll understand the solution to our energy crisis, the solution to fusion, the solution to plasma. So to begin, I want to tell a little story. I used to be privileged to be invited to speak at the Cherokee Shaman conferences in Sunray Meditation Society in Vermont, sponsored by the famous Dahani Wahu, who was a very famous Cherokee grandmother and shaman. And actually, I feel her energy as I speak her name. And one day I was doing a lecture there, and this is just incidental, but we were teaching about some origins of the alphabet work. And you know how we've talked for years about how alphabet letters make a flame in your mind. We'll play the animations later.
You will.
But I was
when you
showing
the
Dahani Wahu, the Cherokee, the Native American, I was showing them the sacred letters of the Ophanim Enochian here, the angel alphabet, Ophanim. Many of you have seen this. And she said, oh, that's the sacred alphabet of our star elder ancestors, the Adawi. And so she recognized this alphabet as the origin of Cherokee from the pure geometry of sacred alphabets. It was fun, it's fascinating. But that's not the story I want to tell right now. The story I want to tell you right now is what happened next. They had constructed a circle of trees for what they called the Cherokee Sacred Council of Elders. They called it the Arboretum. And the young Cherokee shaman, who for that year had been in training to become initiated and honored as a shaman in the Cherokee culture. And they had to prove that they had learned. And one of the things they had to do is they set this little brush in front of them, and they would sit there and focus. And if they could light the fire with their mind, then they were initiated. That was their test. And we watched. Now, there's another culture that does something very similar. Has anyone ever heard the English term, the Bon Po? You know, the Bon Po master of Tibet? Well, in English, we have a term for a fire. It's called the bonfire. Do you know where the term bonfire comes from? It comes from the Tibetan Bon Po. And what do the Tibetan Bon Po do? They light a flame, a fire with their mind. It's called the bonfire. Now, when the Tibetan Bonpo, when they light the flame, they have a massive ritual. We learned about this in Calgary with a wonderful sponsor of our lectures there, Terry Willard, Wild Rose College in Calgary, Canada. And they invite the Tibetan Bonpo there, and they come and they do this massive ritual. They would bring a truckload of sacred herbs, and they would pour them into this giant bonfire. And the bonfire would be lit, and it would be midwinter, and this fire would go like hundreds of feet into the sky. It was a huge flame that would burn for days. And that flame on the land in a very special place would accomplish incredible healing. Incredible healing. Now, I mean, there were stories told. It comes from the Tibetan Bonpo.
Sorry.
And what do the Tibetan Bonpo do? They light a flame, a fire with their mind. It's called the bonfire. Now, when the Tibetan Bonpo, when they light the flame, they have a massive ritual. We learned about this in Calgary with a wonderful sponsor of our lectures there, Terry Willard, Wild Rose College in Calgary, Canada. And they invite the Tibetan Bonpo there, and they come and they do this massive ritual. They would bring a truckload of sacred herbs, and they would pour them into this giant
All right, I got that written down.
bonfire. And
So I literally born and raised in Calgary, Alberta, and live here right now. So I will be looking into this Terry Willard and this Wild Rose College because, well, it's been a decade and I need to get to this bonfire and see this plasma worm and connect with these spiritual people and leaders of both the Cherokee as well as the Tibetans and all of these epic wisdom elders of humanity. So if that's happening in my backyard, we need to be a part of this or at least get them on.
So, Bernie, check this out. The ancients, when they did this, as Dan Winter stated, they would make a circle of trees, right? And now he's talking about a plasma worm. Well, those circle of trees, because they acted as antennas and they were directly connected to ground, would act a lot like a field of force, right? And
Yes.
that would concentrate all their what's the word I'm looking for? Basically, it would create a plasma tube that goes straight up into the sky because it's a circled area with all these people concentrating and going through the ritual, creating a form of energy that goes straight up because it's directed by the circle of
beam, a conscious beam of like creative intent. And
it's all the same principle that goes way back to the pyramids and even before that. It's one basic principle. It's amazing.
An astral travel circle or like an intergalactic.
That containment of energy allows you to direct that energy, right? And that's what I believe the ancients knew by doing their circle of trees. It's the same effect. It's a circle of antennas.
Right. And I guarantee that when the moon and the sun occult and when they're at the solstices and equinoxes, that probably exponentially increases.
Absolutely.
Or opens some sort of portals with that.
I believe it electrifies the air to some degree, whether it's a negative polarity or positive polarity. I'm not sure. It depends on if it's a full moon or.
I bet you're right.
Yeah, and I think it has a lot. It amplifies what they're doing. So yeah, that's just a theory.
Right on, but all of these theories, that's what real science is all about, and that's what like progression and development and connecting and getting us there is all about. And this elevating into this new age of grand awakening and ascension while alive. You know, like fuck the cults that want you to sip the Kool-Aid that you end up dead to ascend. No, we need to build this heaven on earth and ascend up and, you know, put everything in our hands first and free everything and build a paradise to then join the rest of the universal galactic interdimensional forever time of paradise that is, or something like that. Who knows? Smoked a lot of weed before I started. Back to Dan Winters.
The bonfire would be lit, and it would be midwinter, and this fire would go like hundreds of feet into the sky. It was a huge flame that would burn for days. And that flame on the land in a very special place would accomplish incredible healing. Incredible healing. Now, I mean, there were stories told there in Calgary, this giant ancient dragon current, and there were people that claimed to see the dragon come out of the land, and we now know what that is. That's a plasma worm. That's a charged envelope. Yes, it's a living being. Yes, it's an elemental. And yes, it's living charged plasma. And how did it get there? It was attracted. It was attracted to the flame. Now I want to tell you another story. There is a partner and friend of ours in Budapest. His name is George Edgley. And he is rather famous for carbon powder plasma fusion. And he claims that indeed he has a net energy gain when you have fusion in carbon powder. You know, Rossi and Defcalion, they're doing fusion with nickel powder. Well, Edgley is doing fusion with carbon powder. Now, interestingly, Dr. Edgley claims that the part of the carbon powder in the flame, and by the way, he doesn't have $1 billion government budget. He uses a $100 microwave oven, actually. And he puts the carbon powder in there, and at a certain pressure and temperature, there is plasma. And the plasma does fusion. And he claims there's a net energy gain during fusion. Now, this is the holy grail of science, the holy grail of physics. Is it in fact possible to gain energy during fusion? You know what gaining energy during fusion would be? That is in some way that you gain energy during collapse, during compression, during implosion. Non-destructive compression, implosion, fusion, and gaining energy during collapse. These are all terms for the same thing. Now, Dr. Edgley claims that the part of the carbon powder that does the fusion is what he calls a carbon nanotube. You know what a carbon nanotube is? It's like a helix of single carbon atoms. But you know what carbon nanotubes are famous for? The geometry of a carbon nanotube is called a fullerene, as in Buckminster Fuller. And Buckminster Fuller was actually a good friend of mine. In fact, I have to say that I learned personally from Bucky Fuller this, from the what he called the vector flexor. This would be an example of non-destructive collapse. Cube octa, ecosa. Actually, there's a dodeca in there, octa. So this is called the jitterbug, as it was properly called by Bucky. And he taught me that personally. And it further collapses, as you know, into the tetra. So you had cube octa, ecosa, dodeca, octa, and tetra. All part of one implosive collapse. Anyway, years later, when science discovered what single carbon atoms, how they like to unpack or nest. They named that structure Buckminster fullerene after my friend Bucky Fuller, the inventor of the geodesic dome and the Dymaxion car. And they named it Buckminster fullerene because it looked like this. A geodesic dome. Actually, a stellation of dodeca, ecosa, dodeca, ecosa, dodeca, ecosa. We call this the Star Mother kit. It's available here. And Dr. Edgley claims that the part of the carbon that does fusion is this part. So what is it about this geometry that enables fusion, implosion, the perfect plasma flame? Well, the fun part well, first of all, Dr. Edgley now with our team we're doing the calorimetry with one of the world's leading plasma fusion experts, actually, and we're going to prove, this science is advancing quickly in the field of fusion energy. But I want to tell you about the spiritual lesson here. This to me I won't say it's more exciting than the physics, but this is the climax of the physics, is the spiritual lesson. And let me tell you what's most exciting then about the carbon powder fusion, which is, here's Edgley in his lab, and he's got these little glass balls, and inside it there's this glowing plasma of carbon fusing. And it's claimed that atomic transmutation, alchemy, real alchemy, is happening.
Sister Tranquil.
The term alchemy comes from alchem. Chem, K-H-E-M, was the original name for Egypt because it meant from the place of the blue-black blood. Blue-black blood.
Blue-black blood. And, well, there's blue, there's red, and the coils I show are black. So I almost wonder if that is the alchemical talking of live electric chemistry. And speaking of live, we have Gerald, his birthday, live with us today. Happy birthday, Gerald. We just found out it was Gerald's birthday when his brother reminded him. Happy birthday.
I forgot. My brother came in, wished me happy birthday, gave me a gift. It's like, oh yeah, right.
And shout out to Esra Mindful Exposures, who made this epic logo, Lord of the Dings, the Fellowship of the Dings, in honor of Dutch Synths. And I forwarded it on to him on Instagram, but I'm not sure if he uses Instagram Messenger. So I just finally emailed it to him, because I'm sure once he sees this, it will absolutely make his day, if not his week, because it's so epic. And one love, Sarah. I hope you're doing good. Mindful Exposures, and thank you for joining in.
Yeah, thanks everybody. You guys rock.
This community rocks, right?
Darn straight, man. Straight up, they rock.
We love you all. You all make this possible, and it's epic. It's only going to get more epic. And we have Dan Winter describing some extremely epic, to my work, to your work, to Jeremiah's work, and especially Bob Greenier, Martin Fleischman's work here, this plasma fusion, which is also a type of these cold fusions, and that the plasma fusion specifically that a lot of them referring to are in the arc, the ball lightning, this EVO fusion plasma, but that monoatomics, when added into that, take that fusion, the level of nuclear fusion and cold fusion that can happen with matter exponentially up in that lower energy state into hard solid matter, as well as then my suspicions that the key is then to be doing it and creating those plasma arc ball lightning and in controlled frequencies and field bubbles within the electrolysis saline solutions, and that will be the key of one day essentially making the Star Trek generates anything matter microwave machine thingy. But anywho,
I wanted to add one quick point to Dan Winter's work. One of I'll say my second coil, one of the biggest coils, something that's been deemed the hopper. It has the tetrahedron, the octahedron, the hexahedron, the icosahedron, and the dodecahedron's mathematics incorporated into the design. So he's definitely onto something, let's just say that. Or maybe it's me that's onto something. I don't know. Take it as you will.
I say both.
Perhaps.
And I say everybody are in this community. And epic, awesome. We got JP joining us in 5 as well. And yeah, it's so shitty. They cut Dutch's internet for over a week now, and like I've started to notice and record and document several mysterious internet disconnections and interruptions on my end now, pretty much at least every second time I go live, and it Jeremy Reese also experiencing it a lot, but that they've actually cut out Dutch's for a week now is ridiculous. But yeah, so I just emailed it to him, and now I'm re-emailing him this one more time to make sure it goes through and he gets it, as well as the link to this stream. And I'm telling him to use his phone and join us, because he doesn't have any internet because they keep screwing him. But that's the great thing about StreamYard. You can use your phone when needed. All right. Back to Dan Winters.
Enki's blood, Hermes. They were the black pharaohs. And it came to mean from the place of the bucanero, the black hole. So chem, as in alchemy and chemistry, transliterated means access to the place of the black hole. Literally, ability to make a black hole is how you transliterate the word chem, as in chemistry, alchemy. And when the early biblical scholars in the Bible, when they said, I will raise a Shem, a chem, I will raise a Shem unto the Lord, that word Shem,
shout out Shem,
which became our word Sheman, a shaman, as in a Cherokee shaman, a Sheman. In the Bible, the word Shem, I will raise a Shem unto the Lord. When you now read the Bible, that is your word, the altar in the church. So an altar in a church is actually a Shem. Now, Zechariah Sitchin, he studied this term, Shem, from Sumerian for years. And finally, he decided to translate the word Shem to mean highward fire stone, a firestone that goes into the sky. Literally a flame. So some kind of stone that makes plasma into a flame is the definition of altar in the church. Now, you know that if you put the stones in Stonehenge in the right geometry, it creates a flame of electric charge that dramatically causes seeds to germinate better and faster. So this is some kind of flame also, isn't it? It's a plasma flame. Now, the fun part of what Dr. Edgley is doing, and you can see pictures at greentechinfo.eu, greentech, T-E-C-H, info.eu. Dr. Edgley in Budapest, carbon powder plasma fusion. Here's the fun part. This is what I'm challenging you scientists here with me today. I'm challenging you to explain this to me. Dr. Edgley is quite sure that when he has this plasma flame going, that anybody nearby that has a cold or an infection or is sick is healed. Oh yeah. This plasma fusion is absolutely, measurably a bioactive field, a healing field. You get plasma fusion going correctly, the opposite of fission, and suddenly everyone nearby is healed. Hello? Ask him. It's real. It's serious science. So now here we are, serious scientists. We need to know what it is about that kind of plasma flame that causes healing. Here are some clues. There's a famous French scientist named Priory who used what's called a phase conjugate dielectric field. The Priory device, P-R-I-O-R-E. Priory, very famous. Tom Bearden wrote about it extensively. Bill may mention it after me. But the Priory device was implosive plasma, phase conjugate optics and dielectrics, phase conjugate optics and dielectrics, a flame. And in there, the French government documented in that field, thousands of cases of cancer were healed, documented by the government. Elizabeth Rauscher took the same frequencies, which are called phase conjugate, for magnets, and did an FDA study, showed dramatic pain reduction inside the compression flame, the compression field. The same frequencies, phase conjugate magnetics. And we can show you the equation for those frequencies later. It's called phase conjugate magnetics. Now, I don't want to get into the really fancy physics right away. I want us to really grok the meaning of this, the implication of this. And so I want to really get to this issue of how you make a flame with your mind, because if you knew how, you would be steering tornadoes, you would be making plasma fusion energies, you would be a sun god, you know? You'd be the Holy Grail, right? So I'm asking you and me today if we can learn how to make a flame with our mind. And I'm asking you as an electric engineer. You know that for many years, my partner Valerie and I have been traveling the world, and I pioneered a technology called the Bliss Tuner. Bliss Tuner. And with the Bliss Tuner, we were able to measure. This is a lady in Australia having a bliss experience. And just at this moment right here, she's going, ah, ah, ah. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 harmonics in her brain waves precisely at golden mean ratio. There's been a lot of discussion here in this conference already about golden mean ratio. Well, I pioneered the measurement of golden mean ratio in brain waves. This is, on the right is your right hemisphere, on the left is the left hemisphere. This is the delta, theta, this is the alpha in the brain waves. This is alpha at around 8.5 hertz there. And you see, when these lines line up here, the computer is telling us that she has achieved golden mean ratio between the frequency of the alpha, which is here, and the frequency of the beta, which is here. There it is. In fact, maybe I'll just pause that a moment. Yeah, so from here at 8.5 hertz to here at just under 14 hertz, the ratio between the frequencies of the alpha and the beta, is golden mean. Now, so this led me to hypothesize that golden mean ratio in brain waves correlated to peak perception, bliss, euphoria, ecstasy. And others before me had worked in that direction. My good friend, Professor Konstantin Korotkov in Russia, did a lot of work in that area. So we came up with a model of what is peak perception, golden mean ratio in EEG. And it kind of looks like this. This is what your brain waves are doing. Your brain waves are making these harmonics called a caduceus, which in physics is called conjugating phases. Conjugate means to add and multiply recursively, which is exactly what only golden mean ratio allows. So you get these two, we call it two pine cones kissing noses. Did I put that animation in here? When two pine cones kiss noses, oh, here we have the pine cones kissing noses. Here's the two pine cones right here on the bottom right. Right there. You see the two pine cones right there? The two purple pine cones right there. Now, your brain waves are making those harmonics, and the point between where they cross, right at the center, is where you make a flame in your mind. You're creating compression. It's called a phase conjugate model of compression. You know, when you have Kundalini, you feel this intense burning fire in your pineal gland. I've been there for 30 years, so I kind of know what that is. And we now know where that flame in your mind comes from. It's called a phase conjugate model of perception. Now, as I began teaching this, I met another scientist who was also teaching that perception is caused by phase conjugation, the caduceus, recursive adding and multiplying. His name is Stephen Lehar. And he said, yes, it's true that the way when you see a gestalt, a whole image, the way you auto-determine the boundary conditions, that you self-organize your relationship to the whole, the only way to explain that, he says, is a phase conjugate model of perception. Now, here's another clue. I'm going to give you a few more clues, and then we're going to try to answer the puzzle. Here's the next clue. The clue to what makes a flame in the mind. Here's the next clue. The fact that focused human attention causes electric fields to compress. It's well documented and it's measurable. This is the book, it's called Conscious Acts of Creation, by one of the most famous physicists, a good friend at the time is Bill Tiller, Stanford University. And he showed dozens of examples that when people focus their attention, it causes electric fields to compress. It causes compression, implosion. Basically, charge is concentrated in the presence of focused human attention. So electrically, we know for sure that when you're about making a flame in your mind, it causes the electric field around you to compress. Now, Bill Tiller never explained how that happens. Our job today is to do that. Now I'm going to give you another clue. There's another famous person. His name is Ingo Swann. My friend Bill Donovan, who's speaking after me today, helped me understand this. I'd like to acknowledge Bill for this part of it. Bill pointed out that when they found out that Ingo Swann, he was a famous psychic, you might have heard of him. He did remote viewing to the backside of the moon and discovered there's some astral parasites there, very messy. But Ingo Swann was famous that when he used his focused attention, call it psychokinesis, that it would restore damaged trypsin enzymes, life. So he could create life with his attention. We can understand how now, because the enzymes were restored to life by his attention for the same reason that seeds germinate faster in a compression field like Stonehenge. Very measurable. So the physicists, the scientists, and the link to this conversation, the web link to this conversation, are in the web link which is dedicated to this lecture today. That's the link where all of the material from today's lecture is located, fractalfield.com/conjugate mind. The mind that conjugates together stays together. I mean, the family that lives together loves together. So, what is a conjugate mind? So, it turns out that the scientists decided to review Ingo Swann's ability to make a flame with his mind. And they put a thermistor that was sensing temperature at a distance. Now, by the way, if you want to do what the tokamak and all the fusion projects are trying to do but failed, all you have to do is control heat at a distance. If you can control heat at a distance, for example, through a metal container, you are the answer to plasma fusion. It's called plasma containment. It's the biggest problem out there. Ask Nassim. He talks about it all the time. Didn't figure out the answer, but he knows the question. So, to be able to control the heat at a distance means you have control of fusion. So they did some studies with Ingo Swann because he seemed to be able to control heat at a distance. So here's a thermistor. Instead of a flame, it's a temperature sensor. And they put it at a distance, and sure enough, he focuses, and the thermistor starts to get hot. Flame with your mind. So they said, we got to figure out how he's doing that. So they put a metal screen between Ingo Swann and the thermistor, and they grounded that metal screen. Now, if you're an electrical engineer like Bill, you know that no electromagnetic normal frequency, no radio waves, no microwave, nothing is going to get through a metal screen that's grounded. Nothing. Guess what? Consistently, through the grounded metal screen, Ingo Swann could radiate his focus, that thermistor, make a flame with his mind at a distance through the screen. That means that he was using some kind of wave that can go through anything. Does that sound like God to you? Does that sound like the spiritual literature about the Holy Ghost? Hello? Well, it turns out that there is one kind of wave in physics that can go through just about anything. It's called a longitudinal wave. I'll show you a picture. So, what we're saying in this lecture is that the solution to naturally centripetal wave nature of mind and consciousness is also the implosive solution to zero-point energy and fusion. The perfect flame is a fire that does not consume. If you ever studied the priests of Atlantis and their Troy stone, their fire crystal in Atlantis, they called it the flame that does not consume. You know what perfect compression, perfect fractal implosion is? It's called non-destructive compression because it does not consume. It's a flame without heat. It's a cool fire. That would be a good bumper sticker on your way to a rock concert or a rave, wouldn't it? The cool flame. So science has a name for that. It's called phase conjugate dielectrics and optics. It's self-organizing, it's naturally centripetal, and it is plasma containment. So what kind of wave can do that? Well, they're basically, well, there's more than two, but we're going to talk about two kinds of waves in physics here. And again, thanks to Bill Donovan on this stuff. So most of your electromagnetic signatures are a wave that looks like this. It's called a transverse wave. Oops. Whereas on the bottom, this is another kind of wave. It's called a longitudinal wave. See, transverse waves go like this. That's transverse. Longitudinal waves go like this. That's longitudinal. Longitudinal waves, like sound waves, can go through almost anything, including the metal screen. So here is an animation of what it would look like inside your brain. This is your right hemisphere of your brain, and this is the left hemisphere of your brain. And here are two longitudinal waves here. They're compression waves like this, okay? Now, if your brain learns how to do this, like Ingo Swann did, then you can light a flame with your mind. Now, it's interesting that there's a simple way to prove this, very simple. All we have to do is, when we're measuring the golden ratio in EEG here, all we have to do is prove that the right hemisphere and the left hemisphere are exactly 180 degrees out of phase. So one's going up, one's going down, like this. It's called phase discipline or phase ratio, 180 out of phase, like dancing. So that would mean, if we measured it and if we proved it, that at this point, you can kind of see it here. Let me see if I can get this up here again. See if you can see it. Right here, when the two pine cones are kissing noses, and the bottom right in red, you see how this wave here, if I could stop it, and it's like right there. So this wave here, the red wave on top, as it reaches where the pine cones kiss noses in the center, the one wave is going one way, and it has to meet the other pine cone going in the opposite direction, 180 degrees out of phase. You might call that getting screwed. But it actually means the way two screws cross. And the way they would meet perfectly is and when that happens, it would create a longitudinal wave. And longitudinal waves would enable you to make a flame with your mind. Now, it turns out that there's very few scientists in the world who know how to make longitudinal waves, sadly. It's sad. But
you want to pause?
Compare that image. Compare the image we were just looking at about pine cones kissing noses. Compare that to what's called...
Yeah, well, let's talk about longitudinal waves, actually, because this is kind of an interesting topic.
Right? Absolutely. And welcome, Jeremiah. We have Exotic Propulsion, a.k.a. Join the Technicians, as well as Gerald, WPG Enlightened for Truth too. And I encourage both of you or either of you to stream any portion of this to your channel if you'd like to, or to Facebook, or to Twitter, or to Twitch, or to Rumble, or to OdySee. And I mention all of them because I am streaming all of them right now. And yes, I'm going to shut up now and take it away, guys.
Well, you definitely get some points for multi-streaming in terms of the number of platforms which you simultaneously are transmitting data to. it would be awfully hard to get rid of all of it.
Absolutely.
Exactly the point, right?
That is indeed the point. It's a shame that we can't count on this platform anymore. You know, the primary platform is still going to be YouTube, but Google has really screwed us.
Yeah, they like to definitely control the output. You could say.
And of course, your communist dictator leader out there, where you guys are located, has not helped with his various builds.
What, True Dumb? True Dumb, the crime sinister? I don't know what you mean.
Trust in judo? Trust in judo.
There you go. There's no justice in the meaning of his name, I'll tell you.
It's almost unreal. I mean, still, thinking about this from the state's perspective, like, we kind of rebelled. And
let's go, Brandon. Hey, welcome, Paul Knight, What the Flock TV in the house. Good to see you, brother. And for those that don't know What the Flock TV, you need to check out Paul Knight, What the Flock TV. Every video he does, absolutely mind melting, then explodes, then talks about it and puts your brain back together again by the end of it. It's awesome.
We could all flock off to Flock TV. It's awesome. I'm just kidding. That was a bad pun, I know.
I'm sadly not familiar with Flock's channel with any of the content, so I'm not even sure.
Start off with the cymatic video one.
Oh yeah, yep.
No, in terms of producing
scalar waves.
Well, yes. So scalar waves, longitudinal waves. A scalar wave is not a technically correct term. So I want to just start out by clarifying what the heck people mean by a scalar wave and what Bearden meant by scalar wave when he talks about that concept. If you take a terminal, an electrically conductive terminal like a stainless steel ball or a copper ball or even a plate, doesn't matter what it's made of, and you either remove electrons from it or you add additional electrons to it, they have an electric field, every single one of those things, that flows up the wire and distributes itself across the surface of the plate. Now, the nature of those electric charges is that they're going to try to push away from each other within the stationary medium of the conductor, so they'll try to move towards the surface. And in that case, you're going to get a concentration of charge on the surface, and so your full electric potential from whatever number of imbalanced charges have been added or removed will show up on the surface, and you can detect that with an oscilloscope or with an electrometer. There's a lot of different devices to detect the electric field. Here's the thing. Everything in this universe travels in the form of waves. So an electric potential, say the charge from an individual electron, doesn't instantly reach the farthest edges of the universe. It has to travel out, and it tends to travel out at velocity c if there aren't other contributing factors. And we'll get into that too. How to produce a longitudinal wave involves the contributing factors. But in terms of the scalar wave, if you just simply charge up some metal object, some conductive object, it will produce what we call a scalar wave, which is a scalar potential that propagates out at velocity c. And that propagation is the wave that's referred to as a scalar wave. So even though a scalar is a point potential, it can still propagate throughout space-time in the form of a wave. A longitudinal wave, however, is a type of scalar potential that's been focused and has a single vector axis direction, which means it's propagating basically in an arrow-like direction instead of spreading out omnidirectionally like it normally would in a scalar wave. So the difference is scalar waves are omnidirectional, longitudinal waves are highly directional.
So go
ahead. No, go ahead.
Just to clarify in layman's terms, so your scalar wave would basically come outside of the middle point of your system, whereas a longitudinal wave is a focused beam of that wave. Is that correct?
Yeah, and the difference is, well, it's pretty much correct. I mean, you don't necessarily say a scalar will come out of the side. It's going to come out kind of in all directions, and your scalar potentials are going to be the summation of all potentials that exist in that entire system.
So like a field.
In space-time, they're going to be, there's going to be some arbitrary vector value if you take in all the charge differentials in that single point at that single place in time and measure them. There's going to be a difference in the scalar potential.
So it would be somewhat like what some people consider a field around the system itself.
Exactly. In fact, I should have described it that way, and you've said it better than I did. A scalar wave is the propagation of the field potential or the field flux.
Right, I
charged
get
particles.
that. Yeah, that's awesome. That's
So here's the
awesome.
difference. A scalar wave happens whenever you add or remove charges from some metallic conductor. In order to produce a longitudinal wave, there is another factor that has to be added. And in order to account for this, we need to at least clarify that space-time is polarizable, aka the polarizable vacuum model. So lots of highly intelligible people have delved into this category, and the reason why it's generally ignored is in current physics paradigm, what we have is something called the gauge factor, which means it assumes the scalar potential for all points in space-time, whether it's the magnetic scalar in form of J curl tensor, or whether it's the electric potential, which is your E field scalar. No matter what your scalar potential is and what form it happens to be in, it's assumed to be symmetrical, uniform, and equal at every single point in the universe. But that's, of course, ludicrous, because nothing in terms of physics can work electrodynamically if it was uniform. In fact, the very transmission of a radio wave or an electric potential at all is a demonstration of the non-uniformity, meaning that there's a concentration of the electric potential at one point that's not shared at all other points in the entirety of the cosmos.
Kind of like the potential between ground, like the Earth, and our atmosphere. They say every 3 meters is 100 volts potential. Is that what you mean by that?
Well, basically, what I mean is that if you wait any amount of time and the signal isn't changing either position or amplitude, it's not going to have a radiation value, meaning that there's no dynamic modification in the amplitude of either epsilon or mu. But if we change the position or we change the number of charges, we get a change in those factors. With the longitudinal wave, though, and this is kind of the important part, we've seen this in Eugene Pogkanov's impulse beam experiments. We've seen this in Becker and Batts. Bidirectional forces generated by accelerated electrons. We've seen this actually in quite a few different categories, including the now missing and gone black projects, Black Brains project, which was doing similar to Pogkanov stuff and had optimized it to the point where it was operating at room temperature. So here's that third factor. You have to, in order to produce a longitudinal wave, you have to have three things. One, you need a scalar potential. Two, you need a difference in that field propagation, which means that you have more potential at one point of the system than you do at the other. And third, you need, here's the key, acceleration or deceleration. So we're going to classify those as the same third point, acceleration or deceleration. Both are the necessary third factor for producing a longitudinal wave. So a longitudinal wave is kind of like a bow shock. Yep. It's almost like a compression of the electric fields. And because the electric fields are traveling out at the velocity of light, when you accelerate a charged particle and it continues to accelerate along one single directional axis vector per particle, then it will have a compression of its electric field, whatever happens to be positive or negative. It'll have a compression of that same field potential in the direction that it's moving into. And behind it, there will be something called a wake field, where there's less of that same potential. So if you say take an electron and you use a particle accelerator to move it away from yourself very quickly, you will see that electron as not having a negative charge, but in fact possessing a positive charge. And its positive charge will start out at low acceleration. It'll become less and less negative until it basically becomes virtually zero. But at a point, there will be actually an appearance of it having a positive charge because it's already pre-polarized the space it was sitting in before acceleration. And so now that's quote unquote gauged out. And when you accelerate it, now it has to re-gauge its new position. So it shows a positive. However, on the front side of it, as it's traveling towards you, it's going to appear even more negative than it normally does just sitting at rest. And that's because it's experienced an acceleration. So there's a compression of its field. Now, that's effectively the explanation for inertia as well, because we see with the magnetic moment of the neutron, the positive charge of the proton, the negative charge of the electron, and these three things compared against the absolutely not zero scalar potentials of the vacuum, we can now have a fairly accurate justification for what the heck inertia is and where mass comes from by simply considering the electric charge potential of these particles and understanding that the acceleration creates this sort of wake field and bow shock in space-time.
So would a good analogy be like dropping a stone in a still pond, and as the stone goes below the surface of the water, it creates a dip. So that wave that surrounds the stone is the charged particle that's at a different potential, and as it goes out, its potential leaves it and it balances back to a still pond. Would that be correct in an analogy?
That would be a perfect analogy for the gauge factor and the regauging constant that takes place.
Right.
Right, and that's basically what we've come to accept, is that, hey, once you drop a stone in the water and the ripples travel out of it, that we're now considering that water level. Well, right now in physics, it's kind of ludicrous. If you take a small container and you drop a stone into it, the water level is obviously going to go up because it's being displaced by the volume of the stone. But in physics today, we consider that the volume has not been displaced at all. We just say, well, there's only so much water, so the same amount of water is there, and we're not going to worry about the total volume because there's only that amount of water. Well, that's, like I said, that idea is ludicrous. It prevents any kind of understanding for antenna physics, radio physics, transmission or emission or radiation of any kind of electromotive signals. And so it all comes down to the major error that happened with Heaviside Gibbs. And Heaviside and Gibbs got together and reformulated Maxwell's complicated equations for something that was designed to be engineered into the electric power grid of the United States, which wasn't a thing yet, but was quickly becoming one. Engineers couldn't understand Maxwell or the complexity of Faraday's system, so Heaviside and Gibbs got together and simplified it. Also, it would be accessible. And in doing so, it got very popular and became the standard. Unfortunately, it somehow snuck its way into cutting-edge physics, which should have never used a simplification at all. Like, there's no reason to use there's no reason to use a reference that's designed specifically to make things easier to understand by removing the complicated variables which are actually necessary to know the nature of the universe, the advanced physics stuff.
I get that, yeah.
Yeah, it was important that Heaviside and Gibbs did what they did, and it helped us generate an infrastructure of an electrical power grid. But at the same time, it also snuck its way in to college, university classrooms, and that's where the big mistake happened. It should have never been there. It should have been just for the industrial and electrical engineers working on the power grid and stay there. And now, of course, there's favoritism for it, and the variable refractive index is not really taught much outside of the optics or particle accelerator communities. So unless you're going to college for something really special, you're not even going to hear about anything of a variable refractive index. That's just considered a constant.
They just write out major portions of science and electrical engineering and just basic understanding.
Right. It's like it doesn't really take that much to move beyond the oversimplified view. And I'm not talking about the mathematics side. That's useful in its own right, but it's not necessary to have an intuitive grasp of it. Like, long before the math existed, these guys were doing experiments. Math came later after the experimental evidence was in and we had some real numbers to work with, and that came down to precision. But honestly, the most important thing when doing experiments isn't whether or not you have a mathematical equation to describe exactly what should happen or what did happen. It's whether or not you took quality data. Because if we go back in time, we're going to see that it was the quality data which led to the math, not the other way around, never the other way around.
I agree with you 100%. It all comes down to the experimentation, the collection of the data, and then coming up with the math afterwards by analyzing
analyzing the data.
Exactly. And if you have a solid data set, then you can get into the theoretical. And now we have all these categories of science like string theory and quantum electrodynamics.
Box string theory, and we still got 5.5 hours of lectures to play, so I'm going to hit the play button again. And then I'll pause again in like 15 minutes because there's some really good examples he's
Yeah,
about
there's
to
a
let.
lot more we can get into by far. Yeah, I understand.
Four-wave mixing in phase conjugate optics. It's just, if you arrange for lasers to meet like that, it's called a phase conjugate mirror. You know, when Alice was in the looking glass and then she noticed that the milk was not nourishing, because when you're in a mirror, supposing you're living inside a mirror, inside a mirror, the helix is going to go the wrong way, isn't it? Well, it turns out that all living proteins have a helix that goes one way only. It's called enantiomorphism. And if the helix goes the wrong way, then your body cannot absorb it. NutraSweet, I think, is an example of a helix that went the wrong way, and so your body doesn't absorb it. Well, when Alice was in the looking glass, she says, this milk, it's not nourishing. Guess what? She was in a phase conjugate mirror. She was in the mirror, and the helix was going the wrong way, up the down staircase. And when the helix goes the wrong way, biology, it cannot absorb that energy. And in physics, this is called a phase conjugate mirror. And when light bounces off a phase conjugate mirror, does anybody know? I will give you a clue. When my friend Bob Zawada, he taught phase conjugate optics. And when you called him on the telephone, his answering machine says, please leave a message and I will phase conjugate back to you in the near past. Because in phase conjugate optics, they call it time reversal. They call it time reversal when they teach it in a physics class. What they mean is that the waves return to a previous state of greater order. I repeat, the wave returns to a previous state of greater order. Now, why would that be important to you? Well, there's another friend of ours, both Bill and I worked with him. His name is Guy Obolensky. Guy Obolensky in Sloatsburg, New York. And he is perhaps one of the world's living experts on Tesla, maybe also Bill. And sure enough, Guy Obolensky built a device to phase conjugate electric fields, and you can pay him and go over there and get inside in order to phase conjugate back to the near past. I mean, in order to get younger. Oh yeah, you can buy it. It's a fountain of youth. It's real. It's possible. Yes, you can reverse aging. Absolutely. It's been done in physics a long time. In physics, the way they proved it, if a bar of steel gets rusty, you can de-rust the steel by taking it back to the past. Ain't it cool? Now, there's one little complication here. As you're making your plans to get younger, I need to tell you there's a caveat, there's a condition. There's always condition, isn't there? It couldn't have been that good, right? The condition is that you can only go back to a past where it is a state of greater order. You cannot return to disorder. That's going to be my new bumper sticker, I think. I'll put that right here. You cannot return to disorder. You know, a messy house can't return to disorder. No. I mean, I want to go backwards in time. You can't return to disorder. I want to return to my youth. Well, if your body was in a disordered state. Now, why can you only go do time travel to the past if you are returning to a state of greater order? I will tell you that's physics for sure. And I will tell you it has everything to do with the flame in the mind. You know what the real fountain of youth is? Guess what it is? It's a flame in the mind. Yeah. Now, we could do the conversation about the biomechanics of Kundalini. Maybe we'll save that one for the moment. The conversation I want to do at the moment about this flame in the mind is regarding the science of alchemy. Now, you all know that we explained that the term alchemy means access to a black hole, which means non-destructive collapse. So when the mercury thin film is on the Philosopher's Stone and it's turning to gold, what's happening to the nucleus of mercury to change it to gold? It's plasma fusion. It's a charge collapse. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up is because it's possible to predict very accurately the frequencies and temperatures at which you can make all of these atoms transmute into their mirror, into their next element in the atomic table. The real physics of alchemy is teachable once you understand the flame in the mind. Now, my purpose here today is not to claim to do new physics, although we can. We clearly can do new physics. We have a dozen, within our own grasp, at least a dozen technologies. And Bill is going to show you pictures today where we understand the electrical engineering of a dozen or more different zero-point energy sources. Actually, from an electrical engineering standpoint, doing the hardware to make the zero-point energy is the easy part. Really, it's the easy part. You know what the hard part is? The hard part is the education so that we can use this in a self-empowered way. Because only if we understand the principle behind it can we use it without it destroying us. So our job is to understand plasma fusion in a way that teaches us the principle. Otherwise, we will be disempowered. Practical example, the famous Joe cell and to some extent the Brown's gas. We now know that the hydrogen atom for the hydrolysis, which is the center of the Joe cell and Brown's gas, I wrote the equation to prove that the radius of hydrogen equals Planck length times exact multiples of golden ratio. That was not known until I wrote the new equation, goldenmean.info/golden proof. Now, that means that the hydrogen atom arrangement of electron shells is exactly this. This is literally a model of the radii, dodeca, ecosa, dodeca, golden ratio, golden ratio, golden ratio. This is how hydrogen works. This is how the sun's heart works. This is the geometry of carbon fusion. Oh, and did you know that the center bond of every rung on the ladder of DNA is hydrogen? So what's going down the zipper of your DNA when you unzip and zip up your DNA, the center? Hydrogen. Guess what the catalyst for the carbon powder fusion is? Hydrogen. Guess what the geometry of hydrogen is? Pure, implosive, three-dimensional fractal fusion geometry. So the fusion in the center of the sun is similar to the fusion in the center of your DNA. Now, there's another story that goes with this. And this story is called Fusion in the Blood. And for this also, I want to acknowledge my friend Bill Donovan, who is speaking next. We know that inside your body, atoms are being transmuted. It has been proven. The famous French chemist, biologist, Louis Kevron, showed the African miners were synthesizing potassium or phosphorus, and they showed that chickens can manufacture calcium from other atoms. There's many, many well-documented examples that atomic transmutation happens inside your body. Cold fusion inside your body, well known. Now, Bill says that one of the atoms which is transmuted in your body is magnesium. I think, is it magnesium, Bill? Yeah. And this is one of my excuses for eating dark chocolate, actually, because dark chocolate is rich in magnesium. And so I'm feeding the fusion in my blood. There's my excuse. Everyone needs some addiction. You know, I was doing a lecture about addiction one day, and being very critical of people who were addicted to drugs, etc. And one very young person in the audience said, "No, you're addicted to food." And I said, "Ooh, I guess I am addicted." So the point is that fusion does happen in the blood. Now, we know a lot about how the fusion is happening in the blood. First, we're going to look at the geometry of DNA to understand fusion in the blood. Most of you remember from earlier lectures that I have done the way DNA is measurably affected by human bliss. Remember, here we have the famous story, your heart harmonics. This is the electric field that causes your heart to fire. And this is the fractal harmonic inclusive heart, the frequencies in your heart. And when the frequencies are inclusive, phase coherent, there's more donuts, more implosion in the heart, which is called a fractal heart, is a healthy heart. So that means the short wave is embedded inside the long wave in your heart. It's called perfect nesting or perfect embedding. And this is the way Feng Shui is taught, and this is the way heart harmonics is taught for a fractal heart or a healthy heart. It's simply this, that when the long wave, well, fits on the short wave, or you could say, when the short wave fits perfectly inside the long wave, it's called embedding or nesting. I think you would call it sitting comfortably in the mind of God. Perfect nesting. So what happens in your DNA is, this is measurable now, it's been measured, that when your heart harmonics nest coherently, it causes the short wave to embed recursively in the long wave and actually increases the amount of braiding in your DNA. Now, we've been teaching this story for 20 years, we know the DNA braids recursively. The thread is braided into string. The string is braided into rope. The rope is braided into very thick, fat rope. We say the plot is thickening. Your DNA gets thicker. Well, eventually, this braiding in your DNA, like a Celtic knot, appears to pilastrate, which means to turn inside out. I would turn myself inside out for you, darling, DNA said. And this turning inside out means that DNA becomes a big donut. There's a picture of DNA in a torus, in a donut. So in the center of that, DNA becomes toroidal. This is actually a photomicrograph right here of DNA in a torus, in a donut, just like this. There's one more really fun part of the story of Dr. George Edgley that I wanted to tell you about. The other half of his website is about his hobby, which is studying ball lightning. Are any of you familiar with ball lightning? Have you heard of ball lightning?
This ought to be good.
Sometimes lightning comes in a house and it turns from a bolt of lightning. When the lightning beams cross, the lightning turns into a ball like this. Now, the thing that's really interesting when ball lightning forms is that there are documented stories that people can talk to ball lightning. Documented stories. In other words, here's the ball lightning comes in the room, somebody's having telepathy with their ball lightning, and they say, if you can hear me, go over there, and the ball lightning goes over there. And if you can hear me, oh yeah. It's well known that if you're the least bit telepathic or psychic, you can talk to ball lightning. Anybody know why? Why is it that ball lightning is telepathic? Ball lightning is like a photon. It's a donut. And in the center of the donut, there's a convergence place, harmonic convergence. At the center of the donut, where the plasma converges, it makes a kind of plasma radio, telepathy. Remember we were talking about Dr. Korotkov from Russia? He was following the Kogi to where they go to make phone calls to their ancestors, the shaman of this South American sacred tribe. And where they go to telephone their ancestors, he measured the electricity of the air, the charge, and he called it fractal air. And what he meant was, electrically, the place where you can telephone your ancestors is a place where charge distribution is perfect. Now, the way he measured that, we have three ways to measure that, but basically, in biologic or living architecture, you need to be able to measure whether the air is fractal. So here it is. If you put a condenser under a tree, the condenser, the capacitor, in a sacred space under a sacred tree here, the electric field is very able to unpack. Charge distribution is invited. You can do a lot of physics around this, as Dr. Korotkov has, and you can show that you can consistently measure whether the space is sacred simply by whether the air, the air in the space is charge radiant. Whereas if you take the same device and put it inside a metal building, the electric field is trapped here. It cannot unpack. So this is the place electrically measured where it is possible to lucid dream. Circle of trees, stone circle, sacred architecture. It is also possible there to have successful birth and death. I repeat, it is also possible there to have successful birth and death for the exact electrical reason you call that sacred space. Whereas over here on this side, where the charge radiance is trapped, the electric field cannot get out. Waves of capacitive charge are not able to unpack. This space is the opposite of sacred. Here, you cannot phone your ancestors. This was measured in a metal building. Do not send your children to steel and aluminum buildings for school. It is not okay for this electric reason. Now, to understand this principle a little bit better, why is birth and death and lucid dreaming and phone calls to ancestors, why is this only possible in sacred space? And at our website, goldenmean.info/architecture, we show 3 different ways to measure sacred space. Sacred space is very teachable in electrical engineering. We use a gold capacitor, and you can feel the little cool breeze, the negative ion wind. And this creates an electric field inside of it where, for example, if you put it here, you feel a little rush, a little charge, a little buzz. The same physics of why a king wears a gold crown, because it allows his aura to unpack. And that's the physics of how a king inhabits his kingdom. Arthur and the land are one. It means that to be the royal blood, you need to be the one whose charge is radiant enough to inhabit your kingdom, in the sense that you are the centripetal force that holds the land together. Now, the ability to lucid dream and the ability to take memory through death actually requires the understanding of what is the electrical engineering of heaven. Heaven. How do you say heaven in Spanish? Cielo. Thank you. Cielo. Like sky in French. So the sky is heaven in Spanish. Okay, all right. Well, famous author Lawrence Gardner was, in his book, The Sacred Ark, he was analyzing the electric field of white gold powder, sometimes called mana or ormes or the spice, monoatomic gold, which later was called Holy Communion in church. He was analyzing the electric field. It turns out that the gold atom in the monoatomic state, the proton, the nuclear symmetry is doing this, and the electron
Well, he's bringing up monoatomics, so I had to pause it and...
Yeah, that was a good time anyways. We had other stuff to discuss, and so instead of just, playing it straight through, let's get into some discussions. We've also got Mindful Exposure. Do you have their email address?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I'd love to, if you're available, Sarah, I'll email you the link right now.
Yeah, because him and G had some interesting things to talk about. But
absolutely, Mindful Exposures, Esra, Sarah's excellent, and love to have you on, sister. I'll email you right now. Paul Knight and Simon C. also sent the links out. All right, we're gonna.
Yeah, that's probably a pretty good point at 221 to get into some discussion and various things. Video stream for a minute.
Should have left it play until 2222, but that's okay. By the time it reaches 2222, it's gonna be sent to you.
Be discussing
it. Exactly.
Yeah. So, G, did you want to comment at all on Dan Winter's idea of fractals and how he's seeing those in comparison to what you had discovered in your experiments and various things?
Well, I believe he's on the right track in the sense where it all comes down to fractals. Fractals are what activates the DNA that is lying dormant. I believe fractals are the precursor to activating the superhuman healing ability that we all have and have all been given. I think it's been recessed since, well, for quite a while, let's just say. I won't get into that history. That's a whole other topic. But
the whole Earth geogrid has changed too in time, right? So things that we were previously adapted to, they could have been significantly affected. And since we know humans are so incredibly dependent on environmental conditions for genetic, what do they call that? Genetic expression with different parts of the genome. Since our environment and our food source and our lifestyle has changed so significantly, I mean, we are seeing some major fallout reciprocations of basically dormant DNA in most of the population for most first world countries. And the irony of this is first world countries, we live nice lives and enjoy them without having to work day and night and stress ourselves off. Well, some of us anyways, I mean. But the whole thing is, if you take a look in second and third world countries, some of them have discovered how to have incredibly long lifespans into the 120, 130 year range and live happier lives with generally better neurochemical balances. And they're basically growing all their own food and they have nothing that we would consider comfort.
Well,
but they seem to enjoy it and they live long. So what are we doing wrong in the West and in these first world organized civilizations?
Well, I think we're all doing something wrong personally, even in the third world countries. I think that personally our genetics has been turned down, if that's the right term, I'm not sure, but through fractal means and through, I mean, you could go as far back as the pyramids. I believe they were a working machine and had multiple different purposes. And one of those purposes was to extend our lives. But that wasn't the all of it, though. I believe that the pyramids created a torsion field, like time mechanics in a sense, but more like imparting energy, bringing it down from the stratosphere, grounding it so that we can access it. And it's right there for everyone to absorb. But in order to absorb it at a high rate so that it stayed within the body, we needed a key factor, something that they used to call mifkit or mana or the Philosopher's Stone, hence what BurnEye's working on, monatomic elements. And I believe that monatomic elements are high spin rate material that we need for our body to absorb that kind of energy to extend our life. If you go back into the Bible, and I've been doing a lot of research on history and the Bible and the mechanics of,
they're all hundreds and millennia years old, and it's right.
Our biology and all of that, it's all connected. And I believe that there's a formula for man to live 1,000 years. And I believe we once had that formula. And I believe it was taken from us by certain things that occurred 2,000 years ago. I have evidence that I'm putting together, or proof from research, I guess you would call it, that states that our geometrical grid shifted back then. And because it shifted and we didn't shift with it due to the mechanisms not being in play, our lifespan retarded, for lack of a better word. And we went from 1,000 to 100, 120 years. And that's our max as of now. I believe in this next generation, with the work that BurnEye and others are doing, and what Jeremiah and I'm doing with fractals, and I haven't even brought up primary water yet, all that is going to come into play to extend our lives. I fully believe that.
Yeah, I don't even think we need to cover primary water right now, honestly, because it's
That's
just
a
one of
whole
those things that's so
another
simple and
string
comes
to
with
go
this.
down.
Like
Yep,
it comes right along with this, and the key. I will say this, since this is stuff that we've learned based on our like ridiculous amount of investigation, research into electroculture, probably goes well above and beyond what would be considered an obsession for some of us, anyways.
For me,
just looking into it, like my principle on doing research is obsess about it completely to the nth degree during that time you've devoted to the research. So if you're going to spend 2 days learning about something, or a week learning about something, 100% of your devotion and focus should be into that one singular thing, because the human brain learns best when it's not pulled in too many directions.
Focus on it, get it done, but usually multitasking on many, but it's like they're in stages while you get that one thing just complete.
Like, this is one of those pieces of life advice on how to be a genius. Learn how to focus on one thing with a singular focal point as a goal. Have some kind of a goal that you want to get out of whatever you're doing, so that motivation is there, but don't divulge into all these other distractions and many directions in hopes that one of them will suddenly catch your attention and be entertaining. Instead, learn to the depth of whatever you're going to learn about something, so you become an expert in that field, and you'll be surprised that it doesn't take very long. I mean, to basically be functional at a level of, hey, I can now do something with this, for the most part, in terms of the physical, farming, electroculture, electrical experimentation, electrical engineering, and all that stuff, you can learn most of that stuff in a matter of days or weeks to be proficient at doing it yourself. Now, stuff like code, that can take a lot longer. Things that are complicated mathematical systems involve the learning of basically a new language of symbology in the physics and mathematical community, that they've sort of created and reused these old Greek and Roman and Sumerian symbols to represent certain functions in physics. And that's a whole language on its own. You've got to learn all that stuff, and that's why it takes a while. It's man-made, it's not natural. But if it just comes to natural stuff, you can learn almost anything in just a couple of days. So I
totally agree with this, and I can relate, because my ADHD, it forced me to sort of have to relook at how I learn in general and how I process. And I'm a very hands-on learner, so I feel like that's the main difference with trying to work in like a lecture type setting, which is why I actually didn't do very well in college, but I'm looking to go back. And I was grandfathered in, but my brain is very creative, actually. And I was allowed to have a very hands-on experience with a neurologist when I started in sleep medicine.
Oh, that's very cool. Do you work in sleep medicine right now? Is that what you're doing currently?
I actually was laid off from the hospital I last worked at in January. So right now, I'm actually looking at becoming a psilocybin facilitator, potentially a licensed massage therapist, because I want to eventually incorporate, like, obviously Eastern medicine, reflexology, like the chiropractic type avenue, because I feel like it's all connected. Like, I would love to be able to do acupuncture, but I also am like super fascinated in the frequency aspect of things, especially because of my experience with EEG, and actually in front of me seeing the effects of like our internet through the brainwaves, and seeing what it would do, versus like when I
that is fascinating
all the time, right? And then it's like, well, what is this interference? That would be a little. I always remember going, "What the hell am I looking at?"
Because as you did this, let me ask you some technicals then. Perfect time to ask you some technical questions, since you actually have life experience in working with the equipment. As far as EEG goes, in the hospital setting, when you set it up on a patient, and I've seen 16 probe systems, 32 probe systems, and I've seen some that can work with as little as I think 4. What were you used to seeing, like as far as the implementation, and how sensitive was it to like trying to get the signal quality up so that it was actually useful?
Oh, so like where you placed it was very important. You could tell, like I could look at someone's hookup and be like, something's off. Like you, and here's the other thing, so when you're doing these they call it the 10-20 system, because you're actually getting the signal from across the brain, and then it's specific to each lobe center of the brain. So you're doing the frontal lobe separately, you're doing the occipital, the meridian, you're doing if that in the central, if that makes sense. You're pointing that out, but then you're also cross-referencing that, like the central to the frontal, and the meridian to the occipital. But then, so the occipital ones are where I can actually see your eye movement. So when you're in REM sleep,
if you don't mind me asking, sorry to cut you off, but if you don't mind me asking, are these extracranial contact probes that go directly on the surface of the skin on the skull?
Yes, yeah. Like we have to prep it, so we have to scrape the scalp. Not scrape. When I say scrape, that makes it sound like it's really harsh. No, you just like you exfoliate it. Like I have to pull the hair away, and then place it directly onto the scalp. Yeah.
So do you
like
you
don't have a good connection.
So I mean, do you have to cut the hair, or is it pretty much just you have to clean off all the dead skin from the scalp so you get a good electrical contact, and you just kind of bend the hair out of the way and get some good contact?
I will say I've had like some really interesting patients and situations that they're in. So like you have to improvise, like dreaded type hair situations,
Oh, yeah, I understand.
But like, yeah, I mean, I did everything possible because it made a big difference. And, I could tell because again, and that was something that the reason my doctor pushed me forward so quickly into through the process and through, like I ended up going into days and doing a lot of work that way. But I was scoring sleep studies was because I was really good at patterns. So it was like you get so used to what it's supposed to look like that you can tell when there's like the tiniest interruption. So like I was really good. So like the type of studies I did too, I didn't always see a ton of seizures, but we did see partial seizures, and those are actually really hard to point out because they're like fractions of a second, and you have to actually,
what does that look like on the EEG when somebody actually experiences a partial seizure and you're actually looking at those wave shapes? What happens?
This is something too where and let me see if I can get I've tried to stack up some good like pictures, so let me see if I can find something that like shows
awesome. I'll enable you
it's like,
try to share it.
Okay, great. And so the partial seizure looks really quick, but it's a very, very sharp fire of the brain. So it's like if I slow it way down, it's still a very sharp firing. And so the same thing with like the grand mal type seizure, you get like a lot of sharp firing. And if you guys here's the other thing is that, here, let me show actually, if it's okay.
Yeah, go ahead and you can share. You can choose to share a screen or a window.
Can I share? We don't have to watch the whole thing, but like, so that you guys kind of understand like what we're looking at before I even show you maybe I should show you what brainwaves look like first, and that there's a video there is a video I have that does a really good job of showing like what you're actually looking at with how the neuron is actually firing. So what the two difference, you're looking at something called an EPSP versus an IPSP. And that's the actual electrical firing between the synapses. So just to kind of explain what EEG is, you know what I'm saying?
Awesome.
Can I interrupt it for a sec?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so everybody that's out there, this is Mindful Exposures. Hello, Estra. How are you? Austin, by the way, you just jumped into it, both feet. I freaking love it. I'm telling you. Awesome work.
It's been a long time, and I think I've been itching for this. Like, so you all know I'm trying to do a little documentary series because I want to try to not oversimplify, but break it down a little bit on the connection between, or try to help and maybe I don't know how much you guys have seen. There's other people who explain this, but trying to explain what the biofield is and how 0 point energy connects. So I would like to do this is for people like my
Yes.
parents, and I'm not trying to
hit
dumb it
the
down,
present button at the bottom, Astra, and feel free to share away with all of your pictures and videos and channels, and post the links in the private chat or in the main chat, and then I'll share them in all of the chats, and definitely let's put this out there. And no way you've been itching for this just a little bit, right?
This is freaking cool, man. All that, I'm going to learn more about EEG in this conversation than everything that I've probably seen online so far, right? Because this is firsthand, and this is what I want to know. I've worked with people who build the EEG equipment. I actually calibrated for a company and did their frequency precision equipment.
That's the other thing, because I am still a licensed sleep tech. Even though I was laid off, I still hold my licensure, and I've considered going back, but I feel like I want to do something else, is what I was getting at. And I still would love. So there is something called neuro biofeedback, which I might have gotten into before, but that's they use EEG to monitor your brain activity while they're doing something called it's really sound, pulse, and vibration therapy, or light, not vibration. I just said the same thing twice. Yeah, and so what they're trying to do is rewire your brain activity in a trauma type situation. And so that is something I feel on the experimental level, especially with what we've all talked about in frequency aspect, I would die to be able to be in that kind of research. My mom really wanted me to take this job at the University of Eugene, because it was with the NIH, but it was part-time. It was the situation. It wasn't great, for pay. It would be but it was just directly associating mental disorder with obstructive sleep apnea. And I dealt so much with, in my opinion, over excessive prescription of CPAPs and in some cases ventilatory equipment. So I really would like to take that to another level. And I feel if you guys have heard of ALS, which is very much connected to your central nervous system, that's where you lose all functionality of your muscles over time, and specifically with your breathing is one of the huge ones. And so you have to be placed, on ventilatory equipment, but it's about that misfiring, what's going on. And so this is something I would really want to get into deeper. Okay, anyway, let me share my screen. And I don't have a thing that says, because I'm using Firefox, I won't have audio, will I?
You may have to
give you a box that says share audio with it, but hopefully, you might.
Firefox won't let me.
Yeah, maybe.
It's okay. I'll open my Chrome that I never use and put them in there.
It might be there. You might just have the mouse over it.
Yeah, it's all good. It's
no Firefox. There's issues. She knows what she's talking about.
So, Astra, when BurnEye has this get together and you come out,
hell yeah,
we could rent that EEG out here and do some tests with the coils and have you monitor.
I might be able to get us one, because I have enough. I just have to contact these manufacturers. There's tons of options, and then get the software. And because I already know this, I can teach you guys.
We have to set that up. We have to get that going. That would be amazing.
Controlled EEG experiments, especially when we're talking about all these super weird effects, and we can generate these types of fields which do have an effect on human psychology. This is one of the strange phenomena that we really can't get much into, but some of these fields will have a very visceral effect on human psychology.
Full Woo Wednesday today, aren't we?
That would provide some heavy data.
Actual data.
Yeah, it would be awesome to analyze all that at the end of it.
Exactly. Okay, use Chrome. Okay, I think I got it. Yeah.
Not to mention, if you do the acupuncture, I would love to do a test while you're doing acupuncture with the coils running as an antenna, and the acupuncture needles would pick up that energy. And then run the EEG.
I was thinking the same thing.
No way. Seriously, you were thinking the two?
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Before, my mind was like, oh, what could we do with? Yeah, exactly. It's awesome. This
Great
is
minds
actually.
think alike.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, my bad. I was just saying great minds think alike. You go ahead.
Not
It's
bad at
Kinda
all.
woo, right? It's kind of woo, but it's
Same
not, because this is
wavelength.
where we stick the woo on the
So
logger
bring it
and
to
actually
the-
record what that woo looks like in electrical
Exactly.
signals.
And that's kind of fascinating about my past before getting into this science-like
It's
field.
like woo, like a
I was very into ghosts, and I was fascinated in it. I would always say, what are they and how can we measure it? And, I have my own theories on it now, but anyway, I feel like it's all connected.
It is connected.
It is.
Ghosts are actually residual conscious plasma that has been, like, as in the scientific community, they talk about you spin up a vortex and that field stays there for a while after the machine shut off. Well, it's the same effect in a sense. You have, and it's usually over top of a water crossing that's underground or somewhere in there, and there's an ionization of the air that is created at the moment of that person's death, therefore taking a snapshot of their consciousness and replaying throughout time when that energy builds up, hence a ghost. That's
Oh
just
man,
a
if
theory,
I
though.
may.
Bam. For me, I mean, that's what you say. I mean, I could never describe it that way. But yeah, that's great.
There is a mechanism, a way to build a machine to produce this kind of effect. And I loosely use the word effect because when we're talking about a quote-unquote ghost, this can basically be a concentrated energy that has a fixed path and is kind of like a cold neutrino, cold plasma, semi-covalent state where you have this assembly of energy that is not necessarily phase shifted into this time frame reference. It's sort of like a virtual mass, virtual matter. And it's highly affected by certain signals. So we used to go and do these weird ghost hunts when we were younger, and we
That sounds
brought
like a
Tesla
ghost hunt.
coils and high voltage
That's
multipliers,
so cool.
and all kinds of fun stuff, and brought detection equipment. Quote unquote ghost detectors, basically op amps and comparator circuits that were tuned to be like right on the edge of triggering and to pick up subtle fields. They'd go off and show us an amplitude reading if there was something weird going on. Not quite, not quite a magnetometer, not quite a tri-field meter, but something that picks up a different type of field flux that's generally not looked for. But there's a way that Adam figured out. Space Case Zero comes on every so often. He built this strange thing called the Curious Device. And you probably have, are you familiar with the story of Adam's Curious Device?
Not closely enough. I just know who that is. Yeah.
Well, let me just explain what that thing did, because we've done a lot of discussing, him and I, about it, and various other experiments that we've had similar kind of effects from. And it turns out that there's actually a few variables where if we discuss them, we could probably figure out how to optimize and build a machine specifically for the purpose of producing a pure temporal compression torsion field. So word salad, yeah, temporal compression torsion field. But what we're effectively doing there is we're taking space-time and we're putting a twist on it in a clockwise direction on one side and a counterclockwise direction on the other. If you flip over, looking at the other side head on, then you'll be seeing clockwise. So it basically is, if you're on either side of it, you're looking at clockwise, and the thing that's across from it is counter-rotating. But what we're doing here is taking a magnetic and an electric flux simultaneously, pointing with the same vector axes, and we're rotating them through physical motion opposite to each other with a high voltage electrical charge on these materials. And one of the keys here is that these materials, they have to be able to hold a large amount of electric charge. So say, for example, Alexei Cherikov's Gravity Flyer. Big mystery there in terms of how it works. And it's been trouble to replicate the darn thing. A lot of people have tried. Even I have my own version, but I didn't properly treat my discs yet. And so I'm not quite happy with it. But the idea is the discs themselves have an aluminum oxide coating. They hold a large amount of charge. Well, what Adam found out is when he ran this machine, it is made of two 18-inch discs. Each one contains, I think he said it was 50 segments. I could be wrong on that number, but they are galvanized steel, which is tin-plated steel. So they're magnetic, each of these segments, and they're very close to each other, meaning they can actually spark to each other. kind of like a Wimsur's machine. These two discs
Yeah.
kind of rotate, and when they're synced up, because there's magnetic elements on them, just like the Castatica Metherica device, these segments will flip polarity randomly in terms of their magnetic polarization. They'll just flip around as they gain and lose charge, because those charges have a direct magnetic field effect on the polarizable magnetic field moment of each of the domains of the iron atoms inside of those plates. So what he gets, okay, I'll get to the end of the story. I'm just describing the details of the device.
So it's
So
good,
people that want to
because
replicate it
Lord.
don't have an idea how they might be able to do it. So we've got two 18-inch discs. Each one has 50 segments on it. The segments are, cut like pizza slices. They're very close to each other, and they go to about 2/3 of the diameter to the inside, all the way to the edge. And so they're charged up to a high voltage. And as they counter rotate across each other on the backside of 1/8 inch thick or 1/4 inch thick 18-inch acrylic discs, and they're glued on, they flip polarity. And what this device does is the electric fields of each disc, they try to connect to the other disc. So you have every single atom with an ionized or non-uniform electric charge, and every single electron that is in excess of being in the valence shell of an atom, every single one of those little charges tries to connect to an opposite charge on the other disk. And so what's constantly happening is they're forming and connecting fields, and because the disks are counter-rotating, but they're basically geostationary, meaning that their center axis is staying in the same place in relationship to the room, the ground, and the earth, you have this rotating but fixed in place field. And those electric charges form straight little connection lines between each other, and then as the disks rotate away from each other, their connections get stretched and stretched and stretched, and they snap. They basically snap to a new charge. And every time that action happens, it creates a little fluctuation in the 0-point polarization, or that scalar electrostatic and magnetic potential for epsilon and mu of that local space-time. And it ends up creating so much energy emission at such short wavelengths that it generates like a white noise radiated field of insanely high amplitude. And what that does is screw with time. It literally screws with time, to the point where he can walk up to it with a temporal differential meter and see the two clock chips drifting away from each other because they happen to be 10 inches apart. And that's enough where one chip is closer to the device than the other, because time is flowing differently around that thing in two counter-rotating toroidal fields, where it'll actually screw with the meter and show that one chip totally changes its clock frequency. Here's the freakier part, though. Even after you shut it off, that T field stays. It sticks around. It seems to be attached to both the machine and the environment.
And it does it fluctuate? Like, does it?
It does. It fluctuates back and forth at about 1 hertz. But wait, this is the weird part, and back into the EEG where this relates directly to you. A lot of people that he brought in when he built this machine some 20 years ago, they couldn't stand to be around it. He would run it, basically power it up, spin it up, and let it charge up. And he said that some people literally went running out of the place and down the street and would not talk to him again.
I was wondering.
One of his friends, another one just dashed the heck out of there, and it was like a couple of weeks before he made communication again. This thing freaked people the heck out because of the temporal differential. Like, it got their fight or flight instinct way triggered, and their EEG signals were probably being affected because one side of their brain or the other, whether it was their frontal lobe that was closer to the machine as they were walking towards it, or it was right hemisphere, left hemisphere, or cerebral cortex, it didn't matter, because there was a little difference in the rate flow of time, and that screwed with the neurological synapse firing so much that these people kind of lost their freaking minds. Now, he felt this too, and he knew what was going on, so he withstood it. And I felt the same thing, and have gotten some very ill effects from it. This can screw people up. This is dangerous, dangerous crap.
Yeah, okay. Have you ever touched an electrical fence and didn't know you were going to touch it? So it took you,
Yep.
for a whirlwind. So that feeling you get, was it kind of like that, where it's almost like there's this weird nausea? Also feels like there's this heavy presence on you, kind of.
Well, I've been hit hard enough to feel a weight on my chest, like I was just body slammed by somebody, and be seeing stars.
Yeah, I've had the I grew up with 2 older brothers. I've had the one knocked out
Electrically, I mean,
so many
shower
times.
lights.
I fall down bleachers too, so that's I've always, and I have interesting central sleep apnea. We can get into that a little bit. I don't have a lot of it, but anyway, and head injuries and the association with that, and the how your brain activity changes. Here's the other thing, like stroke. Like what you're looking at right now is the left. There's, you see where it has the arrow and it says arousal. Funny enough, I would actually put that back quite a bit. Here was my,
So
yeah,
looking at it, I mean, I can see where the arrow is pointing, but
here,
how can you tell is the arousal the little tick mark that indicates a fast transience?
No, it's the, if you can notice, like here's this activity right here is quite a bit, not just like quite a bit, but it's slower than the activity right here.
Yeah, much lower frequency.
Like
so
right here.
The fluctuations there on the right side past the EMG2
Yeah.
to EMG3, where we see the sudden increase in the differential between these signals. That's what we're looking at, right? We're looking at the differential suddenly spiking.
Yeah. So now here's what's tricky and what you have to differentiate. This looks more heightened and thicker right here, right? But if you look at this activity and this activity, would actually explain. So that's artifact is making it look bold like that. So that's how I can distinguish, like, okay, no, the arousal actually starts back here. There's a little touch where they're trying to go back to sleep in these lobes, but in these lobes they're awake. This one, yeah. Oh, see, now this is interesting because this right here is almost indicating they were maybe coming out of REM. And it is actually not that abnormal to have breathing disruptions in REM, which is really interesting compared to Delta. And both of those are supposed to be restorative stages of sleep. But what was I getting at that we were talking about? Because I wasn't trying to get into like.
We were talking about strange psychophysical effects and ghosts and how it kind of all relates back to these fields.
Oh yeah, that's. I mean.
Oh yeah, we got so far into the woo that basically we're 3 levels deep now, and so I don't blame you. For, like,
you were talking about kind of like with this. So that you're hurt if you're thinking about like your brain activity in the different stages are different hurts. Like why, so when you were describing what this experiment, it was like, I immediately got that vibe, like this would alter, this is in my mind, like a bigger variance than adjusting our music to 440 Hertz versus 432. Like that's less noticeable.
Yeah, that's a lot less noticeable. This is much more visceral.
Signal through sound. Well, vibration, sorry. I mean, it's more complex than just sound. Because what he's right, like what he's emitting is ultimately giving off a vibration.
Right, and that's what we want to really find out is, how these things can affect psychology. So we actually have, I'm sure that I would get this stream bumped if I tried to show them now, but we have a whole bunch of patents
at the end
directly. Well, probably shouldn't anyways. It's just sort of like using that keyword list that we found out gets a bunch of trolls automatically sent here, and then the whole entire thing kind of goes to heck in a handbasket. Now that we know those terms, thank you, Simon, for making that clear. Right.
Shout out to my moms who I just helped finish moving after a month every day. Finally, she's at a good new spot, but got all of these different flower seeds from her, as well as the soils, all the pots, and now the water is ready. So I'm gonna stop interrupting you guys and.
Oh, you're not interrupting. That's actually a really, really nice seed holder. There you got the containers. I think that's pretty fantastic. Right? But I do want to say, get that thing the heck out of the sunlight, man. You don't want those temperatures.
Oh yeah. Good call. Just brought the seed.
Pay some money so he can buy a like one of those canvas tent things that is real tall and covers like a backyard area, and then you can put all the stuff back there.
Because the vending tent, she took some damage this winter. The snow was heavy. The roof is caving in. I don't know how long it's going to last. I don't know how long she's going to last. She survived 10 snows, but not last winter. The mannequin graveyard.
So that's how you're outdoors and indoors at the same time. Now I understand. See, I never quite got that. I didn't realize it was a vending tent.
Yes,
some weird additional room on your house.
All right, genius usage of space.
I mean, you made the thing
Yeah.
practically into a solid structure. There's artwork all over the place.
We
And
got-
I just figured it was part of the house.
It's an extension of the BurnEye.
Man,
Yeah,
I wish I
my
could have one of
background's
those.
way worse.
There's a young BurnEye.
I love it.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, G, what you should,
Seriously.
hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, this is cool. Hey, take just a brief moment there, G. Keep that stuff right in front of you when Bernie's done showing his stuff out. Because I want to put this on full screen.
Yeah. Baby, is that the one? There we go.
Nice.
Man,
Yeah,
those
I got
are
lots
fancy
of
looking
these. It's
packages.
from
I'm gonna go to a local organic farm and get some seeds here. I have some, but they're not. They're
True
old
Leaf
now.
is where I ordered these from, and that's in the States.
My seeds aren't packaged as pretty, but we all have our seeds now, it looks like.
Welcome, Eminem.
Yeah, these are heirlooms.
Hello. Hello. Good morning, everyone.
Hi.
Be kind to yourself. All right, I'm shutting my camera off now. Thanks, guys.
No,
Thank you
man,
for
yeah, we
sharing.
got a lot of our seeds. We've got a lot of work to do in terms
A
of
lot
planting.
of startup work, yeah.
Man.
We expect electroculture to seriously speed up the process. So getting back to the EEG stuff, though, I was loving the practical explanation because, say, I've seen these EEG machines. You can get these little boxes. They're not probably anywhere near as nice as some of these pro medical units, but I mean, they are functional and they'll be like 16 probes in general for most of the kits. And USB compatible on some of the newer ones. Some of the older ones, they just go directly to like a VGA display output, which is kind of funny, but easy to assemble your own right, and you can record that with some software. So
Yeah.
talking about the setup and how to run one of those, that's awesome
easy.
to learn about it.
Well, and then to learn the 10-20 method, which is how you measure the head, and then so you know where to place everything. That's actually, I mean, with your knowledge, all of you guys could easily learn that. So I could teach you that. But this example too that I had up isn't actually a full one. It's missing in 4 headlines. And the one thing is that I'm showing you this this is what a sleep hookup looks like versus like a full EEG. Often they actually don't monitor EMG. They don't monitor your breathing or your oxygen because those don't generally fluctuate as you're a healthy person during the day. But I actually think it would be relevant and important to monitor all of that, especially the EMG, because that's like leg twitching and, like we did a lot of restless leg.
Oh, yeah, that would be important. The other thing I'd like to monitor too, because I haven't really seen a lot of good graphs or layouts for it, is just take 2 of the spare channels and measure the general E flux and B flux at the center of the skull, just to...
Oh, they have, yeah, like there's like your end report, like does all that for you. Like you want the full differential of everything, is that what you're saying?
I'm not talking about brain signals here. I'm talking about actually logging on the same chart, using those extra 2 channels to log external environmental contributors that are electrically or magnetic, and synchronize them with how we're seeing the response in the EEG. That's what I really want to look for, is how do these signals screw with the human brain in a very directly measurable way.
That was part of my job. It was just, you wrote it in text. Just like if something happened, you had to, describe like what, because like the brain activity would change if let's just say like their phone went off unexpectedly, which usually we had them turn it off, but like it would alter like what was going on. So I had to like just type in what was happening. We had video, but it wasn't like it was synced up like you're talking about, which I definitely agree we need to have. Like, and are you talking about having an actual like frequency measurement?
Yeah, well, basically what we would look for is we'd have 2 probes. One, we would filter out most of the noise by, instead of using a coil, we would use a simple Hall effect sensor with a eddy blocking plate, so something like against a piece of bismuth, and the Hall effect sensors on the front. What that would do is pick up any kind of magnetic fluxes that were to enter it. So if we just sort of summarize a single axis, we can say, okay, the magnetic field changed here. Then if we had some kind of high frequency EM signal, we could simply use 2 high-speed rectifiers that were voltage biased as part of the probe, and that would measure the electric potential. So say like you put an ionizer on in the room, and you might be able to directly correlate as the ions are hitting the body and causing these little electrical spikes. you would be able to see it on the EEG, how it's affecting brain waves.
So I'm wondering if we should consider a different type of measuring the brain activity, which, if I'm remembering correctly, is with like a PET scan. No, there's another one. Why can't I think of it right now? It's an electromagnetic, and it gives more of like a
functional MRI for brain scanning, or
yeah, it's like that. But I thought it was a little different, but maybe I'm just not thinking correctly right now. I'm double checking. Sorry, 1 second.
Oh, no problem. At some point, hopefully I don't forget, I want to get your opinion on the God helmet, if you're familiar. Not the marketed product. There's a marketed product that's tried to steal the name. The original work was done by a scientist in controlled laboratory conditions. He used 4 electromagnets being ran off a audio amplifier and mounted them inside of a motorcycle helmet, and ran that off of a machine in the other room, a little audio studio machine. At the same time, did full EEG measurements on the patients wearing the helmet, and he was able to induce a state in almost all of the patients where he'd shut the lights off, close the door, the room was extremely quiet, machines aren't really making any noise, and he would then start to ramp these coils at different frequencies, and he would watch the EEG response, mapping it live with the input frequencies of a 2-phase coil system. It's just 2-phase, but there was right and left channel basically, so, crisscross, and he was able to bring the EEG into a state where the people were still fully awake, but they experienced what happens in sleep paralysis to some extent on the conscious level, and almost all of them reported feeling entities or spirits or other things in the room with them, and those signals he recorded on the EEG to know exactly what that looked like when the brain was making this assumption that there's something there with you and triggering that kind of response. So I thought,
Jeremiah, what you're referring to is what he had termed the sensed presence, that the volunteers, or the people helping them conduct the research and actually going into the helmet, the sensed presence is stimulating particular parts of the brain, but the main one was the temporal lobe, and so he theorized from there that this area, along with a few other regions of the brain, evolved over time to give us this sense of connection, the sense of otherness, so that we could have those spiritual experiences. And then from there, you kind of draw your own conclusions on what that means. If you're actually connecting to something, or if it's evolutionary results of consciousness coping with mortality. You can get very existential from there. But I believe you're referring to Persinger.
Hey, there you go. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Persinger. Yeah. So that's the guy that worked on it. He was based out of Ontario, I believe, Canadian, and this is way back in like the early 2000s. So yeah, it's been around for quite a while. By this point, everyone, not everyone, but people interested in this kind of stuff and interested in actually getting the results and the kind of results that you can get from EEG or from magnetic, transcranial stimulation. This is where you're actually going to get some of that empirical data that people feel or think is missing from the research. Well,
I would agree with the skeptics to some extent here, because I do think that there's a tremendous lack of the research compared to how much claims are being made and how many claims are being made on this topic. There's a big discrepancy here in this science compared to other medical science, and that's because people really haven't, oh man, I hate to say it, but the FDA doesn't regulate this.
Well, sorry, you guys have heard of narcolepsy, right?
Yes,
absolutely.
Yep. So sleep paralysis is directly associated with narcolepsy. Most narcolepsy patients experience it. And what's happening is they're not properly their REM cycle. It's like their cycles are completely messed up. So the minute they fall asleep, they usually go into REM. It usually causes some kind of startle awake. I'm saying that term wrong. There's an actual precise term for it, but it's so then what it does is it causes them to wake, but they're still, your body paralyzes itself. It releases hormones so that you don't enact your dreams. And then in that case is so what's happening is you're waking up in the REM stage, and which is why you hallucinate, because think about what dreams are. This is why this is interesting too, because I've actually had
to get into
sorry, go ahead.
territory that I'm sorry, I don't mean to interject, but this perfectly segues into territory that really gets me excited about the explorations of neuroscience seeking to explain conscious phenomena. Are you familiar with Thomas Metzinger? If I can't pronounce his name.
Yeah,
Thomas
I think that's right.
Metzinger. Yes, he
I'm pretty sure.
actually some of his earlier work back from like the earlier 2000s, he simulated the sense of an out-of-body experience by using virtual reality. And so it was
this case is so good.
There is this conflicting visual somatosensory input in the virtual reality that would disrupt the people participating in the research, and it would kind of create this jarring effect where they were in and out of their bodies. And so
let's explain the scenario here, because I'm guessing that actually probably most people haven't heard of this study. So what they did, I mean, you want to explain exactly how he set it up to create this kind of surreal experience for the participants, or would you like me?
So he actually used virtual reality he had people exposed to a virtual reality environment where they're getting visual and sensory input. If I
may, so here's what he did. He took these people and he had them stand straight up. In most cases, I think he also did some with them sitting down. And as they're standing there, actually, I believe most of them were done sitting down later on, because he found it's easier for them to kind of integrate this. So they're wearing a VR helmet, and they're looking at a VR picture of somebody that's sitting in a chair just like them, or standing in a room just like them. And usually this is a mannequin for the experimental sake, but they're watching the mannequin. They can move their heads around, and it maps to move the head of the thing that they're watching. So they get this association that what they're looking at is their own back, even though it's not actually them. It's a VR simulation of a 3D character. And so in order to entrain the mind that this thing they're looking at from a third-person view is themselves, even though it's actually not a video of themselves, somebody comes up, one of the scientists comes up from behind, and a VR secondary character comes in from behind the VR character they're looking at, which they associate with themselves, the one that's responsive to their body movements. And so the secondary VR character strokes their back, or taps their head, or does various things physically to the body, and the other person in the room, the scientist, also taps their physical body as they're sitting there, so that there's an association made with, oh, that thing that I'm seeing is actually just me. Then, to check the EEG response, now a threat is introduced. Somebody comes up behind the virtual character that's not them with a hammer, but this time no other scientist is in the room. They're just observing. And the person will usually react when they see this by jumping out of the chair, or there's a huge spike in the EEG response or a fear response, because they've associated the virtual character with themselves through the sensory entrainment done to their physical bodies. And it was amazing how complete the link was with these people's minds and the virtual character that was created. They really, got this was what they were looking at.
Sorry, really quick, if you guys have heard of REM behavior disorder, that's where you act out your dreams. It's like me seeing it on the other side. Like they're enacting it through the VR set, right? But it's like these people get up and they literally are acting out what they're seeing in front of them.
Right. This is the physical kinesmatic VR, the kind that I actually think would be not so terrible if environments were designed around it. But
So
people destroyed their own TVs and stuff because of VR incidents. Now that's funny enough on its own.
this early work that he did was a basis for what he termed the phenomenal self model, which is the content of all of your bodily sensations, your emotional state, your perceptions, your memories, any actions you might be taking, any thoughts you might be thinking. And he wrote this great book called the ego tunnel, and it does get a bit dense. It's deep, not just into the neuroscience and psychology, but also the philosophy as well. And it through these experiments, he kind of dissects what really is the self. So if anybody's interested in out-of-body experiences, just to summarize that guy up, and is willing to chew on a book, he's got the Ego Tunnel out there, and numerous papers. He's moved on since then and has done further work on studying the nature of the self. So lots of
I think
interesting
it's
stuff
really
there.
fascinating. I'm really getting actually into that right now more, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing a lot of research on trauma actually, and the type of data that is actually the studies that have been done to show the effects and the type of, like, have you guys heard of neuro-linguistic programming?
Oh yeah, I mean that's been around for decades.
Yeah. So just that kind of idea. Obviously, there's more to it, and but so anyway,
the philosophy of how they try to sell it, I find a little disturbing. But the techniques, right? the techniques that are employed are interesting to see, like who they work on or how they work. But I steer away from NLP just because of the philosophy backing it up. It's a little too much.
I get that, but what is interesting is there's other forms of that in a sense. There's something called like NAT now too, but the data behind actually the effectiveness of it, and really what I think it's just getting down to again is that trauma. And this is sort of hard because these are things that I think we as a population, we feel we're tough. We've gotten through these things. I don't have these issues. This isn't it. And so this is more of like something that maybe is beneath the surface. But just for my own personal experience, like I have, I was, half-assed diagnosed by, and don't mean to be rude, but I had better success with like a naturopath type doctor, which was an MD too. But anyway,
I believe.
Sorry, go ahead. Say that again.
Oh no, I'm all the way with you on. You're probably helping yourself better than going to just an average therapist, and then you probably had to find a more natural path towards your wellness. So
and this is actually connected to endometriosis. I can't even say it all of a sudden. Endometriosis.
It's fine. I'm tongue tied this morning too.
Okay, good. I also drank maybe too much coffee already. But anyway, so that in itself, this with the emotional aspect of that is sort of what I'm connecting it to, is there's rage and anger associated with endometriosis, and that it causes heavy clotting, heavy pain, that kind of thing. So that fascinated me. It fascinated me when I had to think about when that started for me, and it potentially had to do with actually like a best friend of mine. This is, and I'm getting super personal, guys, but I'm a total TMI person. But a best friend of mine got, like, my first boyfriend ever, they hooked up, like she got to stay out or whatever. So they, like, it was like homecoming night and they hooked up, and afterwards we had discussed it. And I felt like, because I'm a pretty calm person overall when it comes to like forgiving people and, going through the grudges and stuff. And so I forgave them both and felt that I had forgiven them, really well. Well, what happened was I went through a phase after that, and that best friend I tried pot for the first time, and she disowned me as a friend because of that. I had anger over that. I think because of what I had forgiven her for, and what, you know, she couldn't forgive me for, kind of a thing. And so anyway, that was directly associated when I started having, and there's another thing a little more personal too, but that when that time started for me. So this is me, you know, breaking down that emotional state of what happened, how it affected me, and what it turned into. And now I'm actually working really hard on that forgiveness. I've also done acupuncture, which was amazing, and found out that it's, you know, there's some digestive issues connected, and like how much digestive stuff is connected to our wellness and our emotional brain, obviously, because of that second brain concept. You know, I'm sure you guys have talked about.
There's most of our serotonin is in our guts. So
Exactly.
yeah, I mean, make your gut happy, your mood actually does improve. So
yeah. But I do feel like there's still people that can eat like the most processed crappy food and not have problems, you know, and I think sometimes that comes down to
later in life, it catches up with everybody. It's just you know,
I think
some people. I think it's a partially also body awareness as well. They seem fine, but they're not as sensitive kinesthetically, for one reason or another, and so they don't realize that they're having health issues until it's very severe and it can't be ignored.
And that's sort of what I'm getting at too, was like maybe forgotten traumas that we hadn't, we thought we dealt with, but we, you know, and so it's just because you've heard of, and I've talked about this before on the show, but German New Medicine and his concept is this is, you know, right and left brain, like you hurt your left knee, it's associated with the right part of your brain, feminine versus masculine. Maybe you had an issue with a female or a male, and then it's breaking it down to like what's that emotion.
I'm thinking of Alexander Lowen. He was he did some pioneering psychological work in looking at rigidity in different parts of people's body and figuring out that they were locked up and they didn't have as much mobility in certain areas of the body because they were holding on to trauma. And so through a combination of talk therapy and movement exercises and some kind of probably woo sounding stuff, he helped people release that body trauma. And if that's the area that you are speaking to, if you haven't heard of this book, I invite you to check it out. It's also another pretty chunky book, but highly recommended. The Body Keeps Score. Have you heard of that?
Sorry, I read that. So I, for some reason, I didn't directly connect that part of it to it, but I probably have it marked because I want to go back and reread it. I just finished it.
It's there's so much information in that book. You know, it sounds like it's a soft, fluffy, feminine book or something, but like you open it up and there's like tons of information in there. And if you want to learn from it, you're bookmarking a lot of stuff. So The Body Keeps Score. If if talk therapy alone hasn't worked for you and you're having aches and pains and you want to come at it from what I would say is the indirect approach, the body is a great way to access a lot of these things because the body holds on to a lot of it.
Sorry, I'm interrupting. Go ahead.
Oh, no, we're both just really excited. That's fine. What were you trying to say?
I'm like, yes. That book is sort of my little Bible at the moment, but it because I reference a lot out of it actually, and I I'm going to utilize a lot of the information out of it when I was putting together the documentary, because I think the data out of it, and that's what I was getting at. I thought he did address NLP in that book, but he does a really good job of overviewing a little bit of the history on neurofeedback as well. And then just really good, like he intermits little stories in there, but a lot of people say it's like, if you're seeking therapy, to be careful with that book because they say it's more of a textbook versus but if you, and that's
if you're an unusual pioneering individual and you've realized early on in life that you kind of have the ability to self-heal, we're not recommending this as diagnostic medical healing advice, but You know yourself best, and if you're one of those people that likes to go out there and learn stuff, it's a great book to learn from. I'm gonna post it in Crypto Alchemist.
Yeah, do
I'm
that.
gonna post the title there because it's actually a longer title, and I'll give the people the
And another one that you should read if you haven't. I haven't actually gotten to read just yet, but both those books were recommended to me. She's probably not in here. Her name's Mish. She's a nurse in London. Super cool, super cool chick. Anyway, she recommended another one that's called When the Body Says No. I'm going to pull it up so I can pull it out of my bag here really quick so I can tell you the author.
So yeah, I just posted The Body Keeps the Score, Brain, Mind, and Body in the Healing of Trauma by Bessel van der Kolk.
Yes, thank you. That is his name. I think when you said it, I heard something else.
I might have mispronounced that. I did my best. It is correctly typed in. But for everyone that might not be watching Crypto Alchemist's chat, it's in there. And if you could just pin it for everybody really briefly. I saw some people saying they'd like to know what that book was. That would be helpful.
What I'm going to do is I'll get the Amazon links for you guys. How does that sound?
Yeah, I wasn't sure about posting it, but yeah, it's cool to post Amazon links. Yeah, go ahead.
And it is. I'm pretty sure, right?
I don't know. I
think I've seen other people do it, but mostly because like they're promoting their own books. You know, right. I think.
Oh, there's BurnEye. Yeah, BurnEye.
Yeah, I heard. I got it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was the picture I was trying to show.
Change a tire. Well, hopefully you're all good, Gerald. And I just see.
Oh yeah.
So, you posted it in Crypto. Oh, there we.
The Body Keeps the Score is a book that at least one or two people were asking about.
Okay, another one I would recommend in all this too is Super Genes, because that connects the meditation, how that changes the DNA, or change. It shouldn't say changes the DNA necessarily. Their research showed that the end of the DNA, the telomerase would affect. It could be mutated if you reproduced, but it did turn on and off the activation centers of the DNA. That's another, I think, good one too, which gets into data and gets, you can get geeky about.
This is why I kind of think epigenetics might be more archetypal than what's considered now. It might not be. I
can copy paste it one more time.
Yes, please.
Sorry, I'm on my phone, so it's a little awkward.
I posted the book already. I already did that link.
There, you should be able to see it again.
The Amazon link.
Oh, she posted the Amazon link, but I can.
Oh, okay. You're just posting the name of it, not a link. I see.
Yeah,
gotcha.
It's live.
Yeah, gotcha. I was just saying for anybody that can't read that chat,
Oops, that N was not supposed to be there at the end, just MD, but I posted it in all of the chats.
Sorry about that.
Here's the other one that I can't post the link for, so. And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to promote Amazon. I just sometimes.
Good. I need to get myself a full Amazon account with all the affiliate links, and might as well, because it's there. Why not us all make just a wee bit off of it? Like get free stuff for the science we're working on from Amazon. I don't know.
In some ways, I think you have to give into some things. That's what I. It's like
use
I think
the system to change the world for the better.
Cause more problems.
Yeah, actually, I've not read When the Body Says No, but it sounds up my alley in that area of self-healing and trauma research. I'm a woman of many facets, so I'll definitely check out that book as well.
What are you showing us, JP?
Oh, yeah. He's showing
Yeah.
us.
Oh,
Yeah, what we're looking at here, I'll step away from it.
there's
So
stuff nice.
those are, every one of those LEDs there is a 5 watt, all except for one of them, that's a 3 watt. But those are all 5 watt little chip LEDs, and each one of them is a different wavelength. And just to kind of tell you what those wavelengths are, if we're going from the left to the right, grab all these, walk through what they are. I found out, I'll add this ahead of time, I found out that there's a really, really fascinating new technology with LED colors. So previously we have to rely on different elemental compounds being mixed together to form a light-emitting crystal that, when activated and having electrons flow across a regional junction where the electron shells in the crystal can absorb only a specific wavelength and then re-emit it. That's how we used to make LED crystals, InGaN, various things like that. But now they have this new crazy technology, and I didn't even know about it until I got these things in my hands and looked at them. Especially for the blues and the UV LEDs, they actually use a crazy ultra nanoscale diffraction grating type of material. And my guess is it's probably printed via nanolithography onto some optical film, but they actually are using an internal sort of Bragg reflector to selectively produce different wavelengths by using the same pump dye. And that's why we're looking at different brightnesses. So here we go, from the left to the right, those LED wavelengths are, now let me see if I can, I guess I can't really get my mouse on this, but yeah, 940 nanometers, 850 nanometers, 730 nanometers. So those are all considered in the infrared range. Then we go to our first visible, our fully visible, that's the fourth one to the right there, 660 nanometers. Number 5, 620 nanometers. And that's kind of that orangish color. Now we get into our 600 nanometers. They call this orange. And that's going to be number 6 in the slot. It's not quite orange. And then we have our 590 nanometers, which is just about looking the same as that orange at slot number 7. We have green, 520 nanometers, ice blue, 480, blue, 460, royal blue, 450. And then we're starting to get closer to our UVs. We have 420 nanometers, which is still in the deep violet. Now we get to officially UV. 395 nanometers, that's UVA, 385 and 365. So that's the entire chain there. Now why? Why have all these individual colors of LEDs? People are probably thinking, well, if you just wanted colors, why not simply mix together 3 different colors, RGB? Because these LEDs are not designed to stimulate the human eye. These are designed to stimulate various specialized samples of exotic materials and metamaterials that we are working on manufacturing, and to move something that Fran D'Aquino has recently, or he referred to in a paper as a photon gas, but also to move around a positron electron gas. And that's the real key here, is to find exactly the perfect wavelength within the available LED range that exists on today's market, because that's pretty much the whole darn thing. There's one more that's coming. It's a 1050 nanometers. And that's not here yet, but it's on its way. But we're going to find out exactly what the perfect wavelength is to produce these strange gravitational effects and activate gravitational isotopes. And once we do that, then we just need a whole bunch of that same thing. And this will allow us to selectively choose each individual wavelength one at a time to activate elements. And you can't buy anything like it. Really, the only thing that you can kind of sort of get that's approaching what this thing will do, cheap LEDs, is to build a, what do they call that thing? A supercontinuum laser. A supercontinuum laser uses a pulsed fiber to produce different wavelengths by tuning the mirrors. And you can get, pretty wide wave spread out of one of those things. And I did actually want to build one of those, but it's a lot more expensive than simply buying these off-the-shelf LEDs. And hey, if they can work, this is going to be available for everybody to replicate stupidly easy, because these are on the market now. So.
So I need to buy a whole new set, and my goodness, replace all of the lights with the new lights.
Yeah, there's no. It would be ridiculous to basically to buy these lights. Honestly, there's really no reason to have to get all of those various LED colors unless you want to do science of spectroscopy on them and figure out the simulation.
Yeah, we will be a lab then.
Oh, by the way, I should mention something else that's kind of cool. Since I have a wide spread of all the colors, and if I put them all on a single heatsink, which I'm going to do, it turns out that laser diodes and LEDs are both subject to wavelength shifting by liquid cooling and nitrogen cooling. So it is possible to actually spread the frequency of each color onto the next step where it's missing in order to perfectly tune them just by simply freezing them, essentially, with liquid nitrogen or something else like that, or bringing them down to a colder temperature until the wavelength shifts. So yeah, we can actually color with that gambit the full spectrum from the 355 nanometers, because our lowest is 365 and we can shift it down 10, all the way up to our 1060 nanometers, which is 10 above where we're at with 1050. So yeah, there we go. Wonder if I should sell a kit for that, if people would find that scientifically useful for experimentation.
Okay. I don't think it's going to hurt anything if you open door.
I'm sure a few people working with the weird sciences will probably find some use in it.
Exactly.
It'd probably be expensive
There's
to
always
manufacture.
people out there it's a breakthrough, right? Just the right dots connecting the puzzle pieces.
Weird equipment for weird science, man. I mean, the entire idea of trying to simulate an element or a composition or some kind of mixture and make it act like it's losing weight, like its inertia has changed. Just getting these physical effects out of materials like that is something nobody is really looking into in the mainstream. I can promise you aerospace companies are, but other than them, and they're never going to talk about it because that's probably their most valuable secret of tech. And I'm sure some values of the military are, but in this case, like, where is it in the private sector? Who's really broadcasting? How are we doing these experiments? Like, who's building a ridiculous freaking 17 or 18 LED chain?
Jeremiah is 222 years old, and Gerald is, I'm not exactly sure, but it's his birthday today, so happy birthday, Gerald. And we just hit 3 hours, 33 minutes, 22 seconds, and now hitting 33 seconds. 3 hours, 33 minutes, 33 seconds. Happy birthday, Gerald. We're going to be
three.
Oh, and you have the Master Builder 33, born at 303 on. Whoop, whoop. Illuminati confirmed.
Continues. Illuminati confirmed.
I wonder if I can use Peltier junctions to do a digital wavelength shift. That would be really freaking cool. I could make that whole damn thing electronic.
RJ is Illuminati confirmed. 33
RJ,
years
are you a Master Builder too?
I only ever made it to the first degree, or I never made it past the first degree.
No. When I reference that, hold on a second.
The door and he was like, I'm out of here.
Hold on a second, guys. I'm not a Mason. That's not what that means. If you've heard of numerology. No, if
I
you
got blackballed and booted for not paying my dues. I'm in Mason arrears.
Oh yeah, they want you to pay. It's like Taekwondo, but they say for your Taekwondo for your soul, right? And it's like you got to pay your dues if you want that next level.
I'm willing to, be good at self-defense, but I don't want to be that kind of master builder. There's something in, if you guys have numerology, you take your birthday and it's like supposed to be your life path number. And some people are Master Builder 11s, Master Builder 22s, or 33. So that's what that is. So it's just like, it's like that. Remember, Liminal, you were saying I was mentioning one day in the chat and you're like, what's your Myers-Briggs? I was talking about it's like a different, but it's like kind of related to astrology. It's related to your Vedic chart.
I'm sorry, could you say that one more time? It's
one
related
time you
to.
and I were talking, sorry, we were talking in chat. I was talking about like different types of So like there's the astrology, right, of your personality. There's the really super basic one, which most people don't connect with. But then there's something called Vedic. There's something called a Jovian, and then there's like numerology. And then I was just saying,
Jovian gets really weird.
yeah, it does.
It got surprisingly weird for me. I was like, what is this? And then I looked into it a little bit more, and I'm still gonna say it's weird in the sense that it seems just as cobbled together and as convoluted as complex astrology does, but and it, you know, like many systems, they can all kind of reveal and reflect something back to you. It's weird stuff. But what system are you talking about?
What number am I talking about? Is that what you said? Sorry?
Oh, you were saying that we had been previously talking about some system.
Oh, the Myers-Briggs.
The Myers-Briggs is like the most well-renowned typology test. You know,
the only scrutiny I would put on it, because I felt this way when I retook it, because I actually realized that when I first took it, I came out as an INT. Shoot, I'm gonna mess it up. I know I'm like JP or something.
You're INTJ or P, J or P at the end. Yeah.
Hold on, I can pull it up because I totally saved it. Anyway,
I think I know what you're getting at. Here's the thing.
And then
many people will, if they go through changes, significant behavioral and personality changes, you will score differently, or it might be indicative of, I don't want to say, it might be indicative of having a personality that is always changing, which may be a sign that you want to get something checked out.
And Liminal, you've heard, like the CIA talks about that there's like multiple versions of these in a sense. And I think it might be because we probably all have a little bit of like a multiple personality kind of thing.
Right.
Not to the full extent of, you know, maybe being diagnosed, but well, I mean,
I was gonna say, like, if over a 10-year period in your 20s, you know, like for me, I was an ENFP all the way, and I just thought that was
me, myself, and I all exist within BurnEye.
I thought that was what I was gonna be.
You're right.
Going into my 30s, I turned into an INTP. So there you go.
That's interesting. So like, I'm pretty sure I was an INFJ when I first took it, and now I'm an ENFJ. But I think that was because I was depressed when I first took it. I was going through a lot of depression.
That makes sense.
And so I'm wondering if that's why, right? Because I was way more introverted. I mean, I still can be. That's the thing, is that
some people have more consistent circumstances or more fixed personalities, and they're gonna reliably over the course of their life score as one or two types that are very closely related. Or you might find that as you go from your youth and to your your adulthood, that type changes, and that's actually not unusual. A good way to see if it's like fairly stable is just like over a several year period, you can test yourself a few times and see where you're at.
What's kind of cool for me is that this actually, they call ENFJ the teacher, and that actually connects to my master builder. Is supposed to be I'm an educator, and my Jovian is I'm a master generator, which is, I think it's all connecting to me being like an educator. Which is funny because my job in clinical.
I know I have my Jovian saved somewhere from way back when. I can't even remember what mine is. I'm probably not a master builder though. I'm one of those people that's meant to bump into things and find out what doesn't work, so I can tell people what does work.
I'll agree with that.
I think I am good chaos. I'm the bull in the china shop, and I'm the triple horns. I was born the year of the ox. I have both Aries and Taurus in my sun and moon. It's like triple horns. It's good. You got good chaos is important. That's the thing. Like, I think some people were like, oh, they're disrupting things and they ask too many questions, right? I'm the person that asks too many questions. And so like you get a little annoying sometimes. Well, I did to people. I'm not saying you do. And so, because you've never annoyed me.
Well, there are times.
Okay, calm down. Just kidding. Anyway,
Don't worry, I love her.
So anyway, it's good. I think people need to be more good chaos, and that's what shakes things up. It's what gets people to potentially see, another way, and it may be a form of healing.
I agree. And if you go far enough, everything meets up. Not to generalize, but it really does overlap. If you're into optics, you're gonna get into chemistry and gases, and if you're coming from the agricultural side, you can end up doing electroculture, and then
yeah.
I was growing crystals a couple months ago, and now I'm doing electroculture. And 2 years ago, I was studying, electrical engineering and all kinds of stuff.
Cool.
I mean, throughout the course of my life, I've been through so many different things. So we are multifaceted individuals coming together and trying to figure this out.
That's so funny because I've been called jack of all trades. I dabble in a lot of different things.
Jack of all trades, master of some. Okay.
Ooh, I like that way better than master of none.
Yeah.
Well, and now we can actually tie it back to that comment earlier. Being polymaths, you're sharing and basically diving into a whole lot of different things and becoming really good at them. This is why it's so important to learn that focus I was talking about earlier. Because if you just focus on one thing at a time and become proficiently good at it, then you can basically use that at any point. And now you've learned another skill without having this divided attention and broken memory to try and figure out what the heck it was that you did that worked so well.
That's actually so true. Because like I'll open something because it's my ADHD again, and all of a sudden I'm realizing I'm looking at something that had nothing to do with what I sat down to work on, and I will have to refocus. And something that's helped me is organizing. I have like a planner that like lets me write down goals and things like things that I've achieved. So it's actually like I forget what they call those, but there's another type of, what's that thing called? But it's like neurographica, if you guys have heard of it. It's there's another name for it too, because Calistoga Refried, Kevin, who used to be on here, he worked with a teacher, like sort of this famous teacher, and it's a way to like reprocess or to help with your memory. And so it's like you draw like a circular map of like so maybe you put your main goal in the center, and then you branch off on like what you need to do to get to that point. And so but neurographica is actually where you are sort of drawing these random designs, really, and you're doing it while you're reading or processing data, and it allows your brain to withhold the memories differently than.
Are you talking about actually? This is an actual technique. People are drawing while reading or doing some other activity.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't think this is the answer for everybody, but sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's so that it's kind of like a the way I look at that is that's a distraction for the conscious mind to allow the subconscious mind to express itself through the body. And for some people, it depends. That could be a way to tap into automatic drawing or automatic writing. I know that's getting a bit into woo territory, but I really think it's primarily a way that would help one tap into their subconscious.
They're stating that it is forming new neural connections, and I haven't looked into if there is actual data behind that statement.
Okay, so they think it's a good way to.
Yeah, I'll do more research on it.
So, are they allowing is it like an intuitive allow the drawing to happen, or are they actually trying to draw something while reading something? Is it both deliberate on both ends?
I don't believe it's deliberate on both ends. I
Okay.
believe it's supposed to be a flow on the drawing end.
Okay. Yep.
You want me to read this?
That definitely sounds more like a subconscious outlet on the
Okay.
drawing
And I
end with
mean,
the body.
yeah. Okay. Yeah. What you said.
I would say I've seen this before, actually, and this is one of those things that there's a TED Talk about it, about people who have their like super memorization capability and the ways that you can program your memory. So anytime you have more than one stimulus simultaneously occurring in the brain, as you're reading or digesting some information, and you have a secondary stimulus, which could be audio, like some people love to read audiobooks as they listen to them at the same time. You know, they'll read the book and simultaneously listen to it. It creates a really, really strong link because you have these two different senses. But the most powerful sense in humans, unless the nervous system is damaged and someone has had to adapt, is the sense of touch. And this is one that immediately goes straight into the memory because it's the body, the physical body, that keeps you alive. And so there's an innate direct path through the brain to the physical kinesthetic senses. And so when you do something physical like draw, or if say you're driving or there's something else, there's some other kind of stimulus, some other vibration or some other input, or, you know, temperature or pressure or anything on your skin that's going to stimulate that input, it's going to be memorized very, very well. And that's basically what you're doing.
What about that ice water technique where you put your hand while you're like in the process of measure? I just remembered this, and you put it in cold water while you're memorizing something. This is connecting, correct?
Yeah, it sounds like if you've already worn out your ability to use those other distractions to focus, that maybe you could do something more extreme. But like, quite honestly, I've seen plenty of evidence towards very gentle stimulus. Like what you're doing there with simply drawing is an output, and you might think it'd be a major distraction, but honestly, it's just, you're not really drawing anything. That's the whole thing, is you're just allowing your hand to move, and sort of sketching blindly is one of the techniques that's used. It's not about creating anything at all. You're going to end up with a jumbled mess on a single piece of paper. But the whole motion part, that's it triggers other parts of the brain that are going to automatically form those connections. We've seen this in mice too. Extensive studies have shown that mice that will run a maze during their wakeful state will then rerun that maze verbatim and do variations after the first initial run in their dream state. So they've identified that the dream state is purposed towards reliving the daily experiences and then re-simulating them with various conditions.
Yeah. That made me think of the mushroom that, you know, restructured the Japanese subway. You heard that story? And it
was a slime mold. Slime molds are extremely good at finding the most efficient, shortest path between A and B to transfer nutrients. Oh, it's pretty awesome. Yeah, nature always has a better way to do things, and our best abilities. I was watching this amazing little like YouTube suggestion called Micro Mouse Competition. Veritasium just recently did a video on it. And these Micro Mouse competition uses these tiny little mouse-sized robots. They've gotten them as small as the actual house mice now. And they are so unfreaking believably fast and so absolutely precise. These tiny little robots, they can run this entire maze that's probably 15, 20, 30 meters in some case in like a matter of less than 10 seconds. When they're zipping around the corners, you're looking at the camera view, and even at 1080p, it's hard to track them because they're moving so quickly. And so basically there have been a few categories where we've gotten robotics to be as good at one specific thing as a natural thing found by creation and progression of a genetic species. Like mice, for example, are very, very good at running fast and leaping and doing all kinds of stuff. Well, we've gotten there with robotics now in that one category, but for the most part, nature always does it better. And if we look to nature to find the solution, it's guaranteed that whatever it's doing, it's already figured out how to do it most efficiently. And if we want to be effective and efficient, we've just got to find a natural process that's pretty close to the thing we want to synthesize. Quick mention of Alexander Shulgin, who did exactly that, looked at natural neurochemicals and then found ways to create synthetic molecules that fit right into the receptors. Man, that guy was a genius.
Truly a genius in the world of psychoactive chemistry.
Yeah.
Unmute, Bernie. What you got there?
Just some of my more recent monoatomic harvesting. Zinc, silver, copper in this one. Silver, copper, zinc as well in this one. Exact same metals, two different colors.
They really do look a lot different. Were there any differences? I mean, what was the difference between why one stayed white and the other one turned this kind of purplish?
Just later on in the reaction, in the transmutational state of decay on the anode side of the production of the metamaterials.
Was one done far before the other in terms of?
Yes, the pure white monoatomic is always just at the very beginning of the reaction, and then it keeps breaking down first to the blue diatomic oxidized, and then into the green, from blue, green, yellow, red, or orange, red, pink, and also sometimes black, and then also sometimes back to the white, what they call a calcified state as well.
One of the things we want to use those many color LEDs for is trying to test monoatomics and looking for that photonic response. I know there's got to be a wavelength in there somewhere that gets them to do something interesting.
So this picture right here, you can see this copper and aluminum foil coil anode going into the reaction, just the salt water there, and then instantly turning that red maroonish color. And that's what I eventually dried out. And when it was dry and I rubbed my fingers together with it onto the what remained of the regular aluminum and copper, it instantly spontaneously combusted and caught fire.
No way.
Yeah, yeah.
Seriously,
yes, like 100%.
It caught fire.
That did happen.
Do you have any of it left?
And I am sticking to it.
Dude, I need all the details of this now. If that's literally what happened, then that's the first time anybody has reported Hudson-like effects so far, because we have all tried for them. Everything from microwaving them, to flame torching them, to electrocuting the crap out of them, discharging capacitors across them, and they all seem fairly non-responsive. But you did something that you actually got a reaction out of, you've got to tell me everything.
Yes,
Enough to replicate it.
Exactly. I want to replicate it again first.
Please get closer to your mic.
Sulfur state. Everything comes out in this on this yellow side when you have a double negative going in. The different layers, exclusion zones and stuff.
Can you get a little closer to your mic?
No, I cannot. I'm going to mumble in the corner, Jeremiah. Sorry. Here's the copper solenoid little Keshi pain pen, but it's just 3 copper coils in series of 9 going counterclockwise, and then the copper oxide blue cluster there, and then there's the brownish orangish copper CuH3, I believe Keshi says, so copper trioxide hydride. I need to up my chemistry lessons again. And yeah, you can see all the bubbles and the mist actually rising off of it at the same time, simultaneously on that one, producing hydrogen or possibly HHO. Here's that same reaction that was all in that yellow sulfur state, now in the blue teal oxidized state. Nothing chemically had changed at all in this. This is a combination of a bunch of aluminum, um, foil, as well as copper and silver.
So in the one that when you rub your fingers together, the stuff caught fire, which I really got to hear more about that
Here
story.
you can see again on the anode side more of this red aluminum copper stuff forming on the outside. That exact same stuff that you are asking about, Jeremiah. And this is what the Alchemist state is, the red mercury state of transmutational metals, as Sir Isaac Newton also describes it. And they say that is its reactive live state.
And so what's the other electrode then? Does it need to be something specific?
Right here you can see that is a 1 ounce silver coin as the cathode.
Okay, so have you ever tried this with anything other than silver for the cathode?
Yeah, with just aluminum on aluminum, copper on copper, zinc on zinc, I get it all into that red state.
But is that red state always combustible when you dry it out?
I haven't tried it, I'm not sure.
Would you?
Yeah, we got to do a lot more experiments on it, of course. So here's a bunch of different reactors, coils, and wands and whatnot that I made back in the day. Some of them. Oh, here's this little guy where it's a couple silver ounces, maggrav coil, capacitor, and then like essentially battery of aluminum, copper, monatomic, and wax paper separating. And yeah, I gotta do more with the circuitry. Ooh, I do have this one opened up. So that right there, that's when it was first sealed, and then this is the jar now, where it's completely encased in a layer of blue crystallized silver oxide. That is this nano lattice crystallized layer that forms. And I'm sure these are actually a metamaterial because they do flake off the jar and they're like this perfect like nano film layer.
I was thinking the exact same words, man.
Metamaterials, right? And that you see it's forming in, it can be formed in all the different states of the transmutational metals as well when built in these correct circuits and little reactor group things that I make. For instance, like this guy that's still bubbling, there's another maggrav coil that it's connected to with two copper wires connecting into the monoatomics, and that's creating the charge and differential that's powering it nonstop, even when there's not electricity connected to it. And you can see that giant arse
Structure tubes.
Structure, yeah, that's formed there. And then when it does connect to the bottom and ground itself out, then the coils themselves, or the cathode side, oops, wrong camera, there we go. On the cathode side here, it stops producing as much hydrogen, it stops bubbling nearly as much as what it was, because the anode side has built these structures down and grounded itself to the base monatomic amount. But it's still bubbling a little bit, but it's almost as little or as much as the one that has zero electricity to it, this Lion maggrav reactor hybrid thing that I got going on in there, where you have it producing the same amount of hydrogen through electrolysis as no electricity, as 5 volts going in, and that I can disconnect it and this thing will continue producing that same amount of hydrogen indefinitely, what seems like 9 months now on the outside ones.
So for that one that made that crazy material, Was that with the silver coin? Or was that with the
red
aluminum on the
stuff?
aluminum?
Okay, so this red stuff, Jeremiah, I'm telling you, I make it out of every single metal. I've gotten it from just like copper on copper into that straight red state.
Right, but
Aluminum,
you
aluminum.
don't know if it has that property, though. That's the thing.
Yes. Oh, yes, yes, yes. That's so sorry. Yes. And so here's some of this red stuff in this state, and that it's just made out of copper in this one.
Yeah, I really want to replicate that, and that's why I'm asking for specifics. I'm going to do exactly that.
This is the first time I've talked about it publicly. All right, so I bring my different secrets forward and discoveries forward time to time. That all right, we're bringing it to light today, I guess. Take note. 4:01 in with 41 people watching, apparently.
I'm taking note.
9:46 a.m. Dear goodness. All right, so on that note, we're going back to watch the rest of this right here first.
Hey, what about revealing all those secrets? I just wanted to know what the other
It'll
material
come.
was.
It will come, but I gotta be true to the name of the title and finish this lecture because we need to get on to the one afterwards, which is gonna blow your mind even more so.
Oh man!
I promise you, it's gonna blow your mind. Well, the Wilian Donovan
before
one.
Before we do that, let me just cover this one last thing.
All right, of course.
So this is.
I have no idea. I
was gonna show you guys the other day the what the heck?
Ooh.
What is wrong with me? Oh, I see it. Okay. Sorry, this is the light box for the Frandy Aquino photon gas experiment, and I have an analog wooden balance that's called a razor blade edge balance, and it has a razor blade sitting above it with the scale balance just slightly below it gravitationally. So if the weight changes between the left side and the right side, it won't be an electronic measurement error. It'll literally move the thing. And so inside that box are 2 LED strips, and I'm going to go show them up close. So yeah, anyways, that's it. People wanted to see the other day the photon gas layout and how I'm testing Frandy Aquino's experiment. So on the top and bottom of that plastic container, the LED strips are mounted on the side of. I can apply a ELF voltage across those, just acting like an open air capacitor. Now, ideally, it's tested in vacuum, but he says this can still be done with LEDs in open air. So we're going to give this a try using some of the worst LEDs for this experiment because they're super wideband kind of white noise output. They're phosphor LEDs with multi-phosphor coatings. So lots and lots of wavelengths all at once. They're cool white. And see if we can get some kind of motion. Now, I did get some motion out of the scale earlier, but I wasn't sure if it was thermal or if it was gravitational. And I haven't ruled that out yet with the digital scale. And those are coming. This is the photon gas experimental setup replication from Frandy Aquino's paper, Quantum Controller of Gravitational Force Using a Photon Gas. Yeah. And I'll let you know how it works out. So that's the last thing I had to show. We can get back to the video then.
All right. Thank you, Jeremiah. And we shall get back to this video right here. Dan Winter's Cognos 2013. Free Energy, Implosion, and New Technologies. 1 decade in remix.
Symmetry is doing this. And the gold atom makes an electric field when it's white gold powder that produces gravity. White gold powder has been known to float. And your ancestors were eating the gold, the white gold powder, because they thought it would make them immortal, actually. That's how it became known as Holy Communion. And it was served, by the way, in a pine cone shape wafer that you can see the carvings at Rennes-le-Château in France of the white gold powder. So Lawrence Gardner, in his book Sacred Arc, is analyzing the electric field, and he decided that because the electric field of the monoatomic gold is so huge, it makes an almost infinite electric field. And it's called, by the way, the same thing. It's called phase conjugate dielectric. And because that electric field is so big, so perfect, so distributed like a rose. You know the Rose of Sharon in the Jewish tradition? Well, it turns out that in the Hebrew tradition, the name for heaven is called the Plains of Sharon. The Plains of Sharon. And according to his very, very scholarly analysis, the electric definition of the Plains of Sharon, an example of that is a perfectly unpacked electron. So, when I go to heaven, I'm going to be a perfectly unpacked electron. Doesn't that sound delightful? It's another way of saying to become a wave that's perfectly distributed. In English, the word for heaven comes from he, ave. He, ave, heaven. He, ave, heaven. He means the breath of charge. Ave means to take flight, to take wing. Ave, to fly. Avion, par avion, sounds Spanish to me. So, hey ave, where the breath of charge takes flight, where charge can fly, right? Remember how angry the Hopi grandfathers were when the US government decided to put steel pipes in the old Aribi, the sacred burial ground of the Hopi. Why were the Hopi so angry that the US government decided to put steel pipes, sewage, across the sacred burial ground? What did the Hopi ancestor know that the US government did not know? The Hopi ancestor knew that the circulation of charge in that burial ground was fractal, phase conjugate, like a rose. And the only way ancestors live in memory is if that charge remains in circulation. Yes. And steel pipes and steel buildings and aluminum and electrosmog, these are poisonous to the distribution of all living plasma, all living memory, for the very simple reason that the electric field the electric field you call life, which I call phase conjugate, Li-phi, life, life. The electric field you call life has to unpack like a rose. What does that mean in practice? It means you go to your bed, your house, your garden, and your city, and you rearrange the magnetic lines to look like a rose. The magnetic map of Prague originally is a rose. It's a meteor caldera. And when we get to Prague, Valerie noticed that we were lucid dreaming more. Why could we lucid dream better in Prague? The magnetic map is a rose. Oh, by the way, Prague is successful at attracting life force, tourists, energy, and money. So you could tell the Spanish government, if they want money back in Spain, rearrange the magnetic map to be attracting charge. Because the circulation of living charge is the human energy for which money is the only symbol. Right? So, this ability to make magnetism circulate successfully translates into very practical suggestions for your day-to-day life. Have you been to Switzerland in the mountains where you have the old-fashioned house? It's made of clay and natural materials and straw, all living biologic materials. And in many of those houses, there's a hole in the roof that points in the direction of a certain star. And they say, that's where grandmother goes out when she dies. Yeah? Same where the tube that points to Sirius from the Great Pyramid. Same principle. Now, you know, in Australia, I think they found out that houses with metal roof, you can't dream as well. Why does a steel or metal over your head reduce your ability to dream? You know? Well, we have some clues. In Australia, where the Aboriginals, let's see, we'll use this one, they found out that the place the Aboriginals called dreaming track or songline in Australia is actually measurable as a magnetic line. So that the ability to, let's see, I think it's in here, phase contour. So they were studying what were called songlines in the Australian Aboriginal tradition. Got to find that picture now. Here it is. It's from our friend Rob Gourlay in Australia. These are the white lines here in white are the song line, the dreaming track. And the way the electrical engineers measure song line or dreaming track here in white, they do it from airplane and satellite magnetic flux permissivity, which is simply where rivers of magnetism are flowing in the land, magnetic conductivity, like the white lines, accurately identify what Aboriginals called dreaming track or song line. So what's the physics? Why would you need a magnetic river for propagating your dreaming? Does anybody have a clue? Another prediction that spiritual scientists always say is that if you can lucid dream, you will take memory with you when you die. But if you cannot lucid dream, you will take less memory with you when you die. So lucid dreaming has something to do with memory, coherence of plasma. In Egyptian, the term for that is the origin of the term Catholic and Cathar. It was called your Ka in Egypt, K-A, which means your boat into the underworld. So if you get a coherent aura, then your plasma, your charge, can take wings, hey ave, to fly, and your magnetic plasma can go down the river, the river of magnetic conduction. Now, if the magnetic map of your bed and your house look like a rose, imagine how easy it is for birth and death and dreaming. Whereas if the magnetic map of your bed is a steel and aluminum building full of dead air and electro smog, I tell you, you have a problem. It's the life force in the air itself that allows the charge to propagate. Hey Ave, plains of Sharon, your breath of charge takes wings. I feel like I'm in heaven now. Do you see the principle? So this is just an introduction to the curriculum of living architecture and the alchemy of the flame in the mind. Let's see, what time is it? It's 6 o'clock. Before we go further, can we do questions here? Would anyone want to ask questions? Should we have some dialogue? Spontaneity? Anyone? Not ready for that. Well, if you have questions, feel free. The climax of this lecture is going to be about applying this to technology, to sacred space, to living agriculture, to living architecture. And I'm going to show you a presentation which is called the Fractal Field Team here, which has examples of things we're doing to create sacred space in practical terms. These are the websites, fractalfield.com, breakthroughtechnologies.com, theimploder.com, purify.com. And Breakthrough Technologies and also bloomthedesert.com, those two websites are in conjunction with Roger Green, who is here with us, who works on all these projects with us, and he's currently also involved in the fusion work. And he's happy to talk to you about eco-global fuels and about some of the Rossi work, the ECAT. So this is just an introduction to some of the things we're doing with the Bloom the Desert program. The Bloom the Desert project includes ORMEs, the gold powder for agriculture purposes, and it includes the imploder, which I'm going to show you in a minute. It also includes the study of primary water, which is deep rock water, which is more alive because it has more charge, yeah? It's also called a captive water table. This is a project we did in Australia to bring the water back to this land at Eagle Farm, the Tiagra airport near Byron Bay, and we remapped these dolmen to put this pent magnetic symmetry into the magnetic field of this place. See that pentagram in the center, and the magnetic map increased in charge density. So we actually fabricated the kind of stone dolmen circle that measurably affect seed germination. This is the Purify project. This gold capacitive structure creates lots of charge in the body, affects seed germination, can be used to charge rock powders. Here we're charging a rock powder with a gold 5-sided implosion pyramid. The angle of that cone is exactly this angle here in the center. If you stellate a dodeca, you make the exact 60-degree cone that becomes charge implosion. And later you're going to see that in the imploder for water for agriculture. So this is the Purify. And here we're using the same principle to charge the yeast, the brewer's yeast, and we accelerate metabolism in the yeast 40 to 50% simply by adding a 0 power capacitor. We're proving here that we can do the same thing with capacitance, charge, a cup-shaped implosive egg-like condenser. Condense, capacitance, charge compression. There's a little pine cone shape there in the electric field where you feel a little cool breeze. So the same principle is the reason Stonehenge causes seeds to grow, and the reason the Priory device eliminated cancer, because all of life requires a centripetal field, implosion force. The electric difference between a live seed and a dead seed is quite simple. A live seed can suck in charge. That's why it's alive. A dead seed has no implosion, cannot attract charge, is not fractal, and that's why it's dead. So knowing this is life or death for you. How do you keep your aura together? Get centripetal or get dead. This is a centripetal device. This is the shungite. It's a natural phase conjugate dielectric, almost like the Philosopher's Stone John Dee and Kelly used for alchemy. The moldavite and the shungite are examples of phase conjugate dielectrics, which is to say, imploding capacitors. How romantic. Next time you want to ask your lover for a kiss, you tell her that I'm an imploding capacitor. I'm sure she will be attracted. Right. This is another imploding capacitor here. This is in Barcelona. I don't know if it was the last conference we did, but everyone felt the charge. This is called ecosify, and this is all gold. So I guess this might be more expensive than a Volkswagen because there's so much gold in there. But the demonstrated principle is that you make a capacitor that implodes and you make a flame in the mind, right? So that's the geometry. You see how the geometry looks like a flame? You see the flame there? Let's play the animation of that flame here. Now do you see why we call it a flame in the mind? Let's play the animation. Here's, on the bottom left, here it is. Let's stop this here. Wait, I'll control this. This is not something Bill Gates can do, but Steve Jobs can do it. You can control Keynote better than PowerPoint. Right here, I'm doing it. Bill Gates, eat your heart out. No. So all right. And Apple looks like a donut, right? So, but you see, the point is that right here, right there, do you see a flame? Does that look like a flame to you? That's a flame in the mind, a fire, a plasma fusion event. Do you see why that's attractive? That is a flame. And that is the way flame is created. You know what? I had my first bliss experiences in the Gurdjieff School, studying sacred gymnastics of Gurdjieff in Charlestown, West Virginia, at claymont.org. And our teacher of sacred gymnastics, a French powerful spiritual teacher named Pierre Elliott, it turns out that our teacher for the sacred gymnastic, his university career was studying the physics of flame. So if you know how to make a flame, you can make fire in the mind, and you can make human bliss, and you can design sacred gymnastics, and you can make architecture, and you can cause seeds to germinate, and you can make plasma fusion containment. It's all the same geometry. Now, I want to show you one more picture. Remember when we said that here are the waves, here are the longitudinal waves coming in like this, causing compression in your mind, right? and you got implosion in the center. And we said that's like phase conjugate optics, same thing, 4 wave mixing. But you would say, hey, that looks like a cube. That doesn't look like a dodecahedron, right? That's a cube. But here is the cube. I'm going to control this cube here. Here's the cube. Here is from the star mother. Here's how that cube gets in a dodecahedron. There's the cube. And now that cube is nested in a dodeca, right there. See the cube in the dodeca? And now, this is called embedding. And the ratio of the edge of that cube, 1.0, to the edge of that dodecahedron, 0.618. Golden mean, right? And now I'm going to do perfect nesting or perfect embedding, which is to extend the charge from each vertex of the dodeca and that's the yellow icosahedron in the star mother. So now here's cube, dodeca, icosa. Just extend the wave straight out, icosa. And now I extend that straight out again, also by golden ratio, compression. Oh, there it is. Extending just straight. Every edge extended straight by golden ratio. Hello. Does that look familiar? That's the star mother. That's perfect nesting. That's the geometry of DNA Earth grid and zodiac. So you see that if you get the cube perfect, then you can embed from hex to pent into golden ratio dodeca. And that's the geometry that creates fusion, implosion, fire in the mind. You know, these plasma fields, I was going to tell you the story of fusion in the blood. We didn't finish that story. See, when the DNA turns inside out and becomes a torus like this, remember when we said that ball lightning causes telepathy? Because the plasma at the center becomes part of what I call DNA radio. DNA radio. The physics of telepathy. So whether it's ball lightning or DNA experiencing human bliss because of braiding, it ignites the fire in the blood. This is our favorite joke. We call this principle in physics is called, come on baby, light my fire. So when the fire is ignited in your DNA with the physics of bliss, then that ignites DNA radio. This is fusion in the blood. Well, I suppose we need to finish today's lecture with an ET story. Is it okay if we finish with an ET story? Is that okay with you? ET? ET, phone home. Okay, we're going to finish the story with ET. It is my humble opinion that the guy called Yahweh, Jehovah, in the Jewish tradition is probably the Anunnaki called Enlil. And Sitchin and others believe that. And Yahweh, Jehovah, taught that kosher required that the blood must be out of the meat before you eat it, right? Now, they also taught that the Anunnaki were dying prematurely when they arrived on Earth because they couldn't handle the atmosphere. Now, we believe that the actual story of the Anunnaki is a story of what we call the ages of Uras. U-R-A-S. The Ages of Uras is a story told by Anton Parks in the Chronicles of Girku. And they said that Enlil's brother, Enki, looked like this, a frog. And the website is Zeitlin.net about the Ages of Uras. And he says that that culture, this Ur culture, and I want to show you the picture of the history of that term Ur. I'm doing this for a reason. Here is the Ur-An culture. Ur became An-Ur, Ungary, Ural, Uruk, Ibi-Uru, Nibiru. I don't think the translator has a job here because these words are all self-explanatory. They're the roots of the term Uru, as in Heb-Uru, Ein Sof Ur, Ursprung, Uruk, Iraq. You see the term you are. Now, if you were studying the history of the planet and you saw this term Uras, you are you, in so many words in your language, would not you believe that in order to know the history of where we come from, we need to know who was Uru? I think, given the fact that Jerusalem, Uru Asa Elem, is a place where Uru, which Uru I believe means of the ancient dragon blood, Uru Asa Elem, Jerusalem, that's right, it's down here. Uru, ancient dragon blood, Asa, queen of, El, phase shift. So where the queen of the ancient dragon blood made the phase shift. Uru Asa LM, Jerusalem. Probably we would not need a war over Jerusalem if we knew what it was for. A place where dragon blood can make the phase shift. So who's this dragon blood and what was the fire in their blood? Later, with help from Bill, we wrote a paper, and you can read the paper at fusionintheheart.com, about fusion in the blood. And specifically, we were studying the blood of our ancestors, the Anunnaki, the Uru, the Draco. We believe their roots were in Alpha Draconis, and whether you believe that or not is not important, but the chemistry of their blood is instructive. You see, our ancestors, sometimes you call them the Nephilim, fallen Draco, Anunnaki, Sumerian, whatever you call them, origins of Hungarian Draco. The chemistry lesson remains important, whatever you call them. The chemistry lesson is from their star system, their blood was lipid-based, lipid, L-I-P-I-D. It was an oil lipid-based blood. And for them, they were nitrogen breathing. It's called the plague of Azoth, the plague of nitrogen. And for them, oxygen was a poison. The wars they came from in Orion were called the Oxygen Wars for a reason. It's the basis of the movie Total Recall about the Oxygen Wars. It's those who want high oxygen versus those who want low oxygen. And if your blood chemistry is poisoned by oxygen, then obviously you don't want high oxygen. Also, for their lipid-based nitrogen-breathing blood, that the water in the blood of meat would be a poison to them. So the origin of the kosher in the Jewish tradition requires understanding Draco blood to understand where it came from. Did you know that on Alpha Draconis, the men and the women have a separate language called Emesa and Emisa? Eminase? Anton Parks describes in detail. And exactly the same is true for the Australian Aboriginals. The men and the women must have a different language by law. Do you know the rules that became the marriage law in Aboriginal Australia and caste system in India? Those rules come directly from Alpha Draconis. There's so much we need to know about our ancestors to understand ourselves. Did you know that the culture on Alpha Draconis was female dominated for a long time, and they came here with a fear of women? When I started studying in graduate school the history of Earth, I concluded the most dominant feature of the history of Earth is the fear of women. And I studied everywhere to figure out where did the fear of women came from. But you know what I found out finally is you cannot learn the origin of the fear of women without understanding the extraterrestrial origin of our ancestors. Anunnaki, Uru, Draco. That was a female-dominated culture. Well, you can see I carry on, and this would be very controversial information. And I'm not asking that you believe this without your own investigation. I do suggest you read Anton Parks. And you should read that paper on the blood chemistry. It's fun. FusionInTheHeart.com. Thank you again to Bill on that. But here is a final point. Here's a final point. Final point I wish to make. You know when you say, "Come on, baby, light my fire," what you're talking about is passion, right? If you don't have passion, you might as well be dead, truthfully. So, we electrical engineers, we would like to understand a little bit about the nature of passion. Now, you can regard this as a fairy tale. I regard it as true history. But the story is that Enki, Ea, Samuel, when Enki selected which of the Rh negative rhesus monkey, which of the monkey blood he was going to genetically modify to make Adam and Eve, he chose a species where he saw that monkey exhibit compassion to other animals. And he had never seen compassion in his whole life before. And that's how he selected the monkey that would be fun to work with genetically. He saw passion. Now, in order to remember this story, you can make jokes at the expense of English people, if you like. You see, the greatest concentration of Rh negative blood on planet Earth is UK, United Kingdom. What does it mean to have a stiff upper lip? This is an old joke. Sorry, Valerie, my jokes are getting old. Sorry. But a stiff upper lip is when you're in the House of Lords and you have a stiff upper lip, you can't talk very well. But the physics is that when you're a little boy, if your mother, Elizabeth from Lizard Born, if your mother says, "Don't cry," to a little boy, the biophysics is it will cause your upper lip to get stiff. True physics. So the cause of a stiff upper lip is mother says, don't cry. It means repressed emotion. It's classic neuro-linguistic programming, classic physics of emotion. So why do you have a stiff upper lip in England? Remember, we're going to make jokes about all the cultures, hopefully, but we'll just do British people for now. But the stiff upper lip means no passion, repressed emotion. What is Rh negative mean? Rh negative blood concentrated in UK means the rhesus monkey is absent. What's left? The reptilian, the Draco, right? Very intelligent, but stiff. Lack of passion. Why did they have lack of passion? Well, the rhesus monkey had passion and compassion, which Enki never saw before. The rhesus monkey blood was dominant. The reptilian blood was recessive. Very important to know. The inbreeding in the reptilians, you know, the story of the bloodlines of Europe, Holy Blood, Holy Grail. We could do the Da Vinci Code here very easily. But my point was that if your blood chemistry does not permit you to have fire or fusion in your blood, you physically do not have DNA radio, so you cannot feel other people's feelings as if they are your own. Remember that plasma fire in George Edgley's lab. Everybody around is healed. They're sucked in. It's a plasma fusion device in the sense of Holy Communion. You see what the Holy Communion is that allows me to feel you? Is if I can have that plasma fusion going on in my blood. If I don't have that plasma fusion, if I succumb to a mechanical culture, then I can't feel your feelings as if they're mine, because my blood needs to be on fire to feel the fire in your blood. And that is the physics of plasma fusion. So, you know, the end of this conference will be Bill telling you about solutions to energy from imploding technology. Bill says that every one of the devices that he is going to show you that do zero-point energy, almost all of them have one thing in common: the golden spiral and the spiral on the cone. Why? Implosive collapse. Gain energy during collapse, during fusion. So whether it's energy or architecture or physics, it all starts with one simple symmetry principle. And I promised everyone here that we would show a few pictures of how we build that into an agriculture device. This is that nozzle, that cone, in the imploder for agriculture. The same way you do fusion in the blood. I just want to do an animation of that cone, so it's so beautiful the way that cone works. Here is the architecture of the perfect implosion cone applied to agriculture. When water goes down that cone, it implodes, it gains spin density, and it becomes centripetal. And we have a dramatic effect on seed germination, on growth in agriculture. So much so that that's a successful commercial product, theimploder.com. This is the geometry of that cone. Do you see where we got that cone from? This is a practical application. Restored centripetal forces. Implosion for agriculture. So there are so many products that can be designed when you understand the nature of implosion. Restored centripetal force basically is our planet returning to a more ordered state. So on that note, I urge you all to get fractal, to be like the rose, and I thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, so that finishes that first epic one. Now let's have some discussion again, and then
Now, those are some shades, Bernie. Those are some shades.
right. It's summertime. Getting,
Cool guys.
I love the electric culture. We're getting pumped. All
It's not
right.
all talk at once.
So I'm about to fill these beauties up with water again. So I guess I'll just leave it on this large screen here for a second while I turn on the hose, and we can watch these mystic monoatomic mana metamaterial Ormuses refill and swirl around.
Has anyone here ever seen that UHF movie by Weird Al Yankovic?
Oh man, that was so funny. I love that
Remember
movie.
the
I've
part-
seen it several times.
Do you remember the part where it's Kramer, but that's not his name in the movie, and the kid wins the competition, and he says, "You know what little Jimmy gets? He gets to drink from the fire hose!" And he just turns it on full blast.
Yeah.
Sorry, Bernie, when you said that, it just reminded me of that clip. I had to bring it up.
Oh man, yeah, dude, that whole entire movie. If you haven't seen it, you're out there listening. If you have not seen, oh,
UHF
man.
by Weird Al Yankovic, yeah.
So funny,
Yeah,
such a
it's
weird, trippy kind of out there.
it's all
wonky
comedy
movie.
and it's different.
No, it's different, right? Oh, man, that just makes me wanna
I'm
see
still
it.
just taking a moment to reabsorb my brain. So sorry, guys, just catching up.
I actually just stuck a little transformer in the oven. I'm not actually sure what the heck it's from. It's a very high winding ratio, high voltage transformer. It could have been from a very old type of printer, but I think it's set to be about 1,000 volts output, which is exactly what I need to charge this 1,000 volt capacitor for MOSFET triggering on an electronic pulse generator that will do like a 60,000 volt pulse and in a very short rise time. So yeah, just toss that sucker in the oven, and now I'm trying to melt the wax off so I can unwind some of the primary turns and put my own coil on there. And then we're going to run that thing in a little handheld voltage multiplier type of pulse supply to drive the whole darn thing. It's going to be awesome.
Sounds like fun.
Oh yeah, it's already jacking out like 2-inch long sparks, and it snaps nice and loud. I mean, I would not want to get hit with it, I'll tell you that. It's dumping like a 3.5, when I'm done with it, 3.5 microfarad, 1,200 volt capacitor into this transformer every single time. And the transformer is kind of a beast.
Yeah, that sounds like a beast.
I want to try to PWM that damn thing so I can do true T.T. Brown experiments. In his original paper, How I Control Gravitation, there's a picture of the high voltage gravitator, quote unquote, system hooked up, which is basically a really long rod built out of layers of litharge, wax, a special type of fabric to absorb the wax and kind of hold the litharge onto one side, which he makes act like sort of a electron transmission layer, and then the plates sandwiching that together, and then he sort of separates these things by just bakelite or by wax with nothing in it. And with that assembly, yeah, he shows the transformer. There's a pulse transformer that does like 100 kV pulse hooked up to that device that's already DC biased. And even though he doesn't show diodes, you can assume he's probably running the pulse transformer with something like a Class A input to get a biased DC type of charging effect. Or he may even just have such a low frequency on a big transformer that he disconnects the wire. from the transformer so it doesn't discharge the whole entire unit. Either way, though, I think it can be explained by electron migration in the dielectrics, jumping from one heavy particle to the other and changing the nuclear spin value, gaining a relativistic inertial effect because it's some of the electron momentum in the direction of the anode is actually being converted into nuclear magnetic moment spin. In the lead, mainly, in the litharge, and on the plates.
I want to see what those kind of pulses look like once you get the sucker working.
Kind of like an ignition coil on steroids, really.
Yeah. Large amounts of steroids.
Oh, yeah. It's a full loop core ferrite, and the system is designed. The transformer I'm using is designed for like 600 watts. It certainly cracks a nice arc across the terminals, and now it'll crack a really nice impulse. I mean, it's to the point where dielectric barrier discharge-wise, if you put a separator like glass or plastic or anything between the two terminals, you'll see lightning shoot over the entire surface and just spread out like Lichtenberg style onto the surface, trying to get across through the other side and charging up the dielectric just to kind of transmit that electron charge until it decays. And with high-speed diodes, which will be added, we get a truly monopolar pulse.
That would be
Physics
awesome.
doesn't like monopolar pulses, by the way. That's where you get your weird scalar crap going on. That's part of the Hutchinson effect.
I want to see that. That'll be awesome.
I'll show it off for sure. There's got to be a way to rip the charges out. And so in terms of generating exotic vacuum objects and then pulling them through, I would definitely go for a pulse generator in most applications, because inside the vacuum chamber with Vega to generate EVOs, he's got to pump a significant amount of energy into that thing, pull a pretty hard vacuum, harder than what you're going to get with your average 2-vane vacuum pump. It'll be near the max just to pull it close enough. And like my little vacuum pump doesn't go deep enough for that. So instead, what I can do is discharge capacitors into it. So no steady state DC, but just discharge. And then I can still generate the electromotive force necessary between the electrodes to rip charges out and force them into a magnetic beam current, much like a, what do they call that? The conduits, the plasma conduits that will rise up the surface of the planet. I'm trying to remember what those are called again now. Nanosphrasia.
Oh, which?
I said nanosphrasia. That's what they call it when you can't remember a word.
Yeah, you know what? I couldn't remember a word earlier
Earth
this
and
morning.
currents. That's it. Yeah.
That's exactly what I was trying to think of this morning, and I couldn't think of them. You're talking about the currents that come in and out of certain spots in the northern part of our Earth, right? Basically,
well, they can show up just about anywhere. I mean, they'll follow events.
Really?
Earthly currents will connect to superstorms and all kinds of stuff. Earthly currents will connect to hurricanes. They'll extend way, way out into space, just like sprites will. And I mean, they can be way the heck up there. They generally spread out into the vacuum in sort of a vortex form, getting away from the gravitational field. And those currents can flow all the way around the magnetosphere of the Earth and be charged up as a conduit to carry high energy solar particles that are positively ionized down through the ionosphere. That creates a tremendous current flow. That's why they tend to circulate around themselves, because there's an electromotive force in the direction straight from outside the magnetosphere that's carrying these charged particles directly towards the surface. But then as they move, there's this secondary field that's rotating around those particles. So they tend to entrain in a vortex. And once that vortex is established, there's a countermotive force. So it actually is like a layered vortex of counter-rotating vortices surrounding each other.
I'm sorry to interrupt there, Jeremiah. I got to dip out for like 5 minutes here. I'll be right back, okay?
Yeah, okay, man.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, in a couple minutes I go check on that transformer, see if its wax is dripping out sufficiently. Might turn up the temperature a bit. You've got to be careful with ferrites when you're baking them or heating them with anything, because the ferrite itself is quite delicate, and you don't want to heat it too quickly, and definitely not unevenly, or it'll shatter on you. Those are looking trippy, Bernie. Quite a number of colors right there. And I'll be right back as well.
There we go. Now that the water's off, look at all of those colors. And that one that had turned like bit purple and gray and separated, now it's back to the full gold yellow, the white remaining white. This originally purple, now beige, weird one doing its thing. This guy full purple still. And full purple, purple, pink, teal, blue, green.
Bright light, bright light.
Right? We're doing real science, real alchemy right here. And
That looks gorgeous.
now,
Seriously, that's awesome.
isn't it? Like it's so beautiful, those colors.
So beautiful.
And
That
then
teal.
yeah, we're gonna be planting them with the same seeds in the different buckets to get these real science experiments going. And then
wouldn't
once
be any
again,
different.
here's a couple different types of that, the materials packaged within themselves, and the differential between the metals and the different states that they're in is supposed to create energy field differential and a soothing sort of energy when applied to sore muscles and stuff. And right, once again, this is like, it's not touching your physical skin or ingesting or any way. It's just a water pack.
Is there any difference if you use like a distilled water when you're filling those? Or neutralized water?
Great question. And for lots of people, yes. If your natural tap water is tainted, polluted, dirty, or anything wrong with it, you don't want to use that water because it will exponentially increase those negative ions, particles, if it gets into a monatomic form. And thus you definitely want to use that's spring water, but in my house I do have distilled water, and I would recommend everybody start out using distilled or spring water. And spring water essentially is what we've all been calling or slightly discussing, that primal water. Is that what it was?
Well, now I'm curious the difference between both, because you got so many more minerals in spring versus distilled where it pulls it all out. Sometimes there's a chemical.
Exactly. So many more experiments to do. This year we're doing all of these ones, and then next year we'll get into also testing distilled, microwave, spring, tap water, and all of that.
Yeah,
On the
primary
same
different.
setup with.
Yeah, there's so much.
Primary comes deep from the earth, actually, usually from under the aquifer. So it's interesting.
Yeah, and like the different properties of certain areas.
Yeah, and it's under pressure, and it's a different form of water, so to speak.
All right. Back to everything else.
Well, I'm going to break in here to break out, so to speak. I've got to get ready for a few things that are going on today. So I appreciate the live, Bertie, and talking to everybody.
WPG Enlightened channel. I will show the link in the live chat as soon as I am back in. And happy birthday, Gerald! It's Gerald's birthday.
Happy birthday, Gerald!
Thank you. My age
Gerald,
is now. I'm now
a little alternator demo before you left today. Because it was your birthday, weren't you supposed to do that? Or
no, I'm not fully ready to do that. But you know what? On the next Real Science, I will be.
Deal. Happy birthday.
We'll
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Gerald. Happy birthday, WPG Enlightened for Truth 2. Happy birthday, Gerald, to you.
I'm glad I had mute, Bernie, but no, I'm just kidding. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, everybody. You guys have a great day. I'm out, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Yeah, G. Good luck with everything that you've got going on there and with the craziness.
For sure, brother. I'll give you a Zoom call real soon. We got to talk.
Yeah,
All
that
right,
sounds good.
Have a great.
You too.
All right, all right, all right. So we have the wonderful Mindful Exposures, Esra, Exotic Propulsion, Jeremiah, Liminal, myself, and Gerald had to go because he's the birthday boy and life goes on. All right, Gerald's channel. Do I have it pulled up? Come on. No, but I do have Mindful
Good for ya.
Exposures, so I'm going to show Sarah's first while I look up Gerald's channel, but here is Mindful Exposures. Any thoughts there, ladies and gentlemen?
I very much like it when he gets into the heavy technical part of the science in the lecture, and I can't really say much of his esoteric philosophy I can agree with.
Got
So,
into the deep end.
Yeah, he really got out there, and I can't really think one way or the other, but I would say I probably more likely disagree with it if I have to push myself on one side of the scale or the other when he gets esoteric. But as far as the physical experimentation stuff, he knows how to get technical when he chooses to, and that's very awesome when he does. So
Yeah,
After
I
the-
think the blood thing was, sorry, just real quick, just the blood, when he started to get into that, I started to kind of disconnect a little bit because I think there's way more to it and our ability to manipulate our own DNA and all that. So.
Also, the fear of women. I mean, I just wanted to shout out.
Right?
you're cracking up over here, man.
Hear me roar! I am woman. But, you know, I wanted to be polite and let the guy finish speaking, so I
feel like
did
Exactly,
that.
right?
Is that
Everything with
because
a
of
grain
like
of salt.
the idea that we used to, you know, that they throw out that we were more matriarchal, I can't talk, you know, like in the tribe, and even in that's what he was kind of getting at. And so, like, because we've changed, because it's become, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's a far stretch for me what I'm saying, but still, I didn't resonate.
You can't trust anything that,
certain
you know,
spots,
has that.
right? But it's the technical science that had me most excited, and even more
It
so
really is.
was all of
Like
his
the geometry.
references to this presentation by Wilian Donovan, which I really want Jeremiah and Limla and Sarah, all of yours inputs, because you probably haven't seen this one, and oh my god, it gets so technical, and he names so many patents as well.
Well, since I kind of got this going on in the background as I'm working on other projects, that is perfectly
exactly.
fine. And,
so
yeah, listen in.
I'm gonna hit play on here for a minute and let's check it out, because it's been a while, and this one's one that stuck with me.
Give your heart and your mind to the thing that you have to find out, the way of living differently. But that depends on you and not somebody else. Because in this there is no teacher, no pupil, there is no leader, there is no guru, there is no master, no savior. You yourself are the teacher and the pupil, you are the master, you are the guru, you are the leader. You are everything. And to understand is to transform what is.
So I guess Dan has already told you that I'm into more the hardware aspect as far as the different free energy and anti-gravity devices, propulsion systems. And my talk is going to be free energy. It's always been with us. And it really has. Marco mentioned something about alchemy, ColdFusion in the Middle Ages. That's true. I mean, it's been around for a very long time.
This guy's definitely got my attention.
So we have legends in ancient times, the Atlantean fire crystals, which were probably electrets,
which I'm going to cover about that as well. Unbalanced gravity wheels in the 11th century. That's also something that has been around for a very long time. And it's also being resurrected now. There are gravity wheels that have been...
Sorry, I had to pause it there just for 1 second because what he's talking about, something I've done a few episodes on and we need to do more on. There's like the Basraka wheel, I think it's called, or Bas something or other, as well as Leonardo da Vinci's several of his drawing depictions of these spheres within spheres and stuff are actually designs of these overbalanced wheels that people have recreated and seem to actually be these functioning perpetual motion designs.
I've seen them from the totally opposite approach of requires energy input directly converted into linear thrust. And in that sense, yeah, from what I've seen, I seriously was skeptical about it and still am for every single new design that I see that I haven't thoroughly analyzed. But the main point is I've analyzed enough designs at this time where I have seen ones which actually work, which generate a linear force directly from within their own mechanical motion by taking advantage of relativistic acceleration and deceleration and the differential in tangential mass pulling against it basically when it's moving fast and pushing it back into position when it's moving slowly. That whole basic concept, that out of balance system where you have a motion that changes velocity very, very quickly at one part of its cycle and is pulled against exactly that point, is the key for all of those types of future inertia propulsion tech. Basically, that's what on Star Trek, when they're doing their impulse thruster stuff, that's how the impulse thrusters work. They're not actually blowing out propellant. The impulse thrusters are effectively converting kinetic energy along the tangential axes to a direct force on the ship. And we can really build that kind of tech with today's technology, just recycled industrial commercial technology. If we
and figure it out and applying metamaterials.
Oh yeah, exactly. The metamaterials are the best way, in my opinion, to do it because there you have a solid state thing that's already made in the form of a solid material, and you can apply it to any number of different applications. So it's a unique, it's a like self-contained force generator basically, and it screws with space-time. So why wouldn't you want it?
Welcome, welcome. We finally have Simon C. We're only 5 hours in, but I knew you'd finally join, my fellow Canadian brother.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Started in operation, and evidently that's also a real technology. ColdFusion in the Middle Ages. This is something that has been called alchemy, and alchemy and ColdFusion are kind of related to one another. It's a gray area that blends into each other. Phonon resonance. This is using sound or longitudinal waves, which are basically the sound equivalent of light or of an electromagnetic wave to produce changes at the nuclear level. When yes, that is also possible. So, Joe Champion rediscovers phonon resonance in the 20th century, although this had been done in ages past. There's something that was called the lost chord in alchemy. And the lost chord essentially is, it's a blend of sound frequencies that can actually cause nuclear changes to occur. And this is something, for example, there are stories of the Alchemist actually putting a violin next to the crucible and just drawing a chord while it's at the correct temperature. And the crucible would essentially be something that would be a red mercury or something similar to that. And a lot of alchemists had some health problems as a result of that. So also, physics tells us that matter is frozen energy. And Marco mentioned something about that as well. Matter is a mix of standing wave patterns. So it's almost as if there's very little difference between the light that's here and the matter that's here. The only difference is that it's not moving. And it's essentially a standing wave. So let's go a little forward. Okay, Bessler wheel in the 18th century. The gravity wheel was rediscovered. John Keeley in the 19th century. John Keeley was a man that produced, again, using phonon resonance, nuclear changes. He also had some devices that would produce anomalous amounts of energy. Nikola Tesla in the 19th and 20th century, the most famous of the electrical engineers in recent history, actually started out as a mechanical engineer. He actually invented a lot of mechanical things, and he transitioned over into electrical engineering. So there are a lot of mechanical analogs in early electrical engineering. For example, the mechanical ether, that sort of thing. There are energy patents in the 19th century that were very interesting in the effect that it had many free energy aspects to it. And then there's Clerk Maxwell. James Clerk Maxwell, this is an interesting story, that he had a working unified field theory back in the 19th century. And this essentially combined the electric, magnetic, and gravitational fields at that time. Now, back then, there wasn't much of a talk of anything as far as a strong or weak nuclear force. The strong nuclear force is most likely a short-range gravity field. And now we get into the cover-up part, because there is a political angle to all of this. Nikola Tesla had a interesting run-in with J.P. Morgan. There's a story about the Nikola Tesla and the carbon button lamps, and Dan had mentioned something about George Egley earlier with the carbon fusion. It all started with Nikola Tesla. So he basically had this carbon button lamp with a high voltage on it, and he noticed that there were what he called actinic rays coming from it, which were X-rays. He also noticed that there was excess energy coming from the carbon button lamp. So he also noted that there was an odd spectrum coming from it, as if there were other elements that were being converted to and from, most notably a boron line, so that there was carbon converting the boron back to carbon again, doing this ping pong back and forth. So when he realized that was going on, he was trying to promote this as a free energy system. Yeah, it's back. Yeah. Anyway, then there was the story of the Nikola Tesla and the Pierce arrow. Nikola Tesla had a car, which was called a Pierce arrow, with carbon rods in there. No one could understand what the carbon rods were for. It turns out that earlier to doing the Pierce arrow, Nikola Tesla and Nikola Tesla was a very utilitarian person. He would only invent things he had an immediate use for. So he invented an open-air X-ray tube. The X-rays were tuned to the nuclei of the carbon. No one really picked up on that one. So he realized that if he induced a K-shell collapse in the carbon, that the carbon would transition into boron. Didn't take much energy to do that, maybe 1,000 electron volts or so. 1,000 electron volts to turn carbon into boron. Boron turns back into carbon, and what comes out is over 10 million electron volts of energy. So you have massive amounts of energy from a reversible nuclear reaction. There was a talk that actually an argument that Nikola Tesla had with J.P. Morgan. J.P. Morgan said, well, why can't you be like this Einstein fellow? He learned how to split the atom. At that point, Tesla was extremely aggravated, disturbed, and he said that there is no point in destroying natural elements, that we can obtain all the energy we need from reversible nuclear reactions. He was right. That's another way of doing it. So there are people right now, George Egley being one of them, and several others that are working with carbon with this to see if the carbon collapse will produce excess energy. And historically it does. So there's a great deal of hope on that. Now, after Nikola Tesla does his demo with a Pierce arrow, then obviously JP Morgan was very disturbed over this idea that Tesla could produce free energy. I mean, he was thinking of doing this thing in a very big way with Wardenclyffe. So he had two different methods that Tesla knew that he could do, and he knew that these two methods were very disastrous to the economy, and these were people that were plugged into the economy in a very big way. They were making profit. And one of the things that Morgan said is, if this fellow Tesla gets his way, all we'll be able to do is sell antennas, and then they'll be able to milk this cow for free. So he intended to turn off the milk supply. So Oliver Heaviside comes along, who was evidently contracted by some financial interests to bury the original theory on the joining, or the unified field theory. So what happened was that in many of the universities, this original theory was being taught, and many people were realizing that free energy was possible, that you could tap the vacuum. There's incredible amounts of energy. Yes, there's 10 to the 93rd ergs per cubic centimeter. And if we tap just a fraction of that, to give you an idea how much energy is in there, just a fraction of that energy is enough to boil off all the oceans on Earth. So it's something that you have to be very careful with to tap into. But it's possible to do this. So after Oliver Heaviside basically buries Maxwell, he lobotomized the original theory, where he took the gravitational side, just sawed it off, threw it away, nobody would need it. Well, it turns out that the gravitational side is where you get the free energy. So without the unification, then we couldn't combine the two sides of the equation and get free energy. So after that, then Henry Moray comes along, and Henry Moray realizes that there was a working theory, and he builds a free energy converter. This produced 50,000 watts. It was about that big. And the thing was running cold, which meant that this was producing energy that was not conventional. It wasn't nuclear, it wasn't anything else other than tapping the local vacuum. But Nikola Tesla also mentioned that the secret to doing this was in resonance, where you don't extract the energy, you have it in resonance, where it's pulling out and then snapping back again. So it's called reactive power, and reactive power can power real world devices. So Henry Moray's device was also buried for the most part, but there are people who are recreating this one as well and have a working theory. And so there is a groundswell on free energy. And what we're understanding is that there's a certain protocol that you have to use with this for safety. And we're also realizing that whenever you tap vacuum energy, and you can tap this using nuclear fission, by the way, but it's in a bad way, because with nuclear fission, this can actually extract, it causes a local loss of binding energy. So, and this has been documented, with nuclear fission, what you wind up with is
I've talked about this before,
a local sink for binding energy. So this means that matter basically has a case of dry rot. It begins falling apart. We found this in anomalous embrittlement inside of nuclear reactors. So that not only is the concrete and the steel going brittle, but people are too. If there's, for example, people are developing embrittlement in collagen and in their bones, osteoporosis. And when they leave the nuclear plant for 2 weeks, suddenly those symptoms begin going away. So we know that fission is not the way to go because it's changing the basic structure of the vacuum around it. Fusion is the way to go because it's producing an excess of binding energy. So US National Security Act of 1947 comes along. And what this does essentially is it puts a further clamp on most of the free energy patents. And after this, they route, and this is in the United States, but they reroute all the patents to go through the DoD. What this means is that 7,000 patents since 1947 have been, and this is primarily on free energy and propulsion technologies, have been sequestered. So also governments are discovered to be corporations, and many of the governments of this planet, and the conflict of interest runs rampant. This is also part of the political aspect. It's all one. You have to approach this holistically. Unless you approach it holistically, you won't find an answer. So that's one of the things that I'm attempting to do. 21st century, the classified inventions are rediscovered. Interesting thing about many of these gag orders is they have a time lock on them. They have a time limit. So many of these gag orders are now, they're expired. So what this means is that people can actually go into the libraries and find these, and they're there. I mean, anyone can do this. And as far as the inventor goes, you might kill the inventor, but not the idea. And this gets into Rupert Sheldrake's morphic resonance. The original inventors produced this pattern, this idea, and it's in the ethers. People are rediscovering this. So no matter how much they tried to suppress it, how much they tried to classify it, their security leaks are basically security leaks that are happening in the vacuum, where people are realizing that these patterns are already there and they're picking up on them. It's amazing how many inventors are rediscovering the same thing all over the planet. For example, I went to a Tesla conference, and there were 5 inventors that discovered the same thing. And if you match the time zones, then they discovered they had the same idea within 5 minutes of one another. So it's useless to try to suppress this anymore. And I think some people in the upper echelons are beginning to realize this. And in the United States, Homeland Security Act is really an act to harass inventors. And I know that there's equivalent acts in Europe as well. However, they're not pursued as aggressively as in the United States. There is an exodus of inventors of friendly countries over here. So, and there are many that have plans for working devices, and they want to share them. So, was Ayn Rand right? Do we need Galt's Gulch? By Galt's Gulch, I mean that there is a friendly place, a safe harbor for these inventors to go to develop these. And I think the answer is yes. I mean, if we have a safe place for these inventors to produce what they believe they need to do, which is to share the fruits of their creativity with humanity, then I think that we can actually be living in the 21st century as opposed to possibly the 19th, which is where we really are right now. The technology that we have has been held back that far. I remember there was a friend of mine that asked me, where's my hoverboard, from Back to the Future 3. So that's true. We should have that right now. Anti-gravity technology has been suppressed since the late 1950s. But there again, all the records are there and anyone can look and find them. And then some of these free energy inventors are beginning to be called terrorists. But in the way they are, I mean, they do threaten the economy of the planet. But then the economy of the planet is badly upset already. So I don't think it is that much of a problem. Now let's get into the technology. This is a trout turbine. It's originally invented by a man by the name of Victor Schauberger. And the trout turbine is a way of producing torque through an implosive, basically an implosive flow of hydraulic fluid. Now you can also have a liquid metal in there and it'll work even better. How much energy? As much as you want. It depends on how much flow you have in there. Also note that on the outside, if you have an input on the outside of this thing, you'll notice that as it moves through these loops, it produces a reverse vortex on the inside. And that's another important point. How this works is a combination of the two reversed vortexes and the fluid flow through the loops. You can see it produces a non-compensated torque, a non-compensated force, and that produces the torque. When Victor Schauberger originally produced his device, it produced so much power that it twisted off the steel shaft. So this produces a great deal of energy. Richard Clem hydraulic engine. Now another thing is I'm going to show you many of the common points with this. For example, this can actually be stretched out, and it has been, into a spiral cone. And the cone actually looks a lot, and if you imagine that the buckets are actually the seeds of a pine cone, then in 3 dimensions, that's how it would look. Now, let's look at the next one. The Richard Clem hydraulic engine, again, please take note that it has a spiral geometry, it has an implosive aspect to it. This one is it does have a large COP. The story behind the Richard Clem motor is that he produced an engine that had 325 horsepower. It had so much power that it destroyed the clutch. So again, this was just using cooking oil instead of regular motor oil, because the hydraulic oil, the motor oil wouldn't actually hold up under the immense strain. And there were shear effects, there were pressure effects, and he had to use actually cooking oil for this one. So you'll see a lot of commonalities with Dan's imploder in this one as well. For example, please note the rim jets on the lower. This one is also a part of it. And this thing produces, like I said, a great deal of energy. We're going to be doing a math model on this one. This one did work. It was back in the 70s, and we have some interest that will want to replicate this. Excuse me. Anyway, so solar effect generator. Now this one produces power through unbalanced magnetic fields. What kind of magnetic fields? Fields that move in a vortex arrangement. This one also produced extremely high values of torque. In fact, you can see that on the upper diagram over here, we have, that's the North Pole, that's the South Pole over here. You can see that the way this thing is arranged, there is no way for this thing to have a permanent balance to the magnetic field. So that's how it works. Control on all of these is very problematic. It's a very sore point with many of the inventors. They have had devices explode, destroy themselves. Victor Schauberger has, Cyril has, Clem did. So the challenge for this is to produce a system which is controllable. This one is a Carl Schaefer steam generator. Also note the commonality. You have another inverse cone. You have fluid flowing to the interior, producing an implosive effect. And on the other hand, this one does not produce, it produces a small amount of torque, but this produces steam. And it produces anywhere from 165 to 325 degrees of steam. The first test that it made was 165 degrees C. And if you look this up on one of the steam cables, that means that it will produce steam at about 4 bar, which is enough to run a turbine. And if you can run a turbine, this means that you can run an alternator attached to that turbine and power your home, power your business, or in a larger version, power an entire community or city. And again, this is power from implosive cavitation. It's a combination of implosion with cavitation and mechanical resonance, because now what you're looking for is a mechanical resonance with the liquid. And when you do that, you can extract energy from the vacuum using that method. Then Dan mentioned something about George Egley earlier. And George Egley's carbon fusion system initially had a COP of 2.0. Other elements were found. There is evidence that this is transmutation in greentechinfo.eu. I think it's .eu. Yeah, okay, .eu. He shows that there is a chart, and this chart basically shows all the elements that are being produced from the carbon. Egley says that he's run this for about 6 weeks, and it's been producing excess energy. As the elements cook into heavier and heavier elements, it's kind of interesting because when you go from hydrogen to helium, there's a little bit of mass energy left over. By a little bit, I mean you're looking at 25 to 50 megawatts per gram. It's less than matter-antimatter fusion, but it's quite a bit. That fraction that's left over, and we're talking about, because the immense energies that we're dealing with, only parts per million of mass to energy being generated, which is a good thing because it would generate a bigger meltdown than it already does. But with that amount, you can power real world things without producing pollution. Because if you're going from carbon to the heavier elements, I have done the spreadsheet analysis on this, and it will not go to fissionable elements, so we don't have to worry about that. I know that we have an enormous problem with burying fission waste or trying to do something with the nuclear waste that we have now. This will not have that problem. On the other hand, what you do wind up with are precious elements. You'll wind up with rare earth elements that have a great financial value to them. You'll also wind up with, and Egley did mention this, it does go through gold, it does go through the platinum series. If you stop the reactions when they go there, then you can pull the material out of the reactor and then refine it. So the nuclear waste from a fusion system as opposed to a fission system has a huge financial value to it. And it's clean energy. It has a reversible K-shell collapse. Again, what I mentioned with Nikola Tesla, this is taking place here too. And next, let's go to the Rossi ECAT nickel fusion system. Another clean system, relatively clean. This one has a COP of 6.0. It goes from nickel to copper, which is just one jump in the periodic table. That one jump produces over 25 megawatts per gram of fuel. If you take a look at the entire sequence, which goes on for 19 pages for the Egley system, this thing produces so much energy that it actually exceeds the mass energy of the carbon that was put into it to begin with. And the ROSI system produces, again, clean energy as long as nickel-59 is avoided. There is a way of doing that. Nickel-58 has a reaction chain, which is complicated, but any kind of transmutation has problems. You just have to account for all of them. The Defcalian Hyperion reactor, this one has a CLP of 20. It also does nickel to copper. Also 25 megawatts or more per gram of fuel. Now to give you an idea, whenever you burn petroleum, petrol, gasoline in your vehicle, there's a few parts per million of energy, mass to energy being generated. And I mean, you're just burning just tremendous amounts of this. But when you convert one element into another, going up the periodic table, it produces so much energy that you're just generating energy with picograms of fuel at a time. I mean, you're not dealing with kilograms. That's why you can have a cartridge with just a few grams of fuel in it, it'll last 6 months. Same thing with the EGLI system and same with many of the fusion systems. And of course, this is Rossi's competitor. If nickel-58 is used, there are reaction byproducts which will include nickel-59, which has a half-life of 76,000 years. So that's something to keep track of. Okay, so here's another device. We're going out of fusion now. This is Tom Bearden's energy collector. And Tom Bearden was interested in tapping the vacuum without producing effects that would have a negative effect on the vacuum. So this was originally put out, I believe, in the 1990s. No one had the foggiest idea how to do this. We knew that the collector was some kind of capacitor. We knew that it needed a switching system or some kind of a resonant frequency going into it. But up to this point, nobody really knew what to do with it until now. This is how to implement Bearden's energy collector. So it's an electret. Essentially what you do is you have two back-to-back electrets. What this does is it's in resonance with the vacuum without actually extracting anything. It basically produces a vacuum polarization that produces the energy coming out of it. Theoretically, this will work. And bench testing is yet to be done, but we believe that this is the best route to go. Then there's the Charles Flynn transformer using magnetics to do the same thing. There are several different magnetic devices. If you go to Patrick J. Kelly's site, there is a book with over 1,000 pages with all the free energy systems in there. He has documented over 100 pages for magnetics alone. There's over 200 patents that are known to work that are based on magnetics. So the trick with this is to do it without discharging the magnets, because if you do this and discharge the magnets, then you have to remagnetize and it becomes a conservative system. If you allow the energy flow to run unimpeded and you just divert the energy flow from one side to the other, then you're going to wind up with a condition where the magnets never discharge. And in this case, then you will be able to extract energy from the vacuum through those magnets, because the magnets are basically using spin polarizations that are biasing, or rather cohering the local vacuum. This is another device. It's the implosion transformer. It unfortunately imploded. So the problem is that, It happens, yeah. So you have a capacitive tape-on core. It produces an implosion around the secondary that actually it moves faster than the speed of light. And this is what produces the effect. Also produces such a tremendous mechanical stressor on the internal core that it actually collapses into powder. So that's going to have to be re-engineered. The theory is valid again. It's a control issue. There's the Floyd Suite vacuum triode amplifier. Sparky Suite, or Floyd Suite, produced a device that was using barium ferrite speaker magnets, and this thing had a tremendous energy output. I mean, it had a COP of over 1,000. So you'd put a small amount of energy in, and this thing would be producing an immense amount of energy out. And yes, it did produce energy out of vacuum resonance. That is, you're putting energy in, but you're extracting it, then you're putting energy in, so the net amount remains the same. You're not tinkering with the local binding energy. So, and having the binding energy go up is okay, unless you have 1 million of these in operation. For example, if you had a planet full of fusion devices in operation, then the local binding energies would start rising significantly. So what we want to do is actually not produce an effect on the vacuum. We don't want to produce an environmental impact, which is positive or negative. We want to just keep it where it is. And that's what the Floyd Suite device did. And that's what the Electret does as well. So the Robert Alexander patent. This one was banned in the USA. Interesting story behind this one is that the legend of this one is that it was used on board the USS Eldridge, which was in the Philadelphia experiment. Not really something you can verify at this point. However, it's a rotating transformer. What it does is it takes the back EMF and feeds it back into the front end. So it produces a forward torque on the motor generator side. This forward torque acts like a motor. So you initially start it up, and once it's started, as long as there's a load on it, it will continue to operate. Once again, control issue problem. If you short it out, it will overspeed and explode. So it has some problems with that. But that's a fairly easy engineering problem to handle. Now we're going to be getting into the anti-gravity side. That's more fun. This is something that was wound on the bench. Also note that this thing has a configuration like a Celtic knot, where it goes like that. So many of the symbols that we have in ancient times of power are actually symbols of power. They're either symbols of ancient technology that produces energy or produces propulsion. It just so happens that the Celtic knot, if you wind a hydraulic line around it, will produce a lifting effect. So how much? This one will produce on the bench between 5 and 20% lift. So this is another real technology. What do you do with this one? Well, it turns out that the rest of this Celtic knot, it was all parasitic stuff that you want to get rid of. Victor Schauberger told us that the reason that salmon could swim upstream was because of the vascular system inside of the salmon. You look at the loops behind the rib bones, and you can see that as the fish is moving back and forth, it's pumping that blood, that fluid through it very, very rapidly. If you do a spreadsheet analysis on this one, you'll see why the salmon can actually go upstream, why they can hover in midair. You'll also see that this is the same type of vascular signature that's in bumblebees and some insects. And Viktor Grebennikov found this as well. And actually did quite a bit of work on that. He had a lifting platform that worked. This is something that would require a Tesla pump to power it. And we have people that are interested in doing that as well. What do you do with this technology? It needs an application. So, with apologies to Star Trek, this is exactly what you can do with it. It produces a lifting force that, again, many of these anti-gravity systems produce a kind of a blue glow. That was one thing I didn't mention about the Schaefer device. It actually produced steam that had a blue glow to it. Any kind of free energy anti-gravity device, instead of producing a greenish or a reddish color to it, it has a bluish glow to it. So that's another interesting point. Now, this is another thing. It's similar to this. Imagine that you have fluid moving in a vortex, in an involute vortex, in a smoke ring, like that. What does it do? Well, there's a few things that are going on with this. For example, you have several gyros that are around the torus, like that. This gyroscopic moment produces a propulsion effect in itself. If you torque those vortexes, then it produces an unbalanced force, which either will act upward or downward, depending on which way you point the vortex and which way the fluid is flowing. We have an associate that has done the math work on this, and he shows that a 1.6 meter diameter torus with a 4 liter per second flow rate will produce 15 tons of lift. That one has yet to be built as well. Very encouraging, though. His math has been verified. Okay, let's go to the Koski-Frost experiment of 1927, since that one is really interesting. Back in 1927, there were two scientists, Koski, and obviously Koski and Frost, that did a crystal anti-gravity experiment. What they did was they took a quartz crystal and they piezoelectrically overloaded it. They treated the crystal by broadcasting energy into it. And first the crystal went from clear to translucent, and it grew, it expanded on all 4 axes. After this, then they took the crystal, and by this time it had the same consistency as styrofoam. It had lowered its density significantly. They placed the crystal into a holder and realized then that's in that part over here. That's a real photograph. So, interesting story about that one is that the photograph was supposedly a hoax. However, it turns out that Science and Invention was acquired through a hostile takeover, and they wanted to print a retraction. The original owners of Science and Invention wouldn't do that. So they printed the retraction, said the entire story was a hoax, but it turned out that the hoax story was the actual hoax. The reason being that the original story of this one, which was published in Radio Umschau in Germany, has been verified. So this one is the real deal. And Jerry Gallimore said so before he passed away. So how much does it produce? Up to 800 times the weight of the crystal. This means that a 1 kilogram crystal can lift 800 kilograms. The other thing that it produces is some kind of field effect, because we know that when the crystal experiment was redone for charging it, that the man who was doing the experiment, who we were calling Mr. X, found that it produced a 2 meter diameter field around it, that when you went through the field, the hair on the back of your hand would stand straight up. So there was some kind of electrostatic effect. And evidently the experimental rig weighed less when the system was energized. So this is producing a field effect as well as a lifting effect. Can this possibly neutralize inertia? It could. It could very well do that. And that remains for the next experiment. But this is something which is engineerable. This is the original Radio Umschau article, April 1927. And you can see that they did this in a lab, and let's see, this was in Telefunken. This was actually in Deradin, Poland. So we did it with technology in 1927. We should be able to do this again now. If we can't, there's something really wrong. So, what happened to the crystal? What happened is that it was shattered internally and recrystallized in a high energy form. Its quantum state was changed. Its energy state is what we call dielectric constant, which means that its ability to store electrical energy went way, way, way up. A typical quartz crystal has a rating of 1 to 10. This one was close to 1 to 10 million. So it's extremely high. Okay, what are the inventors offering to the world? Unlimited free energy, anti-gravity, personal freedom from corporate control, freedom to create their own future, or our own future, time for growth in education, because when you're not working as much as you have to pay for expensive fuel costs, expensive electricity costs, expensive transportation costs, now you have much more time to work on yourself. That means that you can read a book, you can pursue a hobby, you can climb a mountain, do whatever you want to do instead of being yoked to this financial treadmill that we have now. That's what free energy and anti-gravity will promise. So it is also a legacy for our children to be proud of, because if we take this step, this means that we'll be passing it to them, and they'll be thanking us for it. If we pass this up, and we're talking about 3 generations that have gone by since Nikola Tesla. If we pass it up this time, then I think that the civilization has some serious problems to deal with. But if we take the challenge up, we're looking at a civilization that has a chance to go to the stars. And what do the corporate governments offer? Economic slavery, totalitarianism, George Orwell's 1984, a bleak future on a dead world, ultimately extinction. But that's the downside. How do we find the corporate government's agenda? Research all references to treaties, secret or covert. Remember, we have to, this is a chess game. We actually have to be at least 2 moves in front of the people who want to neutralize this energy and this technology. We have to follow the money, because we know that there will be people who are financed to destroy any kind of alternative energy, including the conventional forms of solar, wind, geothermal. Already, they're suppressing geothermal. You hardly see that anymore. We need to find a real history for the motives. We think we know what they're doing, but do we really? We need to find out what their real agenda is. We also need to listen to the whistleblowers, because it's those whistleblowers that will tell us what that agenda is. How do we transition to a real civilization? Because what we have right now is not a real civilization. Return the control back to the people. Easier said than done. Uncorporatize government. In many nations, corporations are considered people. They have personhood. They have more rights than actual people do. We need to reverse that. We need to have it set up so that corporations have charters the way they did in the early days, where if a corporation does not serve the public interest, then they are dissolved. We need to make all those running for public office qualify. The way the system operates right now, we have people that have a hunger for power that are pursuing that office, and we let them do it. Well, I think we need to rethink that. We can't allow this to occur anymore. We can't allow sociopaths to be in public office. We create a body politic that integrates all beneficial technology into society. This means that we have either an agency or a non-government organization that looks at all the technology and then decides whether this has a positive impact on the future. If this were true, we would not have nuclear power today. We also need to return to a real currency, since the fiat currency system that we have now is basically set up to enrich the few at the expense of the many. And then there's the politics of energy. I actually have a whole other PowerPoint on that one, which actually becomes a little more radical. But who or what are the forces blocking it? Special interest groups, especially with the corporations that are involved in conventional energy systems. Corporate government, and this was asked of me before, why would the governments want to keep conventional energy in place? The reason is that if you can tax an expensive source of energy, then you can have that fraction of money going back into your coffers. So, in fact, the worst thing you can do is, the worst thing you could possibly do is have a green energy tax, because what this means is that you're going to actually cause an increase on the tax base, which is keeping the system in place. What we need to do is eliminate the taxes on the energy completely, because this is what's keeping the system in place. Another problem is corporations with a vested interest in old technology. And these are the ones that are hand in hand with the government. I think many governments on the planet are set up like this. The banking interests are threatened by a new real economy. By real economy, that means actual goods, actual services. Another thing I need to mention is that if you have an unlimited amount of energy, now you can reverse the E equals MC squared equation. Because now you can turn energy back into matter. You can precipitate matter out of the vacuum. This means that the replicator technology that we see in Star Trek is possible. There are people working on this right now. These are quantum replicators, quantum 3D printers. The 3D printers that we see right now are only the beginning. The 3D printers that we're going to have will actually print in atoms. So that means that you'll actually be able to, and I predict the first thing that's going to happen is people are going to be filling up their rooms with diamonds, rubies, sapphires, and bricks of gold. That's just human nature. That's going to happen. But after that, and after the economy collapses as a result of that, then we're going to realize that the only thing that's worth value, the only thing that has value is human creativity. We can't duplicate that. We can't replicate it. So this is something that our new economy will actually value, is human creativity. Because right now, that doesn't have value. And this is the world that we have. Thank you.
To exact. Give your heart, your mind, everything that you have to find out a way of living differently. But that depends on you and not somebody else. Because in this there is no teacher, no pupil, there's no leader, there's no guru.
And that was the standing ovation for Wilian Donovan. What an epic, epic presentation that was.
I don't agree with 100% of it, but
Right?
a lot of it is really good. Like the vortex part near the end there, that was really interesting. And if you're keeping track of stuff like the Wintex,
Right?
it's getting very
Right?
interesting.
Oh, that went through my mind too, Simon.
Yeah, I just stepped away right there at the end, and yeah, that was awesome, dude. Like, I've never seen that presentation before. I'm really surprised that I haven't, especially considering the content.
Well, it's not surprising that when you were streaming it the other day, they shut it down.
Right? They knew. They just didn't want that getting out there again to this community. But we got her done. And there's still actually one more hour of the open panel of Wilian Donovan and Dan Winter, as well as the rest of the presenters of Cognos 2013. But let's talk a little bit before we share or play this last portion.
Yeah, well, the Transformers are wax melted off pretty good so far. I'm just about to pull them out, and I have a third one in there that should serve the purpose for a new driver supply that I can mount on a very interesting experiment that I've mentioned before. So this is a new supply I'm finally doing this transformer called the momentum arrestor. Basically, it's just a closed box, and when it's being accelerated, if you happen to have this device turned on, whether undergoing angular momentum, as in spinning, it'll slow itself down, or if it's going in a straight line or being accelerated, it'll act as if it's heavier. That's basically what this thing does, is it continuously damps its motion to the point where you can push against it effectively, like a variable mass using electrostatic fields. So that's in the oven right now. Pretty excited.
I like it.
Finally finishing it.
Also, I edited and I'm re-premiering in a couple of days yourself at Liminal's crystal growing method, and the episode that we recorded privately there. Out of the hour and a half, I took about 27 minutes of it, where you were showing the different fractal shapes of the crystals and how they would reproduce like that once the design or the geometry, the lattice geometry was set.
Yeah, that was super weird.
Right?
All the crystal experiments are temporarily on hold. I've got the heat pads and I've got the temperature controllers, and I just haven't wired the whole thing up yet.
Exactly, one thing at a time, and right? You grow in exponential leaps and bounds here and there, and then something goes on the shelf for a little bit, and then we come back to it, and others make advancements in between, and it's just the way real science happens.
Well, I think the fact that we're sharing it all is really important. Like, I don't know if everybody's seen Fail Forward Research, basically recreating Jeremiah's new tool for the inertia experiments.
Yeah, Wayne and I spent quite a while talking about that one, and he ended up with a setup where, not going to say it's a fantastic scientific instrument, but it's kind of the same basic principle. He's looking for a different phenomena, though, than I am, which I think is great, because he's using the same type of spring constant device, and he's actually looking for a corresponding change in the amplitude that it swings and the time that it swings at that amplitude, whereas I'm actually looking for a immediate frequency shift that can be observed real time, so I don't have to count it down, basically. So it's cool to see it two different approaches, and it really helps expand what we're understanding about the control of inertia using basically simple inputs and changing the energy of the samples that we're using. He's just using heat for the most part, using photonic infrared heat to heat the samples up. And I'm setting up to try a huge variety of different kind of stimulations. One with the LEDs, one with directly applying heat via induction, one with magnetic polarization that's continuous. I mean, I want to try quite a few different things and see how these materials atomically respond. And they're all basic analogs of trying to achieve EPR or NMR, with passing something through the right area of the frequency band so that it just happens to hit. So it doesn't have to be so precise. But yeah, just imagine we can change the inertia of something. We can make, a car suddenly become, well, basically like, half a pound, quarter pound. So it's traveling down the street at, 20, 30 miles an hour. Kid comes running out. The inertia arresters immediately kick in. Car starts to slow down, but also it doesn't weigh anything. So when it hits the kid, it just kind of bounces off. And inside of it, you don't feel anything. That's the kind of tech that we're talking about being maybe able to achieve here if we take this technology as far as we go.
Well, there's also just a question of like fuel economy. Even if you don't have, unlimited energy, for the sake of the argument, if you can make your car weigh nothing, you can ride around for basically nothing. Like you could basically pedal power at that point.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you're just talking high gear ratio boxes. Heck yeah, you could.
Flintstones, maybe?
Well, maybe not that exact design. I mean, front roller is probably not the best type of thing to be in contact with modern roads. But
No, just like kicking around.
Or the Tic-Tacs, right? Essentially, we could finally replicate what's going on with the Tic-Tac. Look at that! All of a sudden, boom! The nanostructure just decided to destroy itself. And here I am on the other side of the room, thus couldn't have bumped it or touched it at all. It just did that completely on its own. What the heck was I going to talk about that was relevant to what you guys were saying? I don't know. Lost my train of thought because the monoatomic lava lamp decided to have a life of its own. Like, look at that stuff, like going up, down, all over the place, different things. Like, it's alive.
What you need is a fancy laser like Jeremiah's new array.
Yes, Jeremiah, please do make a second one and send it to me so I can send you back some monoatomics and we can play with lasers and monoatomics together.
How much did that cost?
That array is not laser, it's LED, but still.
How much did that cost, though?
A lot.
Because I can't imagine
$1 million.
Very common. Especially
no, they're definitely not very common. No, so
$1 million on eBay or Facebook Marketplace. If you want to spend $1 million, Jeremiah will make you one. That is the going rate.
No, I prefer a different type of feedback system rather than the monetary one that people seem to be so focused on.
If you want to make me a second
researchers.
one and ship it to me for free because you don't believe in monetaryism, I would appreciate it, Jeremiah. Otherwise, $1 million on Facebook Marketplace, Kijiji.
Well, Bernie, if that happens, there's a caveat, you see. There's a caveat. It is, you're going to have to perform the experiments I want you to perform with it.
I fully agree and encourage that 1 billion%.
I know you said no money, but does monatomic gold count?
Exactly. That's part of the deal. Just one exchange for the other. Boom, boom. We both got. Then we can repeat the experiments, run the same ones. Ooh.
Well, that's the idea, is to test it out and see what happens. We'll find out if that whole entire array ends up working out pretty good. Like, I still have to find the ideal heat plate for it and decide whether I want to use a Peltier junction and a thermistor to control the entire thing, because then it could be possible to, shift the wavelength into whatever I want.
So are you going to have all of those going through a singular lens or something, or
what I'm going to do is basically put it on a round heat sink. Put it on a round heat sink with a center pivot, center bearing, just sort of like a
there we go,
like gimbal on a moving head, something like that, and it's
like
going to be able to just select
screwdrivers.
and go into the same. Yeah, exactly.
So,
and then the one that you're using at that point in time is going to go right under the lens assembly, so that way we can always get the best focus without having to use 18 unique, huge, heavy optics, but we can just use one and sort of rotate the back of it, and just one LED at a time is on. So a single Peltier junction should be able to handle a thermal load no problem, just a single 5-watt LED being on.
Jeremiah, I've been taking all sorts of different samples, isolating them, drawing.
Do you have any of that you were talking about earlier?
Getting them prepped to send out, and I'll send some to you, send some to Bob Green, send some to Gerald, getting all sorts of goodies dried and together, and soon to be labeled as well, of course, before I send off. But starting.
Yeah, those are going to go through customs really nicely. Freaking pill bottles with unknown substances, and then no chance those are going to get
medical
checked.
advice.
Right, well, hey, if they can answer me and tell me what is in these things, they would actually be doing us a service. So why not? Right?
I mean, that's one way of doing it.
I guess when I do send it, it'll have like a little business card with this exact live stream URL attached to it, written on it, to be like, hey, check it out. It's not drugs, retards, it's metamaterials. Don't throw me in jail for leaking national secrets, because I'm just trying to figure out what's going on in this world.
You might want to just, perhaps get some super cheap plastic containers to send those in instead of.
All right. Well, anyways, I'm getting them organized, separated, and together in the meantime. So, right, packaging can change later. Nothing's final. All right. What? Okay. Are you guys ready for the last panel? Wilian Donovan, Dan Winter, Cognos 2013, or?
Yeah, that sounds good. I'm just gonna go pull my transformers out of the oven and clean off any extra wax that's still hanging out, and so you go ahead and start that. I'll be back in just a couple minutes after I got this one.
Kind of
Real
funny,
science.
10 years.
Transformers. Sorry, Simon.
It's kind of funny that it took 10 years. I mean,
Wow, this is probably at least the 10th time. It's exactly a decade. That's why I'm saying it's the BurnEye remix. Cognos 2013 remix, 1 decade on. And, right, we got to get this free energy, that anti-gravity knowledge out here.
And Bernie clicked the wrong thing. Fantastic.
All right, that was my bad. Wrong button. Sorry, no conspiracy there, just sloppy.
Oh, we heard the click.
Okay,
That's what made it funny.
Even better. See, also look at that pure green copper coil right there. That's the oxidization, that level color and nano layer that forms when you take it out of the live reaction on the anode side from the red state, and then it will instantly turn into this green before finally drying and turning that blue teal color. And I'm just randomly describing that as I reload the Twitter. Here we go.
Understand it, go into it exactly. Give your heart, your mind, everything that you have to find out. The way of living differently. But that depends on you and not somebody else. Because in this there is no teacher, no pupil. There's no leader. There's no guru. There's no master, no savior. You yourself.
Nico, I've actually often thought about that, and I probably will start selling some of these coils as art. And art, health, whatever.
To understand,
not health, but just energy devices, art, energy devices, jewelry, accessories, so forth.
Lawn art is really popular. You definitely do something with the copper coils.
Right?
Teletransportation, is it possible?
Yes. One word, yes.
They can hear you.
Okay. Essentially, what is possible with this is if you can produce gravity in any form, this means that another possibility exists to produce something similar to the Stargate, in which case you will produce an event horizon in one side that's quantum entangled with another event horizon elsewhere. You'll be stepping through one and stepping through the other one at the same time.
Excuse me, reversal engineering, is that real?
Reversal engineering.
Reverse engineering. Reverse engineering?
That is the link to the Cognos original video.
Meaning reverse engineering of, say, extraterrestrial technology. Yes. Well, clearly there are examples in Roswell and elsewhere.
Sure. Oh, yes.
Yeah. Getting back to the teletransport, visualize what happens at a Stargate as a form of inclusion, that all of the matter is compressed and accelerated in the wormhole, and when the acceleration becomes faster than light, it can be transferred to a place where the resonance matches. And that's that quantum entanglement.
Right.
So it's sort of the Philadelphia experiment was a kind of caduceus. You need a little background in electromagnetics, but it's very real. More questions, right?
That's the spooky action at a distance, right?
Yes, it's called spooky action at a distance.
Yeah. And in fact, longitudinal wave interferometry, which is a flame line, is a form of action at a distance.
Yes.
One question?
Can you tell us about the heat acid balance in hydrogen and the option to use that in domestic electricity, or is there any?
Oh, sure.
Está preguntando por el ECAD y por si hay una manera de poderlo hacer ya domésticamente.
Illuminati.
Oh, as far as the reaction is, the hydrogen combines with the nickel to form copper. Now, it combines several times. I mean, it's a complicated chain. And it winds up with copper 63 after several reactions. So as far as when this will be coming out, it probably will be in about a year, because there have been setbacks. Now, there are other systems that are also being worked on. For example, the Eggley plasma system. And there are also, for example, the Electret system is also being worked on, or will be worked on. And so we have several different systems that are running in parallel. It's a matter of which one will be done first.
It's really an extension of the concept of alchemy to understand how the atoms are transmuting up and down the atomic table, and to accurately understand that what is called isotope path, which is actually Bill's specialty. So many of these inventors need this very detailed wave mechanic prediction of frequency and temperature to better control the fact that these isotopes are changing through a whole domino series of cascades. So the real alchemy is to understand that in literally usable terms.
Right.
As Bill said, the phonon recipe for alchemy. Incidentally, Roger Green is here, who's deeply involved with the Rossi technology and the ECAT. If he wants to say it.
Is he here?
Mr. ECAT is here if he wants to say it.
The algorithm gets the numbers, and that's why it's a little bit naughty.
LiveInTheDesert.com, and Roger has been supporting this work for many years, and EcoGlobalFuels.com.
These are my buddies.
And Roger's now deeply involved with Rossi and others of fusion technologies as well. Thank you, Roger.
Does anybody have any questions about the Rossi ECAT technology? I'm happy to.
¿Tenéis alguna pregunta sobre ECAT? Es indicador sobre unidad.
I just wanted to get away from the edge.
Nucleares baja.
How does it function exactly? Yeah, and how much does it cost?
Bill gave you a little lecture on low energy nuclear reaction or ColdFusion, and the basis is nickel, anodized nickel, and hydrogen. And so Rossi has invented a canvas and frequencies that take the nuclei of the hydrogen and the nickel, and that releases a lot of energy, and there's copper as the outcome of that.
Yeah, copper is the ash of the process. Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's releasing a lot of energy. At the moment, to answer your question, there's an industrial 1 megawatt unit available. Imagine a shipping container with these little reactors in there. That's essentially what he's about to release in a couple of months. This, of course, has been in development for many, many years. You might remember ColdFusion got a bad rap 20 years ago with fishermen's and ponds. They attempted to do ColdFusion. They had a few good leaks on the screen, and basically the whole thing collapsed, and it got a bad press. But in the meantime, there's several scientists around the world going, hold on, they have something happening here. And Rossi was one of those scientists. He's an Italian inventor, and basically he's the one who's pushed it further than anybody else on the planet. There's no doubt about that. There's going to be other people following in the footsteps, and he seems to be the one that's moved it forward. And so, typically speaking, this industrial unit is ready, it's working, it's guaranteed. A domestic version of this will be ready in about 1 year, because it's more like safety certificates they have to have. So that means in a year you can buy a small ECAT reactor, put it into your house, dramatically reduce your electricity, You can link that up with a solar panel. So basically it's going to reduce your energy consumptions, and it's completely carbon neutral. No, you know, one barrel of galvanized nickel, when you put it through low energy nuclear reactions, is the equivalent of one super tanker of oil. You get it? One barrel of nickel in this process is the equivalent of one super tanker of fossil oil. So that's the energy quantum that Bill's referring to here. So it's
yeah, that's 25 megawatts a gram. Yeah.
And then on another level, you know, third world countries like in Africa, what keeps a lot of African economy developing is the natural electricity. I mean, we're so lucky in the West. You know, we have electricity for our businesses 24 hours a day. You know, but, you know, in Africa, nobody can really develop their small businesses and so forth. When the sun goes down, that's it for millions of Africans, young Africans who want to develop their business. And their government, it costs millions of dollars to get that electrical infrastructure in place, as you know. Billions of dollars. So with the ECAT, we can truck in on the back of a truck, because that's basically the way that it's constructed at the moment.
It's a shipping container. Yeah.
We can truck in, you know, like 50, 60 of them, set them up, put a Tesla turbine on top, which Dan and Bill and I are actively pursuing to develop the research and development of the Tesla turbine. And then with the generator, you've got localized electricity, and then all you need is a very simple, you know, grid to distribute it. So that means you can lift the whole continent like Africa in the air, so out of poverty in our life. That's what makes people.
Con Pepe Grillo y en Italia habéis intentado contactar con el líder del movimiento 5 estrellas.
Have you contacted with Pepe Grillo, the movement in 5 estrellas? Para estar en movement environment.
In Australia?
En Italia.
Pepe Grillo es un humorista que ha ganado 100 y pico escaños en Italia y él está en todo esto, sabe del tema del SIDA, sabe del dinero deuda, es un conspiranoico renomado y ahora es el tercer partido de Italia y se van a quitar a los
He's talking about politics in Italy. That's he was jokes, and he's in the third party.
Oh yeah, I've read about
rebellious political party.
Not personally.
No.
There is a stupid question, but there is, hi ha un medi de transportar tota aquest punt d'energia que es produeix sense tota l'electricitat, sense tot.
Is there some way to move all this energy without a normal infrastructure for transporting electricity in the posts?
Well, you know, transporting electricity without wires was Tesla's dream, among other, and maybe Bill wants to see.
Yeah.
And it is true that where the Earth has the symmetry to be conductive, naturally the energy is conducted like through a resonance crystal without wires. Some people believe that if you don't understand gravity very well, you can't cause earthquakes by sending electricity through the grid massively. But if you do understand the gravity field, you can use the Earth like a crystal to convey the energy.
Yeah, the other danger, of course, is that if you're running at the resonant frequency of a fault line, for example, then it will trigger earthquakes in that case. Yes.
There are many who believe that Tesla may cause some earthquakes.
And possibly even the 1908 Tunguska blast.
And many people believe that Tunguska, the famous blast in Russia, was caused by Tesla. The point is that it is not safe to begin using zero-point energy until you have a deeper understanding of gravity. And we actually do know what gravity is: charge acceleration caused by fractality, basically. And once you understand gravity, then you can use zero-point energy more intelligently.
You have to.
HAARP is real.
HAARP, of course, is real. They're using megawatts of radio frequencies for selective heating of the ionosphere to control radio wave bounce and other things. Their intention was, submarine communication. We do believe, and Nick Begich quotes me in his book about HAARP, that they were, of course, using the same low frequencies that you and I use for our brain waves and heart waves to modulate HAARP, and therefore there's all kinds of profound and sickening biological effects because HAARP reflects a failure to understand how biology inhabits the planet electrically. So HAARP is actually a sad example of humans profoundly misunderstanding what makes the planet alive. Very similar example would be whales and dolphins beaching themselves, committing suicide because the Navy is using low frequencies to communicate underwater. So powerful that it may hurt a human's ear. Imagine what it's doing to dolphin ears. And yet the Navy is doing this globally. And they're wondering why these whales and dolphins are getting so upset.
200 decibels.
200 decibels. So the point is we must teach, our governments and our military how living things communicate in a profound and subtle way before we decide what frequencies to allow, whether it's HAARP or low frequency acoustic communication, LFAS for needs.
But can they produce tsunami also?
There are many who believe that the Japanese tsunami was caused by HAARP. I do think that may be a bit heavy on the conspiracy theory. It is true that low frequency phonon, longitudinal, can cause atmospheric compression, what Tom Beard called the scalar woodpecker of the Russians. And so it is true that you can create heat and therefore atmospheric or earth grid distortion at a distance. So it's always been true that you do not give sharp knives to children. Obviously,
or matches.
we still need to have sharp knives. So we cannot keep making this technology illegal, longitudinal waves, heating at a distance, just because the military thinks only the military should have it. And here is a simple example. The American government prevents the real supercapacitor batteries that are in the Abrams tank from being on the Boeing 787 aircraft. So the Boeing company now has to go bankrupt because only the military got the real batteries. This is just one little example of the fact that the militarization of technology ultimately cripples the planet. And this is, we acknowledge Bill.
Right. Oh, absolutely.
This information.
Right.
The point being that we must resist the temptation to allow the military to control all technology. This is not okay. And in America, even the majority of inventions are taken over by the military. And so the Americans wonder why they're going downhill.
Oh, I've got a story about that one.
We don't want to destroy too many stuff.
Okay.
We should have more questions.
Okay, sure.
I think really.
What do you think about Mr. Kesse's inventions about plasma?
Keshe? Yeah, well, again, we would like to be diplomatic and give him the benefit of the doubt, and certainly he's managing to interest lots of people. But the actual science that he's published mostly missing or erroneous. So unfortunately, the perception we have from studying what Keshe has shared is that he's not revealed technical concepts, actually. Although we honor that mission to teach how the zero-point energy shall work and all those things, but we really think that if you've been to an engineering class, unfortunately, people like, the Fry movie and Keshe, they get all the New Age woo people excited, but people are actually engineering competent must look deeper. So we urge you to learn the physics and to have discrimination. Otherwise, you end up wasting your life following people who actually are not themselves competent. You must understand it for yourself. But, has Keshe demonstrated any actual physics? Unfortunately, it doesn't look good right now. It means your children need to study some engineering, even in order to be spiritually empowered. That's what it means. It means your children need their physics class. That's what it means.
He's asking about if the heartbeat activates the calcium ion.
Well, we are saying that the low frequencies of the EKG of the heart, they motorize the spinal liquid pump, and therefore sacrocranium, and therefore kundalini. The low frequencies of the heart are controlled with the breath, called heart rate variability, and the yogic skill to control your aura with your breath. And we know that the low frequencies of the heart measurably control the DNA braiding, and the DNA braids to the point of implosion when you feel that rush of human bliss and kundalini. And at that point, obviously, the calcium pump mechanism would be impacted dramatically. So it's cliche but true. The heart, as the highest voltage source of the body, is the motor of most of the body's electrochemistry.
N'analitzar els mòduls aquests domèstics de 10 quilowatts, un cop activats, pots interrompre la voluntat, són a demanda o bé són un cop activats fins que s'acabi el combustible.
The megawatts of the ETA, el petit o el gran?
El gran està fet de 102 petits, un mòdul, el domèstic.
El petit, no, el domèstic.
10 kilowatts.
10 kilowatts. Do you have to, when it starts, can you stop it?
Okay, there's a shutdown sequence for that, yes.
Yeah, so the question is on the domestic, it's got 10 kilowatts, which is more than enough for the average house. It's a simple mechanism. ColdFusion, as you know, is just like a little bit of pressure and a little increase of temperature, and the reaction starts. So you need some energy from an outside source to start the reaction, so you need some electricity. But remember, that can be from a solar panel. So, and then when the reaction starts, then you kind of have to pull it back because it wants to fly into the infinite.
Oh, yes.
So that's why we say it's got a COP, coefficient of performance, of 6 to 1. One unit of energy, electrical energy, and 6 thermal energy out. So that's amazing, that ratio.
Yeah,
so basically, it has to keep drawing on a little bit of energy for controlling us. So, if anything goes wrong, it just stops. So it's very safe. And like any domestic, like your pop-up toaster will have an on and off switch.
And the thermal overload.
The idea of the design is that we have to make it very user-friendly. I've said to Rossi, it has to be sexy as a Mac computer to visually look at. He's Italian, so he understands the design. So, yeah, the thing is, it will just retrofit into your existing system. You just hold it in, and, you know, it produces hot water and steam, and ultimately you get electricity.
Another thing I think I should mention is that after you get the electricity, you can also close loop that output to keep the reactor going.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
That means that if you plug in the ECAT to connect to the solar panel, then you could not use it to the electricity installation that you're using now.
Did you catch all of that?
Do without electricity installation, in case we plug into a solar panel.
Que yo no te entiendo porque no escucho castellano.
Yeah, it's possible to do that.
Podemos prescindir de la red eléctrica, de la conexión a la red eléctrica.
Y you plug in a solar panel to the ECAT and you not use electricity.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you had enough electricity, then you can run the ECAT off of your solar panel, yes. You would take a substantial size for a solar panel. It's a CLP of 6:1. So for example, you would need a solar panel that's for 10 kW, 1600 watts.
So it ultimately means that your government does more money off it. Like a nuclear power station, you won't need it. And more coal power stations, like you won't need it. Because the ECAT will be reducing the national energy consumption. Because every house, ultimately, when it has like an ECAT, the energy consumption will be drastically reduced. And so therefore, government can spend money on other things. And don't forget, it will still bring other renewables behind it. Solar, there's still a place for solar, there's still a place for, we've always said about renewable energy, it's going to be diverse, like nature itself. So there's still going to be room for, geothermal, and it's not going to replace that. There's going to be a remarkable synergy of all of these renewable technologies. But we have been waiting for something like ColdFusion, because those of us who have been involved with renewables for the last 10 years, with solar and wind and geothermal, we love it, but it's been a real struggle in terms of investment and so forth, because we're up against oil. Oil is cheap. And we haven't had something to really push really ahead. And the ECAT and the ColdFusion is the one that's going to really push everything ahead. Everything else is just going to be able to really find its place. So the potential is amazing, for the future for this. And don't forget, we're talking futuristic with the questions about Star Trek and so forth. The ColdFusion at the moment is new. I describe it to my friends. I remember in the 60s that IBM had a computer and it was the size of this room. And now a computer is the size of your watch. So in 5 years' time, you're going to be buying a car with a ColdFusion reactor.
Sure.
Soon we can have it in ships and trains. And ultimately, of course, it's something that we need to be able to get to Jupiter and back, for the weekend holiday.
Yes, more questions.
I personally don't find any problem with government whatsoever. Zero. As Bill has, we've all stated that we can't stop a good idea. In the groundswell of everybody now, we want renewable energies. The Australian government, where I'm from, and some of them, I spend a lot of my time in Australia, they're desperate. The population is desperate. Even the government is desperate. We have a carbon tax now as well. So the industry is now desperate for a safety, right? So they're not suppressing any renewable energies coming along now. Everybody's wanting it, governments are wanting it, and the American Obama got rid of everything they got, and at least he has a renewable energy, vision for America. So, what I do see is, the Wright brothers, they flew an airplane. You know how long it took the population to believe that happened? 5 years. So we have a thing of awareness, that's our goal. Education awareness. People don't even believe that the ECAP is real. If you look at the internet, it's an astral nightmare, the internet. So we don't have that problem. We have just problems with finding investors, like we have renewable energy, sustainable thing. And like coming from a place like Australia, we have, got great government support. We've got to do the validation, the proof of science, the testing, the safety. But if we deliver it, we have a lot of government support for us.
Mi pregunta está relacionada con la filial, saber si es verdad que cuando son pequeños puede tener algún tipo de atropio, si sirve activarla. La pregunta es cómo, para qué, si está relacionada con la compasión, el amor y todo lo que él habla para hacer la coherencia.
A ver, que no pasa y es
si es así, si sirve para algo, activarla, ¿cómo?
It's for something that we have to activate it or give some
The video is residual crystal. In fact, it's a residual eyeball, and it is a focal place for the brain's conjugating waves. And I can tell you personally, the pineal plant can burn like that personally. And it is a plasma fusion device, and it is the wiring of the soul. That's very real. And the natural climax of bliss and Kundalini experience do ignite the fire there. There's no question. So it's absolutely real. It's pine cone shaped. It's the focal point of phase conjugation, and it is absolutely an organ of perception. And in fact, through that wiring, you can project yourself through the sun. Very advanced spiritual subject. Powerful.
¿Cómo es la pregunta? ¿Cómo él cree que se puede llegar a esto? ¿Cómo se puede activar eso? How do you activate it?
Well, ultimately, all of this process is very simple. It means your life is about attracting charge. Everything you do is, chi, orgone, maraka, shaktipat, grace, whatever you call this process of gathering charge. As you do so, gradually, there's a climax between the glands as the flame in the mind reaches an explosion point. And so spiritual initiation is a very real electrical phenomenon. It starts with coherence in your aura, and your aura grows measurably. And measuring your aura size is a real electrical indication of spiritual growth. And as you become centrifugal and flow, your aura gets bigger. In practical terms, that means you're seeking high-quality bliss experience, and you need yoga and live food diet and a charged, rich environment to do it, which mostly means nature, fresh air, high-quality water, yoga, live food, sacred gymnastics, and perhaps most of all, to have the skill to think a shareable thought. You become part of a wave that implodes every time you consider a pure principle. Because that is a wave electrically which DNA for 1 million years has been in the business of gathering a shareable wave, pure intention, that serves collective survival. So when you think a thought that results in a eureka moment and your hair stands up. You have just learned to attract charge.
El fracking que está haciendo.
¿Qué?
Fracking.
Fracking.
Sí. In the
process of drilling gas well, underground fracking is what you're referring to?
¿Realmente es real esto o no? ¿Es real?
Yes. They use extremely high pressure, almost explosive underground pressure, to send fissures of huge fractures underground to gather the underground natural gas. And that is resulting in a revolution in natural gas availability. And it can be very dangerous to the grid structure. So from a spiritual perspective, for example, how the Hopi are keeping the memory of their ancestors, or how your ancestors' memories can survive in the land. In that context, fracking is probably very bad news, and certainly.
But also, it's the water supply and all sorts of things.
Fundamentally,
it's bad news.
Yes, it pollutes the water. Yes, it's true.
Frankly, yes.
Yes, that's right. So, when we understand the sacred nature of the Earth grid, and we have real sources of fusion energy, we won't have to fractionate.
That's why we have to push these technologies forward, because they're starting to do really crazy things, more crazy things. That's right. Crazy things on top of crazy things. So that's why it's so vitally important that we all get behind, energy efficient, technologies, green technologies. Otherwise, we lose our planet, we lose our water. We're just poisoning ourselves all the time.
Yeah, look at what happened in Fukushima.
Yeah.
But Obama signed it.
Yes, Obama needs a little education. Obama has said it for administration's problem. And the problem is education.
It's a tough one in America, for sure. It's a state thing, actually. It's not a federal. So Obama has no say. It's a state by state. At the moment, the New York, where I live in New York, the state is, are we going to have fracking or not? Philadelphia, they have, and it's already caused a lot of problems. But you see, this is the thing that.
Well, that one was kind of annoying because the sound was kind of shanty, as well as the majority of the questions were in Spanish, and for some reason they decided not to have a translator with them, which doesn't really make sense. So I'm going to cut the last 15 minutes of that, and instead we're going to replace it with a 40-minute update. Nassim Haramein, new and exciting discoveries from Cognos, and it's only 2 years old, not 10. So, we'll get at least 8 years more recent update from Nassim. And any other questions before I play or comments?
So, can you tell us a little bit maybe about what has happened since 2010? What new discoveries have you made? What new directions is the Resonance Science Foundation directing itself towards?
Well, there's a lot of change, and we're in the middle of making new changes, actually, to the foundation branding. We're going to change the branding of the foundation, but more importantly, I made some very big discoveries in the physics that I wrote about the nature of the mass of atoms, the nuclei of the atom and the electron, and what they are and how they interact with the rest of the universe. So, and what's really important in these discoveries is that they were confirmed by measurements in an accelerator in Switzerland. So now the theory has been confirmed. And that means a lot, you know, because like the competing theory for unification of physics is string theory, for instance. And in some 40 years of string theory, there hasn't been one single measurement, laboratory experiment to confirm it.
Exactly.
So it's really important that this new theory actually was confirmed very shortly after it was published, this discovery I made, this new formula. And the formula is very simple. I can't believe it took me almost 30 years to find it, but it describes the information transfer that's occurring for the proton in the nuclei of the atom and for the electron around the nuclei. And the information transfer in the field, right, actually, when you calculate how it exchanges information, you get the correct radius, the correct mass of the proton, very, very, very precisely, all the electrons of the table of elements. So basically, all of a sudden, you can explain all of the material world by describing a field of information that's exchanging with the boundary of the surface of what we call the material. So basically, we live in a field of information, and we're exchanging information in that field. And when there's an exchange of information in that region, we measure mass or energy because there's a change in that region of the field. And so, and you know, these equation implies very large number. It's very remarkable. Like when you calculate the amount of information inside the one little proton in the nuclei of the atom, you get all the information of all the other protons in the universe, the mass of the universe. So basically, you have really large numbers. But when you finish the equations, it gives very, very precise values for very small numbers, like the mass of the proton and the radius of the proton. And so it predicted a radius of the proton that was 4% smaller than the mainstream theory predicts. And, you know, 4% in quantum theory is a lot. And you know, so I wasn't sure if it was going to be right. I wasn't sure even in my lifetime they were going to be able to measure the radius of the proton that, you know, precisely. And I published a paper, and that was in 2012. And in 2013, they had made an experiment in an accelerator in Switzerland to measure the radius of the proton. And they measured it, and it was 4% smaller than what the standard model predicted, which makes a big problem for the standard model, but it confirmed my model. So it's very exciting because it says something completely different about the universe.
Plus, also, your theory, what it does is that it unifies, the relativity theory, the big stuff, what explains the big stuff, with the quantum theory, what explains the small stuff.
Exactly.
With you finding what's quantum gravity. So why don't you explain a little bit about that?
Well, you know, so basically, when you calculate the exchange of information, so basically think of a field of information, a field of electromagnetic fluctuation, a field of energy that's everywhere in the space. And people might have a hard time visualizing that, but think about it in terms of like the space between you and I is full of electromagnetic waves. We don't see them, we don't experience them, we'll only experience the visual frequency, right? But there's X-ray, infrared, there's ultraviolet, there's background radiation from the galaxy, there's all kinds of stuff in the space. So think of it that like, you know, there's longer wavelengths, but then there's really, really, really short wavelength of the electromagnetic field, like that are billions of times smaller than the atom. And that is the fabric of space itself at the quantum level. And so basically what I found is that that fabric is mostly, you know, chaotic, but in region it's organized because there's spin in that region. There's angular momentum and it makes organized region. When it makes an organized region, we call it a particle. Like a little vortex in that field makes a particle. And so I calculated in that region where it's organized, how much of the information is exchanged, and that gave me the right answer for the mass and the radius, as I was saying. But as well, I calculated how fast it's spinning, right? And how much gravity it would produce in its surrounding, in, you know, in the field around it, because of its spinning. It's spinning really fast. It's spinning near the speed of light, very, very close to the speed of light. So there's mass dilation. And so I calculated that, and I calculated the influence of that mass on other protons around it. And I got the right answer. I got the exact right answer for the strength, we call it the strong force, but now I'm proving that it's actually gravity at the quantum level. And I got the exact correct range as well. So it's not like the square of the distance like you see in cosmological gravity, because it's so close to the surface of the proton, and this proton is spinning so fast it creates mass dilation. So when you pull the protons apart, the force drops exponentially because it slows down the rotation. So the mass dilation drops at the same time as the distance. So you end up with a drop of the gravitational force much faster than the square of the distance. And that's why the strong force didn't seem originally to be gravity, because it has a different range. But I could explain the range now. And so it all came out just right to describe gravity at the quantum level, at the most fundamental level. And that tells us something very different about the universe. Tells us that the universe is very much like scales of black holes, like that the nucleus of an atom is like a little black hole, a little singularity spinning, creating a gravitational field. And that tells us as well how gravity works, because Einstein described gravity as space-time, this field, but it didn't, curving, you know, where there's a mass, it curves and it attracts other objects, but it didn't say what space-time was made of. This theory tells us that space-time is made of electromagnetic fluctuation, bits of information. And so all of a sudden we realize that space-time is not smooth at the quantum level, but it's granular. And it tells us that the atomic structure we see all around us is a function of that field. It's not separate from space, but space makes the material world.
It's like if space was sculpting at every moment everything that we see and interact with.
Right, it's sculpting the material world, and it's exchanging information. Like, it's not statically sculpting, it's constantly sculpting it, it's constantly modifying it, right? Because there's atoms coming off right now and all this stuff. So it's constantly changing, just like your body's constantly making cells.
Connections
Vision a
getting
second,
wonky.
you know, a trillion in your body, billions of chemical change every second to make it all work. So this whole dynamic you can bring from the atomic level all the way up to the biological level. And now you start to understand how come biology can self.
Oh, and we lost Bernie.
Oh man, totally kicked on that device. Nice.
That was a really good interview, though. Like, he was getting into some really good stuff.
Yeah, I just missed like the last 10 minutes of it. I was pulled away. probably the perfect part that I shouldn't have missed. You're right.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, he was talking about, the fundamental structure of the universe.
Oh, really? What did he say?
Well, what he said really groks with my intuitive understanding, where everything is Planck relics, basically, or surrounded by Planck relics. And that the center of the atom is essentially a blank hole.
Mm-hmm.
And that all the atoms in the universe are a function of the field itself. And so if we change the parameters of the field, then we change the matter in that field.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense. I mean, it certainly changes the binding energy. It changes
he was saying essentially that the strong force and gravity are the same thing. It's just that the way that we were interpreting it is wrong.
It could very well be. I really think gravity is got quite a lot to do with the spin precession of all those particles, both individually and together as a whole elemental nuclei. It would make more sense, especially considering gravitation and inertial isotopes, the way they behave. Just having a different number of neutrons or a slightly different geometric assembly totally changes the behavior of the material to be unique properties. People are most familiar with the property of radioactivity being added.
Yeah, if you can change the decay rate of something, then you're changing the function of space-time in that specific volume of space.
Right, exactly. Yeah, so I would say there's actually a lot of evidence towards that in support of that idea. That everything kind of relies on the stress energy momentum of the background intensive field. And if you modify that, you're going to get very different material responses, very different waveform interactions, especially when it comes down to the matter.
Welcome back, Bernie.
Did I ever really fully leave? I don't know. But yes, I am back, and that one was actually kind of putting me to sleep as well. We were already 7 hours in, so we're going to play this last 20-minute episode and then close off last panel questions and discussions. But this is Nassim from about 30 years ago, and it's him explaining the inconvenient facts that are the Giza pyramids and just this super advanced lost civilization of pyramid builders that must have existed pre-Younger Dryas 12,000 years ago / Atlantean, Lemurian, who knows, but it's pretty epic.
Start examining other temples around the world, you realize that these other temples have a lot in common. That is, they're all very, very difficult to explain with vine ropes, copper tools, no pulley, and so on. One Egyptologist, the director of the Giza Plateau, said, there is not one grain of evidence of any advanced civilization ever having been in Egypt prior to the Egyptians. And I thought that was one of the most accurate statements I ever heard from an archaeologist. Because if you're looking for grains of evidence of sand, you will miss it. If you're looking, if you got your head in the sand, you will miss it. But if you look up from the sand and stop looking for grains of evidence, you will see millions of tons of rocks right in front of your eyes, giving you some pretty damn good evidence. The Grand Pyramid of Giza is made of 2,300,000 stones. 2,300,000 stones. It stands at 481 feet of altitude. Its base is 13 square acres. That is extremely large. When you take survey pictures, satellite picture of the apex of the Grand Pyramid at Giza, it is 1/4 of an inch off the center of the base. That's 13 square acres. 13 acres square. 1/4 of an inch off center. That's after placing 2,300,000 stones that you have cut with copper tools. Yeah, you need some pretty good moonshine to do that one. But I guarantee you, that is extremely difficult to reproduce. In fact, there is no way engineering companies on this planet could ever reproduce that. Even with all of our modern technology, if we give them billions and billions of dollars, they couldn't come up with anything like that. Because if you divide 1/4 of an inch error
Simon,
by 2,300,000 stones, the accuracy at which you're placing these stones is outrageous. And we can't do anything like that. Our most accurate buildings, like telescopes, are not that accurate. They're not even close to having that kind of accuracy. Go ahead.
So you could say we've just barely come out of the Dark Ages.
Basically, or we got into the Dark Ages. Because it seems that there was people that were doing a heck of a lot better than us. So when I was looking at this, I'm like, wait a minute. That doesn't happen that way. If you know, why is it that we think, that this is taught as facts to children in schools every day? That the pyramids were built by people pulling on vine ropes? And you know why? Because in the 1800s, a bunch of English archaeologists showed up in Egypt, and that's the only thing they could come up with. And because they had PhDs and they were very respected archaeologists, since then, everybody is repeating the same thing. And somehow, a theory that's completely unproven became a fact. In fact, you will not get a PhD in archaeology if you say anything else about the pyramids. I guarantee you that. You cannot get a PhD in archaeology by saying the pyramids were built by Little Green Man. This is one of the problems with education. A whole bunch of people repeating what they've all been taught doesn't advance the field very rapidly. Because everybody is repeating the same thing. You're not going anywhere. So, but these archaeologists never actually, I know they're not mathematicians, but this is simple mathematics, okay? You take the number of stone, they tell you that the pyramids had to be built in 20 years, okay? So that the dynastic Egypt worked. And then you calculate how fast they had to put the stones in. At 7 days a week, 10 hours a day, 365 days a year, for 20 years, they had to place the stone every 2 minutes to finish the pyramid on time. With that level of accuracy. Never mind. But then the archaeologists say, no, those were farmers. They could only build the pyramids during the time of the flood of the Nile when they couldn't work in the fields. 3 months out of the year. See, when they had that 3 months vacation, hey, let's all go and build a huge pyramid. So they went out there and built pyramids 3 months out of the year. You redo your calculation. Now they have to place a rock every 2 seconds to make it in 20 years. So that really doesn't work. Because it's not like you can take these huge rocks and average 2 tons, some of them up to 40 tons rock. Like in the King's Chamber, there's 100 slab of 40-ton pink granite rock, okay? These things at 135 feet of elevation in the pyramid. It's not like you go, hey, Joe, catch this one. Hey, Joe, catch this one, you know? And the other guy on the other end is like putting them in. You can't do that. And it doesn't matter if you got 100,000 people. You still can't do it. And you know, they tell you they did that by rolling the rocks on logs. Well, they might have not noticed, but these pyramids are in the middle of a desert. You need a lot of logs to move 2,300,000 stone. Where did the wood come from? When you ask them that, they say, oh, they imported it from Europe. I see. Was this like some catalog, you know, 1-800 ordering? Because, like, as far as I know, the Egyptian didn't, like, you know, easily navigate it into Europe, cut millions of logs they would have needed, and brought them back. There's no evidence of that. So, but even more fundamental, I'll ask you, you know, even more fundamental. The fundamental axioms of archaeology is that you observe and decode the remains of a civilization to understand its morses and its you know, its activities and all this, right? Okay. There is over 1 million hieroglyph walls in Egypt. Thousands and thousands of hieroglyph walls in Egypt. In the temples, in the tombs, everywhere. They tell us how they made love. They tell us how they eat. They tell us how they went to the washroom. They tell us everything about their life. Everything. Not one of those walls mentioned building the pyramids. What? They forgot? You're talking about something that would have taken a huge effort. You'd think they would have put at least a little wall somewhere saying, oh, by the way, we built the pyramids. Oh, by the way, we built the pyramids. No. None of that. In fact, the archaeologists say not only that the pyramids built, that the Egyptians built the pyramids, but they say that they built them as tombs. Okay. What's the evidence? Zero. Zilch. Not one pyramid was ever found to host a mummy. Not one mummy was ever found in a pyramid. Not one. And I'm not just talking about Egypt. I'm talking about all around the world. And it's funny because you know how they do all these like historic, you know, History Channel and all this stuff. You know, they have all these nice documentaries. And they show you where they found the pyramids and the, you know, and the tombs and all this, and Tutankhamun and all this. And then they splice and they cut directly into the pyramids. So you think the mummies were found in the pyramid. But in fact, the mummies were found, most of the king's mummies were found in the King's Valley, far from the pyramids. Some of the pyramids, they had to dynamite their way into the pyramid. They couldn't find an entrance. When they got inside the pyramid, there was the sarcophagus, the so-called sarcophagus in the middle. It had a slab. Some of them had slabs that were like 40 tons slabs sealing the sarcophagus. They would unseal it, pull the slab off, still no mummy. What was their conclusions? Grave robber. Those grave robbers, they were unbelievable. They just walked through the walls because they had to dynamite their way in. So those grave robbers got there before. They must have walked through the walls, got in there, picked up the 40-ton slab on top of the sarcophagus, pulled all the stuff out, including all the bones and everything else, which, wonder what they would do with, and then, closed it back up, resealed it, just to make sure they didn't disturb anything, and then walked back out with all of this stuff. This doesn't make sense. Now, there's other things that don't make sense. There's nowhere on these pyramids that it says, I built this for my tomb. I was born then and I died then. You think if you built such a great monument, at least you put your name on it. There's no hieroglyphs inside the pyramid. And Lord knows that the Egyptians put hieroglyphs everywhere. So why didn't they not write inside the pyramids? So those are all huge contradiction to the concept that the Egyptians or the Mayans or the Incas or the Chinese or so on built their pyramids. That's all logical. Pyramids were not tombs. Pyramids were not built by Egyptians. No Egyptian text talks about the Egyptian building the pyramids. The text do talk about monuments, enormous monuments being built. And who they say built them was the sun gods. The Mayans, the Incas, the Chinese, the Japanese, all cultures that have these buildings, none of them say we built it. All of them say the sun gods taught us how to build, how to talk, how to write, how to do all this stuff. This is an ancient symbol that was found on a granite pillar in Abydos, Egypt, in a temple called the Osirian Temple. Why is it that this object, this drawing, which is on the 100-ton pink pillar in the middle of that temple, is not in any picture books or history books anywhere or archaeologic books anywhere? It took me 10 years of research to go through all the books that were written on the Osirian Temple, from the first papers that were published from the archaeologists that found the temple to eventually, all the papers and the books that were written. None of them had this picture in it. The way I got this picture is that a friend of mine went out there and took it. Okay? Why is it that this picture is not in there? I'll tell you why. Because this graphic is not carved into the rock. It's not etched into the rock. This graphic is actually burnt, laser burnt, into the atomic structure of that pillar. Now, when you think of ancient civilization 5,000 years ago, you don't expect them to be doing laser burn on, hard surfaces at high levels of accuracy. Okay? Archaeologists have a really hard time explaining these things. When they can explain something, usually the tendency is not to popularize it. So they leave it out. Some of these symbols that are in the Ozarian temple, there's no writing in all of that temple. Not one piece of writing. All there is these things. There's a few of them. Some of them are chipped. Well, the laser burn is through the rock. So that actually, even if you chip it, it still appears on the rock. We have no current technology to reproduce this. That's why you don't find this in history books. The other thing is that the Ozarian temple is 50 feet below all the other temples at Abydos. The archaeologists tried to say, oh, the Egyptian dug 50 feet and then started building. Well, the Egyptian never did that to any other building. And actually, when the geologists went there, they went, no, that's not the case. The building was there and sedimentation piled up beside it. Well, when they calculate how long it would take to get 50 feet of sedimentation, that temple is no longer 4,000 to 5,000 years old. That temple is 9,000 to 12,000 years old, maybe 10,000 years old. That's why archaeologists really don't like that temple. In fact, they very rarely discuss it. The Sphinx. Most people think that the Sphinx is built. The Sphinx is not built. The Sphinx was carved. The Sphinx was carved right out of the enclosure of the Giza Plateau. Now, when you look at the paws of the Sphinx, you might notice that there's like brick-like structures on it, so it looks like it's built. Those are repairs that were done later in history. But the Sphinx was carved, and actually there's evidence that the head of the Sphinx was recarved. It used to be a lion's head, but it was recarved into a pharaoh's head by one of the pharaohs. However, there is erosion patterns on the Sphinx that is a telltale sign that the Sphinx had to be carved when there was a lot of rain hitting it because of the erosion on it. We know when the last time this area had a lot of rain.
Right, that ended abruptly. Sorry about that. Okay, 7.5 hours in. Who do we still have with us, and what are your thoughts?
I'm just stepping back in to hopefully catch you at the end, because I have questions about your experiment.
All right. Please do ask away, good sir.
Oh, these are the things you didn't want to discuss earlier, so that's why I was waiting.
Oh, I see what you're saying. For afterwards, as a magician doesn't expose all their tricks at once or something like that. Is that how the saying goes?
First I wanted to replicate and verify.
Exactly, and that's the key thing of why I don't discuss everything that I have discovered and have produced in the past until I've been able to replicate it repeatedly and demonstratively, so forth, and exactly. exactly it, right?
Yeah, me think it's time for a third-party replication on that particular one.
Yes, and that's going to be the next one. And to be honest, it kind of freaked me out, and it's why I haven't really isolated or harvested much of the red material since that original time, just because it's like, I don't really want to burn in my house down or spontaneously combust or my lab or anything of the sorts, where all the rest has been very implosive endothermic reactions and low intensity cooling, not heating, and definitely not flammable, combustible. And
well, if it was red, I'm wondering if what you didn't produce was monatomic iron that then got, oxygen.
Well,
and then you'd have basically
I've
half of.
done the same with iron, but
Because you put it on aluminum, right?
It was aluminum. It was aluminum and copper that then I pulled out. It dried, and then I rubbed it onto the rest of the metal that hadn't turned, and it spontaneously ignited.
Because iron oxide and aluminum, that's basically thermite.
Oh, really? Well,
yeah, the only catch there is it's pretty hard to ignite that stuff, so.
Yeah, but if it's monatomic.
Who knows?
Yeah, really the friction from his fingers have done it.
Well, the tentacles grasping at that lion reactor there that is an iron ferrite core wrapped in aluminum and copper and zinc could possibly be creating that iron ferrite oxide. Maybe that's what that orange layer is right in front of us. Who knows?
Dan Winter mentioned that you're going to have trouble getting anything past iron, and I agree with that, because if you look at the way that stars produce heavier elements, they typically stop at iron unless they explode. So unless you're recreating nova conditions, you're probably not going to be able to overcook it if you're aiming for iron. If you want something lighter than that, then that's going to be more difficult, I think, to get consistently.
And I theorize it all has to do with the resonant frequency of the elements that you're aiming to get at, and that I have been able to get iron, aluminum, tin, copper, zinc, gold, silver, bismuth, tungsten, and a couple more that I'm not remembering off the top of my head, but all of those metals into the 7 different colored states of transmutational metal elements that Sir Isaac Newton and the ancient alchemists all described. And that, they all turn into these 7 colors of materials. So I guess I'm going to have to start isolating the pure red stuff, and we'll have some fun with it. And it's what they call the live mercury state of metal elements in the transmutations of ancient alchemy. It's usually what always forms and deposits at the very bottom of these jar reactions. And there's a question, where do we go from here? And one of the goals I want to do is eventually create some sort of little monoatomic jar battery cell that will power a little LED, as well as the little Magrav coils going on with the monoatomics that probably produce a little tiny electromagnetic field and a light that will turn into some sort of little jewelry thing or something like that. Like a pendant or something. That's my goal. That's one cool thing I want to make. But yes, and just into jars, batteries, and home systems in general. Any other questions there, Jeremiah? Sarah, Esra, are you still here, sister? Liminal?
Yeah, I was just going to chime in and say, how do you all feel about the PMA. Is it time to get that rolling? Who's got 300 acres? I'm half teasing, but not really. I've actually. Sorry, what?
My family ranch in the beautiful East Kootenays, British Columbia, Canada.
Seriously, let's do it.
Yeah, that is the ultimate goal. I think I will be going out there in July or August, and tomorrow is the beginning of June, and June I am going to finally make it to the Medicine Hat Badlands Guardians and explore out there, and that is going to be epic. Boots on the ground. Also, it was my greatest fear that I haven't shown in the longest time, or really ever shown. I had it on my digital camera in the card holder thingy in this little guy, and that I was like, all right, I got the new laptop. I think that slot looks like it fits this thing. Is it for the little micro SD card? And I like jammed it in there, and then it was not for it, and it got stuck. And then I was like, oh no, the pictures are going to be lost forever. But my dad to the rescue, saved the card. So very soon I'm going to show the pictures of behind Mount Yamaniska, which is a sacred indigenous mountain, and it's right outside of world famous Banff and Lake Louise National Parks in the Alberta Rockies, and it's the first giant rocky mountain on the most eastern side of the Rockies here, and it right behind it. And I was up there. These pictures that I will be sharing of this were from a hike that I did with a couple friends when they were spreading of indigenous actual descent, spreading their mom's ashes off the top of the mountain. But from the backside, point of this whole story, these pictures show what I believe to be some other massive macro-sized, what appear to be at least several 100-foot in size, if not larger, megalithic guardians guarding this carving up a mountain cliff that looks like two staircases carved up this giant mountain cliff, several 100 feet up this cliff, and then probably about even more, several 100 feet going each way across the cliff, and then entering into two separate caves carved straight into this mountain, which essentially looks like a giant underground under mountain city, and or tunnel or something. And yeah, going to be taking the drone out there, rehiking there this summer as well, and exploring that site. And also on those pictures are some of Drumheller, the Badlands there, with the mounds and what I believe to be pyramids in the city of Drumheller, which has, once again, these Badlands. And pretty much anywhere that is labeled as Badlands, especially, like the Grand Canyon or Moab in Utah there, pretty close to it, all of these Badlands seem to be plasma catastrophe annihilated former grand civilization sites, and we're gonna go explore a bunch of them finally this summer.
I just got back from a cool trip. I went to the California Lost Coast, and some of the points, there's this really cool fort that was originally a Russian settlement. They're
Tartarian.
Say that again. What?
Tartarian-esque, if ever.
Yeah, and it was they said it was a recreation, but the wood and the structures and everything. So I'm gonna put some footage together on that. I have other stuff because I went to the Star Fort in
yeah,
because I used to live there. I used to live in Astoria, And so I have footage of like the batteries gone into them, and so yeah. Anyway, but there's some good stuff there.
I like it. I look forward to it. And right, there's good stuff everywhere, and that's the whole point: is boots on the ground, wherever you live. There's something cool, and you just got
Yeah,
get
you start looking at the rock structures. I was just up at this cape. You know, there's all these capes, which I have my own theories on, like the connection with that. And anyway, and the rocks were just cut the way they were set up, and I know it's all over the place, and you can't think like.
Most caves look absolutely megalithic in nature and like macro megalithic. And
Can I show one thing actually real quick that I found? That I shouldn't say I found, but I found more than I did find something in Oregon. And if you guys know, Oregon has some really interesting history. Where we were for a long time, we had the original oldest known human settlement, and we have a lot of caves, a lot of petroglyphs, and it's sort of not a lot of people know about it, but there's these circles that are not recognized that you can see on Google Earth. And somebody, when I was doing a research around this, one of my favorite areas, somebody had like said, hey, check out, there's these petroglyphs here, and then there's these circles over here. So then I started like looking at that a little closer, and you can actually see, and this area for me, I've had quite a few profound experiences here, and there's a lot of really interesting history here. There's a lot of like, the first American homesteader, Oregon homesteaders, like was up on this plateau, and but there's circles. This isn't. Yeah, I marked them all. I'm just gonna show this real quick. It doesn't have to take long.
yeah, no worries. Take your time. It's all good. We're here. We're not in any rush. It's one epic marathon stream, so I don't mind.
Well, I do need to head out, so before I do, I'm just going to ask the audience one last time if you'd all be able to pitch in a little bit to help with these very expensive experiments, because I don't know if you've seen the price of gold, but it is not getting cheaper.
No, it's literally the price of gold.
Yes, exactly.
Gold, but
copper is going to get expensive too.
And the shipping and all the rest of it.
Yeah, and you still need to get yourself that signal generator and stuff. Yeah, so again, if you can't, we understand, but if you can, we really do appreciate it. We cannot do this kind of stuff without your help.
And
so
liking, sharing, hitting notifications, that thumbs up.
So with that, I have to head off. So thank you very much for the great time. Have a good one.
Always a pleasure. Much love, Simon C. All right. You do have the story. There we go. Oh, look at these more geoglyphs, more petroglyphs. This is epic.
There's legit petroglyphs in this area. There's even this area called Petroglyph Lake, and this is very close to one of the most famous spots in Oregon for petroglyphs. There's petroglyphs like right up in this canyon. And so somebody had pointed these out, and you can almost see old ones. This isn't farm. That's not a farm circle. I can show you what those look like if you need
if anything, these kind of resemble Michael Tellinger's stone circles out in South Africa.
Yeah, and there's other depictions of these very similar circles on the petroglyphs near here as well. And there's more. There's like, I started going around, and it was just like, this is interesting. There's other, interesting lines that maybe aren't exactly like a circular shape, but most of it is all circles. And this is like interesting. I've been here to this area many times, actually. It's one of my favorite rock hounding areas. There's sunstones and such out here too. And so you can see these are obviously different. They're not, they have, these two are intertwined.
Yeah, also like the Nazca-esque to it. These are epic.
I think this is where some petroglyphs are. I remember. I marked a bunch of stuff. But yeah, this is, let me just show you where we are really quick. Because this is like,
take your time. I want
you can
like
see all
30
the things
minutes
like,
of this, Sarah. You keep going.
well, and you and I have talked about, we did a show together a long time ago now.
Yes.
On the, I was showing you what my theory, there's a lot of these quote unquote haystack rocks, and they actually go into California, but they have very much like face-like shapes. Some of these rocks are named like face rock. And there's a lot of Native American lore, like Chief, what was it? All of a sudden I can't think of the name of the rock right now. Chief Nescawa, I think. And there's a whole lore on that. And there's a lore on this like girl with her cats and obviously. So I just think that's pretty profound. I'm not saying that those are for sure it, but Oregon just has a lot of history. So you can see this was the area we were down here, and this is Nevada, and this is California, and there is petroglyphs here in California. This is the Modoc Plateau, and there's a ton of stuff all over this area. I'm trying to remember if I can show you the most famous lake. They don't tell you, but I did a lot of research, and I was able to, by looking at their pictures, I'm pretty sure this is it, figure out where that area is. So I plan to go back here and do a lot better investigation than I ever have before, because I, before was,
heck yeah.
I went up and saw Native American forts and stuff, and I found like spearheads, but I've never, really took the time to go look at that. So
freaking awesome.
I just know.
Yeah, we're gonna have to go more in depth with that, and Arthur Farham's book and research on geoglyphs, geoglyphology, and the ancient mapping that it all is, and that site right there is a prime candidate for it. Epic. Thank you, Sarah.
Awesome.
Mindful
Yeah, no problem.
And Sarah came up with, well, this logo that's up there right now, that there, and that. Oh, and, King of the Dings. Shout out Dutch Sense. And, of course, you also did these flames.
Yeah.
And if you can make me another one that has some green in it, I would greatly appreciate. One day, not right now.
Well, we should maybe do some more collab stuff, and
always,
because my stuff's getting ready to, I've got more structure on my stuff, so I have more time. But
right, so we got
looking for a job, just throwing that out there. So if anybody wants to send us some money, I will happily make. If I've done a few design. Do you want to? Did you ever see that last little intro I made you, the weekend at BurnEye's, and I used like the weekend at, it's like weekend at BurnEye's. It's so good too.
What? I don't think I've
ever. Can I play it really quick? Oh, you're gonna love it. It's real quick. It's like 15.
As long as there's no copyrights, because we can't copyright strike an 8-hour epic marathon.
It's crazy mother. That's the beginning of it. You shouldn't, because
it might have copyright sound then. So
no, that part wasn't. But if it just says weekend at BurnEye's and that part is from the movie, do you think it'll copyright like that many seconds?
So I just don't want to risk it 8 hours.
I'm just gonna upload it to my channel to see if I got any. So we'll do it another time. I'll double check it. I don't want to hurt the channel. It's not worth it.
But just the stream, right? To have it taken down 8 hours, right? Like
yeah, exactly.
But send it to me, and I will re-upload it all on its own just for the heck of it, because it sounds epic and I love it. And I love you, and I love Jeremy.
Oh, I love you too, man.
And I love Liminal, and I love everybody that's been here and everybody that's watching.
Appreciate you guys. It's been wonderful, and Jeremiah, you've been like wonderful to listen to, and it's awesome all the work you're doing, and the fact that you and Bernie are working together. It's just I talk about it all the time. I'm like, you should see what my friends are doing, man. They're kicking ass. Even though we haven't met, man, it's like I know you. You're my brother from another mother.
Damn straight, sister from a different.
I hear that.
One day, I already foresee that. This is why I would talk about the PMA, because it would be cool if we started a group. People could pay in privately. We'd have an LLC and a trust all associated with this, associated with the land. You'd pay $5 to $10 a month maybe, but that would buy you into services, and then also maybe even getting using our research lab, using it to do something.
A non-communist commune.
Well, and the thought is there's a board, but I've always thought that everybody should have to serve for some period of time, and shouldn't have to, but have their say on what's going on. Not that this is a closed, elitist type
look
system.
into the One Small Town initiative, the Ubuntu movement of Michael Tellinger. Speaking of him and his excellent stuff, and he goes through all sorts of legalities of it.
Yeah, you should definitely do a talk on that.
We got to try to get Michael Tellinger on. All right. So, closing words. Any last words? Last words?
That was a long one.
All right.
Good stuff. Good information. Thank you.
Great epic stream, everyone. It was awesome. It was weird. It was amazing and discovery. And we will see you all on the next one. Ta-ta.
The resonant frequency of the Earth is 432 hertz, and all music was written and played in 432, but it was changed in World War II by Himmler, I believe. It was behind it, and they changed it all to 440. So it's not in tune.
That's right. Yes,
with us and with nature and the Earth and all that. It's out of tune now.
And so the picture I have up right now is one of Walter Russell's, and it's showing the octave scale and how the octave scale goes through chemistry, creation, through geometry, through sound, through light, and through color.
But I mean, it's always been one of those things I've never really focused on whenever I tried learning piano, like the black keys, why are they there? When you play them, they just seem like they just make you feel a certain way instantaneously. It's like a lot of things. It just that kind of connection, that kind of vibe, or whatever it projects, that you get it immediately in that speed.
With the black keys, it sounds like it's the ether more. It's a background subconscious sound or frequency. Like to do with dreams and the other realms, which is interesting because when you listen to music today, especially like the pop music, it's got a very heavy backbeat, right? We put you in a certain state where you're accepting with the backbeat, and then they sing all their lyrics into your mind, which is how they program you.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Ooh, so that's like if you're resonating with the right harmony, you're getting like up in consciousness or in dreamland. If you're resonating with the dark hole, you're getting sucked back down to like the upside down. No, thank you, Stranger Things.
If I'm doing certain sounds, sometimes like if I'm doing like breathing sounds or sounds with my throat, it depends. Like, but some of those frequencies do calm me down. And, a lot of those frequencies can be used to trigger people to feel, anxiety as well. And I think that happens a lot. And it's open to conspiracy and to interpretation on how people use those frequencies to really put people at a state of vulnerability. Because music's very powerful in that kind of way that can, shape even the most strongest of minds.
Yeah, it's subliminal. And also, it's the way I see it too is it's been used all throughout history. If you even goes back to the biblical times, when they crumbled the walls of Jericho, they used a certain tone and frequency as a weapon, right? And we're doing it again today. We're coming up with ultrasonic weapons.
Vibrations is important. It's what makes people feel a certain way. It's what makes people it could be used as a, they have specific things that can alter your mood based upon frequency. So, I mean, it's good to understand different aspects of sound, the very thing that everybody seems to be comfortable with when they hear something called music.
Yeah, that's a good thing. You don't be out of tune.
Think about that. Sound.